Chapter 1277. By doing this, Shao Chen would be seeking death. The Western Sea Dragon King's move was brilliant. Whether Shao Chen received it or not, he would be at a disadvantage. Big brother Shao. Mo Chen said anxiously. Shao Chen pushed gently, and a gentle force pushed Mo Chen off the platform. Shao Chen walked forward step by step and arrived before the mountain tablet covered by the dragon banner. Then, he looked calmly at the 14 gargantuan weapons. Clearly, the Western Sea Dragon King was someone who held a grudge. Back then, he suffered a small loss when facing Shao Chen's 3-kilometer-long stone saber. Now, he immediately returned the favor tenfold, 100-fold, at the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Shao Chen looked around and focused on the 3-kilometer-long stone saber at the very front. This stone saber was formed by his saber intent. Now that the Western Sea Dragon King personally executed it, its might was the greatest. He had to receive this 3-kilometer-long stone saber first. Whoosh! Shao Chen pushed off the ground and soared into the air, directly flying towards that 3-kilometer-long stone saber. Vital chi surged in Shao Chen's body as he materialized the blue dragon battle armor. Then, he burst forth with 20 dragon force. Amid dragon roars, 20 dragon-shaped energy currents circled behind Shao Chen. Deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. A golden light entered Shao Chen's body, and his aura soared. His 20 dragon force instantly turned into 200 dragon force. Ever since Shao Chen discovered that his physiological lifespan was severely damaged, he rarely used deities descending, this heaven-defying martial technique that could only deal 1000 damage to one's opponent but not 800. However, he had to use it today. Before everyone's incredulous gazes, Shao Chen, who executed deities descending, was truly like a deity. First, he used a palm strike to break the spatial waves created by the 14 gargantuan weapons. Then, he grabbed the 3-kilometer-long stone saber at the very front with his bare hands. Buzz! The space around them shook, and the huge waves that had surged over were reversed by this intense collision. The other 13 giant blades that were flying over all paused, and their speed slowed down significantly. Shao Chen let out a loud shout. His hand grasped the tip of the 1,000-feet-long stone saber and fiercely lifted it up. Then, he pushed his palm forward. With a loud bang, the stone saber fell heavily in front of the platform and stood upright. He caught it. Everyone gasped in surprise. Blue Dragon King Shao Chen had caught the giant blade without any damage. However, the situation was still not optimistic. There were still 13 giant blades behind them, and each of them had the power of a greater celestial emperor Wu. Ha! Western Sea Dragon King, you are really light. When the Vice Palace Master of the Zodiac Hall saw that the Western Sea Dragon King's 3-kilometer-long stone saber was caught, he mocked. Ao Lang felt his face heat up. This brat actually caught his stone saber perfectly unscathed. He had utterly embarrassed himself before the group of martial emperors. Shao Chen suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body and looked at the second gargantuan weapon. That was a 3-kilometer-long spear. This spear contained strong astral energy. When the Vice Palace Master of the Zodiac Hall executed it, its might was second only to the 3-kilometer-long stone saber. Pu Ci. The cycle banner soared into the sky from Shao Chen's body. As the astral banner fluttered, it gave off the sound of waves. Massacre, death, ruin, despair, and grief. 5-colored starlight descended from the sky. Colorful light shone everywhere. Under the illumination of the 5-colored starlight, the blue dragon plaza turned into a dreamy land. Shao Chen's delicate face showed determination, calmness, and decisiveness. He stretched out his hand and grasped the cycle banner. When the 5-colored starlight landed, he roared ferociously and waved the cycle banner in the sky. The astral banner spun, and a vast astral energy surged out from it, suppressing the astral energy in the 3-kilometer-long spear in one go. A strong suction pulled on the 3-kilometer-long spear. Bang! It landed beside the 3-kilometer-long stone saber. Earlier, the Vice Palace Master of the Zodiac Hall had been mocking the Western Sea Dragon King for not being strong enough. Who could have imagined that right after he spoke, Xiao Chen would catch his spear even more easily? The Vice Palace Master of the Zodiac Hall immediately changed his expression. Fortunately, the Western Sea Dragon King did not make things difficult for him. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing. How powerful! Xiao Chen managed to catch the two most powerful swords. Who knows, he might be able to catch all of them. The Blue Dragon King really made a lot of preparations for this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. The cultivators present all felt an irrepressible excitement. If Xiao Chen could really catch all of them, this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony would be interesting. He would trample on the faces of the many holy lands. Just thinking about it made everyone excited. Xiao Chen successfully caught the two strongest sabers. As long as he caught the gargantuan sabers from the 5 Poison Sect and the Heavenly Province Academy, the other 2 holy lands, the gargantuan sabers would be easier to deal with. As for the remaining 10 giant blades, they were easier to deal with. Those from the clan of the Ancients and other dragon palaces were much weaker. The Vice Sect Master of the 5 Poison Sects smiled coldly and said, "Let's see how you catch the gargantuan saber of my 5 Poison Sect. This stone saber is infused with 10,000 kinds of poison from the inside out." The 3-kilometer-long gargantuan saber of the 5 Poison Sect was a staff. It was not very mighty, but it was the most dangerous. Once touched, all sorts of strange poisons would enter the body. Although it would be hard for a half-step golden body to die from poison, one's combat prowess would inevitably decrease by more than half. However, the most crucial thing now was not the 5 Poison Sect's gargantuan saber. Instead, it was the 10-odd gargantuan sabers that already charged over, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to catch them alone. The danger of this place could not be described with words. Facing the 12 gargantuan sabers, Xiao Chen was as insignificant as an ant under the overwhelming might and pressure. He could be crushed into bits at any moment. The hearts of the Dragon's Gate's people all tensed up. As they looked at Xiao Chen in the air, they all felt very nervous. Just at this moment, a ferocious look flashed in the eyes of the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang. He clapped his hands and said, "The Blue Dragon King is a good move, connecting 2 of our congratulatory gifts. However, how can one receive the congratulatory gifts one at a time? Our hearts are connected. Naturally, we have to receive the congratulatory gifts at the same time." Right after the Western Sea Dragon King spoke, he threw a palm strike. Immediately, the 12 gargantuan sabers, which had already arrived, quickly merged together with the Western Sea Dragon King's palm strike. A vast aura suddenly gathered, becoming like a sharp saber stabbing towards Xiao Chen's chest. The originally dangerous situation forced Xiao Chen into a desperate situation once more. What a strong emperor's might! Xiao Chen thought to himself as he felt pain in his chest. His sovereign might showed signs of crumbling. Western Sea Dragon King, can you be any more despicable? The Dragon's Gate's people could not help cursing angrily. This was especially so for Mo Chen, who stood up in anger and was about to activate the Blue Dragon Heaven-locking formation. The tens of thousands of guests in the Blue Dragon Plaza were also set abuzz. Unexpectedly, the Western Sea Dragon King was actually this shameless. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw the rage of these people, he laughed loudly, feeling very cocky. "What do you mean by despicable? We came from afar to send gifts together. Naturally, the Blue Dragon King will accept all the congratulatory gifts." Xiao Chen, who was in the air, waved his hand to stop the Dragon's Gate's people, who were filled with righteous indignation. Then, he looked at the Western Sea Dragon King and said coldly, although your hearts are connected, there are differences in strength and status. How are you going to accept the congratulatory gifts? Naturally, I, the Blue Dragon King, have to prioritize. It is not up to you, the Western Sea Dragon King, to tell me what to do. With a thought, Neptune's crown appeared on Xiao Chen's head. In that instant, Xiao Chen's king's might soared. Xiao Chen blocked the emperor's might gathered by the 12 gargantuan weapons. In a clash of auras, he surpassed them significantly. Primordial energy surged out of Xiao Chen's heart of an emperor. Then, he threw a palm strike with his left hand, and lofty aspirations burst forth from his chest. A bright moon-like fire soared into the air. This was the 1,000-year flame, the profound martial technique that Xiao Chen created. This palm strike contained lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. A blazing flame, burning my heart. At the same time, Xiao Chen threw a palm strike with his right hand. A scarlet moon soared into the air, and flowers danced in the air. This was the 1,000-year death, which came from the same source as the 1,000-year flame. The grief of a king does not hate heaven and earth, does not resent the gods and ghosts. Like a moon hanging high, blood dyed the sky. Only I know, admiring myself. The two moons competed with each other, lofty aspirations, hot-bloodedness, and cold grief mixing. When Xiao Chen threw 2 palm strikes, he scattered the 13 gargantuan weapons that had yet to completely form. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's figure flickered. Amid the light of the 2 moons, he sent out another 3 palm strikes and completely scattered the 13 gargantuan weapons. Each palm strike contained 100 strands of primordial energy. Amid the loud rumbling, a terrifying emperor's might radiated out, startling the spectators. After sending out the 3 palm strikes, 2 beams of light flew out of Xiao Chen's eyes, one golden and one white. They were the solar true flame and the lunar true flame. The flames chased each other and quickly materialized a beautiful Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Spin!" The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram spun rapidly, erupting with bright golden light. As the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram spun, the gargantuan weapons containing the various poisons of the 5 poison sect flew to the side of the Zodiac Hall's spear and fell to the ground. The 5 poison sect old man revealed great shock on his face. How can this be? He caught my congratulatory gift just like that. The myriad poisons are all wasted. Pu-ci. A 3-kilometer-long sword broke through the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Bathed in fiery light, it flew towards Xiao Chen, radiating a jagged sword intent that was incredibly sharp. This was the congratulatory gift from the Heavenly Province Academy, a 3-kilometer-long sword with the sharpest offensive power. The Heavenly Province Academy old man said coldly, "Even if you catch this sword of mine, you will vomit 3 liters of blood. The 10 gargantuan weapons behind will be more than enough to kill you." Saber. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart. The lunar shadow saber in his hand moved nimbly between his palm and arm. It was like a beautiful woman dancing the most beautiful dance in the world. As Xiao Chen moved, the surging saber intent in his body slowly gathered and surged towards the saber. Xiao Chen's saber domain had already advanced from power to subtlety. Even if he did not bring out his saber domain, his strong saber intent would be sufficient to scare away most of the sword intents in the Kunlun realm. When the gargantuan sword arrived before Xiao Chen, the lunar shadow saber suddenly stopped moving. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like a powerful saber as he grasped the lunar shadow saber. Without drawing it, he swung it forward in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chen used the scabbard to block the tip of the gargantuan sword. It looked like a clash of sabers and swords. However, what mattered was their respective saber intents and sword intents. Without a master to control the gargantuan sword, no matter how strong its sword intent was, it could not compare to the unparalleled saber intent that Shao Chen had instantly shot out after storing up power. King Chang. It was like an immortal zither in the heavens, playing the exquisite zither music of a powerful army. When the insignificant Shao Chen sent out his saber, he forced the gargantuan sword back by 3 centimeters. Chapter 1278. Shao Chen's white robes fluttered as he spun around. Then, he stepped on the blade of the gargantuan saber. Whoosh! The sword plunged straight down, sinking about 1 meter into the ground. When Shao Chen landed, he stood firmly on the hilt of the gargantuan saber. His white robes fluttered, and his long hair fluttered. He looked like a powerful bladesman, looking very graceful. The Heavenly Province Academy old man's face immediately turned green. It was like Shao Chen had not stepped on the sword but his face. As Shao Chen stood on the hilt of the gargantuan saber, he looked around at the remaining 10 gargantuan sabers. These were not made by the Holy Lands and were much weaker than the previous 4. Shao Chen held the saber horizontally in front of him and grasped the hilt with his right hand. At this moment, his mind was calm. Saber domain. Shao Chen muttered to himself, and he instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. Together with the long saber, he also drew his thunder saber domain, which had already gone from power to subtlety. The area within 1 kilometer of the thundercloud's secret treasure was Shao Chen's world. The saber intent filling the air was everywhere. With a thought, he could form a saber. Whoosh! As the saber light spread out, the astral energy of the 4 gargantuan sabers in front of the tall platform, the boundless sword intent, and everything within 1 kilometer all infused into the saber that Shao Chen drew. When Shao Chen felt the vast saber intent on the saber, he grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and looked at the 10 gargantuan sabers. Then, he brandished his saber to his heart's content. This saber strike completely destroyed the aura and state of the 10 gargantuan sabers. Lofty aspirations filled Shao Chen's heart. He soared into the air and hacked down with his saber again. A vast purple saber chi carrying a strong aura swept through the sky like a purple flame tail. With one saber strike, the gargantuan saber of the Jiang clan, an ancient noble clan, landed beside the gargantuan saber. With another saber strike, the gargantuan saber sent out by the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Vice Palace Master landed with a boom. Dressed in white and equipped with a treasured saber, he danced in the air in front of the crowd. When the tens of thousands of guests saw Shao Chen flying in the air, each time he swung his saber, a 3-kilometer-long saber would descend, they were all dumbfounded. Even the Western Sea Dragon King's group appeared entranced, not daring to believe it. What kind of demeanor did one have to have in order to be able to dance in the sky in front of the crowd and make them fall for him, not daring to make a sound? The purple saber chi that swept across the sky, the huge saber that suddenly fell down, and the white-robed Shao Chen who danced with the saber. There seemed to be only one scene in the entire world, attracting everyone's attention. In a place that Shao Chen couldn't see, there were many warships standing in the clouds far away from the Heaven Dragon City. One warship was covered in astral banners. It was the Zodiac Hall's Emperor-grade warship. The Zodiac Hall's palace master personally sat on the warship. A group of junior generation disciples, as well as the Sun Palace's and Moon Palace's holy scions and holy daughters, were all there. These people also saw the scene at the Blue Dragon Plaza. They all rushed to the very front of the deck and looked into the distance in disbelief. Chu Yang muttered, "How can this be? How did he do it? He is about to catch all 14 3-kilometer-long sabers." Such a scene happened on the other warships as well. When one looked carefully, one would discover that the Eastern Sea Dragon King, the Northern Sea Dragon King, the Five Poison Sect Master, the Heavenly Province Academy's Sect Master, the Yin-Yang Paradise's Cave Master, all these powerful characters were present. When Yu Bingyun saw this scene from the Lunar Palace's warship, her eyes lit up. The Lunar Palace's palace master rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, she did not agree to the Western Sea Dragon King's rotten idea. Otherwise, the aloof Lunar Palace would end up making a fool of itself as well. Whoosh! When the final 3-kilometer-long saber landed on another saber, Xiaochen sheathed it. Xiaochen put away all 14 3-kilometer-long sabers and lined them up in a row before the high platform. As Xiaochen slowly descended, he glanced at the stunned Western Sea Dragon King. Then, he said calmly, "Men. Give the Western Sea Dragon King and the various Holy Land honored guests a seat. Let the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony continue." The tables and tea tables on the high platform were rearranged. At the entrance of the plaza, 2 pretty maidservants smiled and extended their hands in an inviting gesture. This was clearly an incredibly respectful gesture. However, it made the Western Sea Dragon King and the Holy Land elders all blush, feeling very sullen in their hearts. However, the situation developed in a direction that they did not expect. At this point, there was no reason for them to fall out with Xiaochen. The Western Sea Dragon King's face flushed red. He clenched his right fist tightly, and his body trembled involuntarily. He did not look like a Dragon King at all. Xiaochen gently drifted down and returned to the host's seat in the middle. On his left were the Western Sea Dragon King and the greater heavenly sovereigns of the various holy lands, Emperor Wu. On the right were the other guests with a smaller presence but strength on par with Emperor Wu. The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony continued. Lan Xiaobai followed the re-establishment ceremonies of the ancient sects and proceeded in an orderly manner. When Xiaochen saw this, he knew that Lan Xiaobai had put in a lot of effort to achieve this. Not only did he ensure the grandeur of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, but he also did not make too many mistakes, conforming to the norm. This suited Xiaochen's intentions. There was no need to make the ceremony grand. He just had to go through the necessary procedures. The most important thing was to successfully unveil the Dragon's Gate, announcing to the world the re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate. Letting the world know of the Dragon's Gate's existence and spreading the Dragon's Gate's deeds would invisibly allow the reborn Dragon's Gate to merge into this great realm and obtain its own luck. On the surface, the situation looked great. However, Xiaochen was very clear on what exactly the situation was. "Ao Lang, the rotten idea that you came up with is really incredible. You managed to make so many greater heavenly emperor Wu embarrass themselves with you. It's all your fault for coming up with such a lousy idea, saying that we should suppress others with our might," directly suppressing Xiaochen. "Now that I've become a laughingstock, I'm satisfied. I already said long ago that no matter how strong a casual strike from us is, there is a limit to it. Don't underestimate Xiaochen's potential. This old man has lived for 1,000 years, but this is the first time I have made such a fool of myself. Western Sea Dragon King, no matter what, you have to bear this responsibility." On the surface, the Western Sea Dragon King waited, drinking fine wine and watching the various activities of the re-establishment ceremony. However, in secret, they sent voice projections to each other, criticizing the Western Sea Dragon King like a flood. Ao Lang did not say anything, feeling very sullen in his heart. He was the one who came up with this idea. Originally, Ao Lang thought that this matter was in the bag. Who could have imagined that Xiaochen would turn things around? This simply caught Ao Lang off guard. As he faced everyone's criticism, he showed a sullen expression and did not rebut. "I, Ao Lang, will bear this responsibility. After this matter is settled, I will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer." As Ao Lang watched Xiaochen, who was sitting upright, smiling and in high spirits as he toasted the guests, the rage in his heart blazed even stronger. If Ao Lang could directly attack, he would have done so long ago and personally dealt with Xiaochen. Paw! Ao Lang, who was drinking wine, suddenly smashed the jade wine flask in his hand to the ground. The wine flask shattered, and the peak quality wine spilled all over the ground, giving off an alluring fragrance. A.O. Lang's action startled everyone. The originally noisy platform immediately fell silent. Although the many guests were shocked by A.O. Lang's actions, they were not surprised. The other party was not here to drink wine and celebrate. How could he just sit there and do nothing? He must have been thinking of ways to cause trouble at every moment, to prevent the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony from continuing. Furthermore, A.O. Lang had given Xiao Chen a congratulatory gift earlier. Originally, he wanted to slap Xiao Chen in the face. In the end, Xiao Chen ruthlessly slapped him back. After holding it in for so long, he definitely could not hold it in anymore. Xiao Chen calmed himself down and waved his hand to stop the enraged Dragon's Gate's people. Then, he raised his eyelids and looked at the Western Sea Dragon King. He said, "Senior, are you not satisfied with the wine or with this wine flask? I'll get someone to change it for Senior." The Western Sea Dragon King did not say anything. He just smiled coldly. After a while, he picked up his wine cup and said slowly, "Blue Dragon King, do you really think that we came all the way here to congratulate you and drink wine? Do you know why I smashed this wine flask? This wine is a bona fide peak-quality wine. However, this wine flask is only made of 100-year-old fine jade. How can such an inferior wine flask be worthy of peak-quality wine?" Xiao Chen was very intelligent. How could he not know what the other party meant? He said calmly, "If Senior A.O. has something to say, just say it directly. There is no need to beat around the bush." A.O. Lang said indifferently, "Since you want me to say it directly, then I will say it directly to you. This wine flask is you, Blue Dragon King. The Dragon's Gate is this peak-quality wine. As an inferior wine flask, you cannot contain peak-quality wine. If you force it, others will not be able to bear it and smash you to death. If you insist on doing things your own way today and re-establish the Dragon's Gate, you will end up like this wine flask." Bang! 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 With A.O. Lang taking the lead, the elders of the other holy lands, ancient noble clans, and divine dragon palaces of the four seas all smashed their wine flasks to the ground. Immediately, crackling sounds rang out endlessly, all of them the sound of wine flasks shattering. They are going to fall out with each other. The Western Sea Dragon Kings group decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. They no longer beat around the bush and directly threatened Xiao Chen. The atmosphere turned dangerous once again. A huge battle might break out at the slightest disagreement. Interesting. A sovereign martial emperor leading a group of greater heavenly emperor Wu scoundrels are acting shamelessly. What is even more laughable is that their opponent is just a consummation blue-robed emperor. The only one who can push them to this extent is probably the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. So many major characters are here, but only the Western Sea Dragon King jumped out. He is probably really desperate. After today, the reputation of this group of people will be completely tarnished. This joyous scene on the tall platform did not surprise the other guests or the other cultivators in the plaza. In reality, no one held much hope for Xiao Chen's re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate. The surprising thing was that the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen could receive so many congratulatory gifts and fly around in front of so many outstanding talents. A.O. Lang stood up and looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he said coldly, not speaking. "Does not saying anything mean that you have a chance? You can't be so naive as to think that you can successfully hold the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony after receiving a few congratulatory gifts, right?" Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he swirled the wine cup in his hand. Then, he looked in a certain direction in the sky. Under the endless layers of clouds, there were many big shots sitting on the battleships, looking coldly at everything that was happening here. Chapter 1279. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and ignored A.O. Lang. He drained the wine in his cup in one go and took a deep breath. Xiao Chen gave M.O. Chen a thumbs up and smiled. The wine that the other party brewed was indeed of peak quality. However, Imogen felt so anxious that she nearly cried. None of the honored guests on the invitation had come. Now that the Western Sea Dragon King had pushed the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony to this extent, Xiaochen could still laugh. Seeing Xiaochen laugh, the Western Sea Dragon King's rage intensified. His voice turned heavier as he said, "Blue Dragon King, to think that you can still laugh. Don't think that you can overturn the heavens just because you have great luck. In our eyes, you are still a minor character, an ant that we can squash to death at any time. Are you done yet? You better shut the F***ck up for this old man. You keep saying the same thing over and over again." Xiaochen suddenly shouted, his voice sounding like thunder. His furious expression made his delicate face look extremely frightening. "Paw!" Xiaochen heavily smashed the wine cup in his hand to the ground. Then, he shouted himself hoarse, "Are you still going to say that the Haotian Prime is blocked and cannot come? Similarly, the Fox King is blocked and cannot come. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Northern Sea Alliance, all the honored guests that I invited cannot come. Today, no one can help me. As long as I continue with this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, I will shatter like the wine cup." You used the wine cup as an analogy to mock me for overestimating myself, jumping up and down like a clown. Do you really think that I cannot guess the meaning behind your words? The Western Sea Dragon King's group was somewhat startled by Xiaochen's words. Their voices trembled as they asked, "How did you know?" "You should not know." That was right. The reason why they dared to fall out with Xiaochen was that none of the honored guests that Xiaochen invited could make it today. The Western Sea Dragon King contacted the corresponding people to block the other party, ensuring that the other party could not reach Heavenly Dragon City. In their opinion, without these big shots, no matter how much Xiaochen jumped around, he was just a clown. How could Xiaochen not know that none of his distinguished guests had arrived? With a slight guess, he could figure out the reason. Ever since he received the congratulatory gift, he had never been complacent. In fact, she already knew what he was thinking. Xiaochen enunciated every word as he looked at Ao Lang. "Let me tell you this, Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang. For the sake of the responsibility in their hearts, some people can disregard everything and risk their lives. You will never understand. I, Xiaochen, have a red heart and warm blood. Even if you dig out my heart and bleed me dry, I, Xiaochen, will complete this Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony to the end." When facing Xiaochen's aura, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang, who originally held a suppressive advantage, felt somewhat stunned. He thought that after Xiaochen learned the truth, his face would turn pale and he would submit obediently. Who could have thought that the other party would be so vicious, not backing down at all? If one did not go crazy in a desperate situation, one would not survive. Facing Xiaochen's craziness and persistence, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang was stunned for a moment before recovering his wits. In the end, he was a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor, a major character on the same level as Emperor Wu. Having lived for a long time, he had experienced many things. Although a person like Xiaochen might not appear even once every 10,000 years, at this moment, Xiaochen was much weaker than the Western Sea Dragon King. They were not existences on the same level. As long as none of those major characters came, no matter how much Xiaochen jumped around, he would still be an ant before the Western Sea Dragon King. Furthermore, the Western Sea Dragon King still had many greater Heavenly Emperor Wu of varying strength by his side. With his great might, it was impossible for Xiaochen to truly scare him. Ao Lang said coldly, "Dig out your heart and bleed. There is no need for me to go through so much trouble to kill you. However, don't worry. I, the Western Sea Dragon King, will not go to the extent of making a move on you. Since I know your persistence, I will not ask you anymore. We will just sit here and let you jump around as you please." However, if you want to open this Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, let me tell you. There is no way. Ao Lang waved his hand and sat down with the others, looking coldly at Xiao Qin. What are you looking at? All of you, scram to the side. Seeing that the other guests on the tall platform had not left yet, Ao Lang frowned and scolded them. The others immediately left, not daring to linger. As for the rest of you, scram right now as well. Immediately. Ao Lang stretched out his hand and pointed. The tens of thousands of guests drinking and chatting in the plaza were all within the range Ao Lang mentioned. This group of people felt dissatisfied, feeling that this Western Sea Dragon King was too tyrannical. However, he was a seventh heaven martial emperor. Furthermore, he had won over many holy lands and ancient noble clans. With such might, no one dared to go against him. Ao Lang looked at the red-eyed Xiao Chen and said, "Don't look at me. Let me tell you this. With me around, your Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony will not be able to continue. I will not dig out your heart or bleed you. I will just sit here and not move, and I can prevent your Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony from continuing." After Ao Lang shed all pretense of cordiality, no one could find a way to deal with him. Such a shameless method made Xiao Chen's hot-bloodedness stifled in his chest, unable to vent it. When the people of the Holy Land seated beside Ao Lang saw Xiao Chen's sullen appearance, they revealed faint smiles on their faces. They rejoiced in their hearts. What could be happier than this? Being able to see this Qing Emperor suffer a setback. Furthermore, the Western Sea Dragon King was there to hold the fort. What could be more comfortable than this? If there was anything unhappy, the only unhappy thing was that Xiao Qin had flown into the sky and received 14 gargantuan weapons in front of them. However, now, the situation had returned to normal. As long as the Dragon's Gate could not be re-established, the Blue Dragon King's luck would fall. The humiliation he suffered earlier would no longer matter. Pu Ci. As Xiao Qin felt agitated, he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. When the blood splattered on the tall platform, it was a startling scarlet. Xiao Qin. Big brother Xiao. The expressions of Mo Qin and the others changed as they ran over to support Xiao Qin. Their faces showed both anger and worry. On the lunar palace's warship in the distant clouds, Yu Bingyan's heart tightened when she saw Xiao Qin suddenly vomiting blood. She wanted to go down and investigate. Bing-er. A voice came from the palace of the warship. Yu Bingyan showed a conflicted expression as she stopped. When the people on the other warship saw this scene, they all revealed cold smiles. Although this Xiao Qin was strong, he was still human in the end, not a god. The Western Sea Dragon King and the others glanced over and understood. Earlier, when Xiao Qin received the 12 gargantuan weapons, he had sustained significant hidden injuries. This was especially so after he used some heaven-defying arts that were not easy to use, adding injuries on top of injuries. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had not rested properly during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Now, he could no longer hold on, and his injuries erupted. As the Western Sea Dragon King looked at the pale Xiao Qin, he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, look carefully. I did not attack him. He vomited blood himself. Don't blame it on me. Ha! It turns out that his injuries are not light. I really thought that he would be completely fine after receiving our congratulatory gifts. The Blue Dragon King is merely so-so." As the group looked at the vomiting Xiao Qin, they mocked him coldly. All of them felt extremely comfortable in their hearts. They thought back to when Xiao Qin received the congratulatory gifts and invited them up, looking boundlessly graceful. It turned out that there was such a miserable moment. Mo Qin glared at the Western Sea Dragon King and said, "Don't go overboard." The Western Sea Dragon King laughed loudly and said, "What's wrong? Little girl, are you not going to let us speak?" This fellow overestimated himself. Who else can he blame? Shameless! Imo-chan shouted angrily. She could no longer endure it, so she directly charged over. A flaming holy cannon appeared above her head. She bathed in a fiery light as she threw a palm strike at Ao Lang. The Book of Heavenly Works. Little girl, you have some fortuitous encounters. Perhaps in another 100 years, you might be a match for me. Now, go back to where you came from. The eyes of Ao Lang and the other Holy Land elders lit up when they saw that holy cannon. They did not care about Imo-chan, who was charging over. The difference was too great. Even with the Book of Heavenly Works, she was just an ant-like existence to them. Pussy. The pale-faced Xiao-chan looked at the berserk Imo-chan. His heart sank. He pushed off with his feet and arrived first despite moving later. Then, he placed his palm on Imo-chan's shoulder, blocking her in front. Ao Lang, who had been preparing to attack, smiled faintly and said, "Interesting. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Despite being so injured, he is still so fast. Good movement technique. However, since I already made a move, I might as well not stop. Let's see how strong the Blue Dragon King's movement technique is." After Ao Lang spoke, he raised his palm. Flames immediately surged, and a fire dragon made of primordial energy charged at Xiao-chan with bared fangs and brandished claws. This move was not very strong, just a casual strike from Ao Lang. However, in Xiao-chan's current state, it was not easy for him to receive or dodge. Bang! Xiao-chan did his best to dodge while carrying Imo-chan. In the end, he was only injured by the shock waves of this palm strike and did not suffer any major injuries. Your movement technique is pretty good. This broadened my horizons. When the group of people saw Xiao-chan's sorry state, they guffawed loudly. Damn it! The people of the Dragon's Gate all felt frustrated. However, they could not do anything to this group of seated major characters. As Xiao-chan stood up, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. When he saw these major characters laughing so happily, rage blazed in his heart. Xiao-chan had long expected that the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony would be an extremely dangerous ordeal. However, he had not expected it to be this difficult. He did not even have a chance to put his life on the line. However, Xiao-chan had no regrets in his heart. As he said, Ao Lang and the others would never understand his persistence. Blue Dragon King, I already ruined your Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Do you regret it now? Back then, I already told you that the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony could not be held. You talked to me about the bigger picture. Now, do you know what the bigger picture is? The bigger picture is on my side. Ao Lang, who felt that he already grasped the initiative, spoke with the tone of a victor as he looked at Xiao-chan. Xiao-chan smiled and said, "The bigger picture. What you can see is only the smaller picture. The luck of your Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace is already exhausted. All you can do is lean towards my Heavenly Star Island. Unfortunately, you blocked this path yourself. Even if you cannot hold the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony today, the fate of your Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace cannot be changed. You think that I am a clown. However, in my eyes, you are the true clown. You are jumping up and down very vigorously, but many people are laughing at you for being a fool." Chapter 1280. Your bones are really hard. 3 months ago, you made my son kneel. Today, I will make you kneel. Let's see if your bones are really that hard. At this moment, not only did Xiao-chan not lower his head, but he even mocked him. Xiao-chan pointed out the thing that Ao Lang feared the most in his heart. His expression immediately changed dramatically. Try touching him if you dare. Just as Xiao-chan prepared to activate the Blue Dragon Heaven Locking Formation, a cold, emotionless voice came from the originally empty plaza. Who is it? A.O. Lang looked around and saw a very eye-catching lone figure in the empty Blue Dragon Plaza. In reality, it would be hard for this figure not to be eye-catching. Everyone else in the plaza had been scared away by A.O. Lang. Only this person remained. Do you wish to die? I already said for you all to scram. Who gave you the guts to remain? As A.O. Lang looked at the person drinking wine with his back facing him, a flame flared in his heart, and he felt a murderous intent. As Xiao Chen looked at that figure, he wondered, who is this person? This person seems a little familiar, but I cannot recognize him. He does not seem to be the honored guest that I invited. Loud laughter resounded. Then, that figure turned around and looked at A.O. Lang. Who gave me the courage to sit here? Do I need your permission to sit here? I am Dugu Kwang of the Human Demon Sea. I am here to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. This person was Dugu Kwang, Dugu Ao's father. He was a sovereign martial emperor of the Human Demon Sea with overwhelming strength. It was even harder for a demon mixed blood to advance to sovereign martial emperor. However, once they succeeded, their strength would be extremely horrifying. After clearing 6 heavens, one could be called a sovereign martial emperor. A.O. Lang was only a 7th heaven martial emperor. Among sovereign martial emperors, he was considered a low-level existence. However, this demon king Dugu Kwang was someone that even Xiao Qin could not see through. He did not know which heaven martial emperor he was. However, Xiao Qin was certain that Dugu Kwang was definitely stronger than the Western Sea Dragon King A.O. Lang. Furthermore, he was not just slightly stronger. Based on A.O. Lang's current expression, Xiao Qin could guess. However, Xiao Qin did not invite Dugu Kwang, as he had only met the other party once. Furthermore, the other party was a human demon. Xiao Qin could not guess what the other party was thinking, so he did not send an invitation. However, unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, the honored guest that he invited was blocked. Instead, it was Dugu Kwang, an unexpected existence, who came uninvited. Dugu Kwang. It was not just A.O. Lang's expression that changed. The expressions of the other Holy Land elders and the ancient noble clans all changed as well. Clearly, they had all heard of this ruthless person's reputation. In the sea of clouds, those great figures who were watching coldly from the sidelines also tightly furrowed their brows. Dugu Kwang traversed 1 kilometer in one step and arrived at the tall platform. Then, he looked at the Western Sea Dragon King A.O. Lang, and heavy disdain flashed in his eyes. You either scram now, or I will beat you until you scram. Domineering. The Western Sea Dragon King A.O. Lang, who had been yelling at the others to scram, had not expected to have such a moment. This was truly carefree. The guests who saw this scene from afar all applauded and cheered. I'm late. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Suddenly, a figure flashed on the tall platform. It was Lan Chaofeng walking over, appearing somewhat fatigued. Master. Lan Xiaobai and Lan Tianji said calmly, revealing joyful smiles on their faces. A.O. Lang said in disbelief, Lan Chaofeng, why are you here? I clearly sent 3 vice palace masters to block you. Lan Chaofeng replied calmly, naturally, I killed those 3. I have not truly made a move for a long time already. Even the 3 greater heavenly emperor who had to spend a lot of time dealing with them. It looks like I have really aged. Whoosh. 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 Sonic booms resounded, and 13 old men with surging baleful auras descended from the sky. All of them were covered in blood, giving off a bandit air that was different from the heavenly starry ocean's cultivators. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea are here to congratulate little brother Xiao Qin on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. Horror flashed in Lan Chaofeng's eyes. He said in disbelief, that's impossible. You 13 great bandits of the Black Sea should be trapped in the cyclic astral lord's 9 heavens astral formation. Humph. We each sacrificed 100 years of our lifespans. If we worked together, breaking his formation would be easy. The group of Holy Land elders and ancient noble clan old men beside Lan Chaofeng also slowly revealed expressions of horror in their eyes. They all felt that something was wrong with this matter. What's going on? The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea still came. It's over. One Duguquang is already enough to drive us crazy. Now that the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea are here at the same time, what should we do? Xiaochen felt an indescribable joy in his heart. He did not know how to describe his current emotions. Originally, he thought that the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea would not be able to come and that he would not be able to hold the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Who could have imagined that the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea would be willing to sacrifice 100 years of their lifespans to break the formation for a promise? Ha! Little brother Xiaochen, we, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, promised you that we would come, so we will definitely come. Whoever dares to cause trouble at this re-establishment ceremony will be making life difficult for us, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. The Blood Shark Sovereign laughed loudly as he led the 13 great bandits onto the tall platform. Sweat poured down Ao Lang's forehead continuously. If it was just Duguquang, Ao Lang could still put up a fight. However, with the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea here, he no longer had any chance of turning things around. The Northern Sea Alliance comes to congratulate the Blue Dragon King on re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. A warship flew over from a distance. Yi Qin stood on the warship, waving his hand at Xiaochen. He smiled endlessly and said, "Brother Xiaochen, for the sake of defeating those 2 undying old men from the 5 Poison Sect and the Heavenly Province Academy, my father even used a primordial emperor treasure. You have to entertain us properly before we can make up for it." Standing at the side, Yi Chen's father smiled faintly. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute to Xiaochen and said, "Little friend Xiaochen, this you will definitely do his best to fulfill the promise I made to you." "Young Master Xiao, we were delayed by some matters on the way. Yao Yan is late." The 1,000-feathered snake, an ancient mutated beast, carried Empress Yao Yan, who wore a crown of thorns, over slowly. When Xiaochen saw the smile on Yao Yan's face and the other seniors, he felt strangely moved. Xiaochen did not have many friends. However, at the crucial moment, these friends were definitely reliable. The sudden appearance of the various major characters flabbergasted the honored guests outside the plaza. This is too exaggerated. Not to mention the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea coming at the same time for the first time in history, even the Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief personally came. Xiaochen's charm is really great. The 13 great bandits were willing to sacrifice 100 years of their lifespan for him. The Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief even used a primordial emperor treasure. Even the Merfolk race's empress came. This Yao Yan empress is incredible. She is already the ruler of the chaotic demonic sea, a major character famous in the region. To think that she actually came as well. On the tall platform, the originally arrogant Western Sea Dragon Kings group trembled in their seats, their complexions pale. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang was in an even worse state. He continuously used his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Occasionally, he looked at a certain cloud in the distant sky. However, there were no movements from that cloud, making him even more flustered. In that cloud layer, the Heavenly Province Academy's Sect Master, the 5 Poison Sect Master, and the people of the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas all looked at a warship surrounded by stars. The reason was none other than the Cyclic Astral Lord, a prime seated on that warship. Inside the warship, the Cyclic Astral Lord frowned heavily. This was the scene that he did not want to see the most. If the cyclic astral lord did not want to attend the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony and personally come out to resolve it, it would be equivalent to falling out with the Thunder King. The cyclic astral lord did not want to bear such consequences. However, right now, the Western Sea Dragon King clearly could not control the situation. Instead, he became a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. If the cyclic astral lord did not take the lead, the Holy Lord of the other Holy Lands would definitely not be willing to do so. Cyclic astral lord, what should we do? Make your stance clear, the Heavenly Province Academy's sect master said indifferently. The Five Poison sect master also said, as long as you step forward, we will definitely follow. The clan heads of the other ancient noble clans spoke up together. As long as the cyclic astral lord was willing to step forward, they would be willing to follow. The Dragon's Gate was a nightmare. The peak factions of the heavenly starry ocean did not want to see the Dragon's Gate appear. They were even more afraid of a second Qing emperor appearing. As long as a prime led them, they were willing to pay the price of offending the Thunder King to stop the re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate. Never mind. Stars flickered in the cyclic astral lord's eyes as he finally made his decision. However, just as he raised his foot to take a step forward, he suddenly felt an aura that even he feared. The cyclic astral lord's expression changed slightly, and he withdrew his foot. Then, he said sullenly, "Let's depart and return to the cyclic astral palace." The warship immediately turned around. Bathed in the cyclic astral palace, it quickly left this cloud layer. The other holy lords all showed confused expressions, not knowing what was going on. However, seeing the cyclic astral lord do this, they knew that something was wrong. Let's go. Back to the Five Poison sect. Back to the Heavenly Province Academy. Back to Great Sun Island. Soon, only the Lunar Palace's warship remained in the cloud layer. The Lunar Palace's palace master looked into the distance inside. Back to Bright Moon City. Yu Bingyun ran over anxiously and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" "It's fine. As you wished, the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony can proceed smoothly. The Haotian Prime, Ingzongtian, is here." Yu Bingyun's face lit up with joy. However, she immediately withdrew her smile and cautiously glanced at her master. After all, her master especially hated the descendants of the Qing Emperor. Suddenly, a strong aura encased the Blue Dragon Plaza, inspiring fear in everyone, making them feel an urge to prostrate themselves on the ground. Two figures appeared out of nowhere, a man and a woman. The man had an impressive appearance. It was like all the light in the world gathered on him. He gave off a strong, supreme, unrivaled aura. The woman looked very beautiful, with a small bird perched on her shoulder. When she saw Xiao Qin, she greeted him from afar, revealing a gentle smile. "Junior brother, first senior sister is here to see you." Plop. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang directly fell off his chair, startled into paling. Ao Lang knew that he had gone overboard. The Prime, Ingzongtian, was here. "First senior sister." Xiao Qin called out joyfully. This was truly an unexpected pleasant surprise. According to the news he received previously, first senior sister had gone to the astral battlefield. Unexpectedly, she managed to rush back. Ingzongtian carried Shui Lingling and landed on the vast platform with a few flashes. Then, he looked around and smiled. "Little brother's charm is rather great. I was worried that you would not be able to handle the situation. It looks like that was unnecessary. Let me tell you something. The Fox King helped to delay Emperor Forsaken. There is also the heaven-punishing corpse god. He probably will not be able to come." Chapter 1281. This startled Xiao Qin. "You blocked two primes at the same time. Are you alright?" "There is no need to panic. I was just delaying them, it was not a life and death battle. I really have to thank him properly. If not for him delaying them, I do not know when I would have arrived, Enchanting said calmly. He hid the strong aura of a prime very well. Enchanting, you have not undergone your sovereign tribulation for 1,000 years. Now, you underwent 3 in one go. You have left us old fellows far behind. The blood shark sovereign led the 13 great bandits as he laughed. Clearly, they were all familiar with each other. Enchanting turned his head back and laughed loudly. Blood shark sovereign, we have not met for several hundred years. Don't insult me like that. Many of the Emperor Wu's present rushed over to greet Enchanting. This newly advanced prime was indeed very attractive. He even overshadowed the main character, Xiao Qin. First senior sister, why are you back from the astral battlefield? Xiao Qin asked joyfully. The astral battlefield was extremely dangerous. It was great news to see his first senior sister safe and sound. Shui Lingling smiled and said, I'll tell you after the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony ends. Xiao Qin nodded and said, after the re-establishment ceremony ends, I have something to give you as well. What is it? I'm not telling you now. What was the gift? Naturally, it was the Emperor Yi's shooting sunbow that Xiao Qin had left in the universe ring for a long time. Although it no longer had an item spirit, it was once ranked 5th on the divine weapon ranking. When Enchanting arrived, the high platform immediately turned lively. The people in Emperor Wu's circle were familiar with each other in the first place. However, there were no good opportunities for them to meet. Now that they were together, there were naturally many topics to talk about. Immediately, the Western Sea Dragon King and the others felt like they were ignored. They felt very uneasy, all of them sweating profusely, their complexions pale. Seeing that there was no movement in the clouds, the martial emperors understood that the patriarchs and star lords had probably left. With so many sovereign martial emperors and the arrival of Enchanting, even if Zodiac Hall, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the 5 Poison sect brought out their trump cards, they would not be able to deter this group of people. The re-establishment of the Dragon sect was inevitable and unstoppable. Xiao Qin continued to watch from the clouds, watching as Xiao Qin successfully held the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Wasn't he just making himself frustrated? The elders of the 3 immortal holy lands and the old men of the ancient noble clans all looked at the instigator of this matter, Ao Lang, with hatred in their eyes. At this moment, Ao Lang was in a daze. He was only thinking of how to escape so that he would not suffer too much humiliation. He simply could not care about the gazes of this group of people. Everyone, we seem to have forgotten about some people. Enchanting smiled faintly and focused his gaze on the distracted Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang. Immediately, many cold gazes shot at the Western Sea Dragon King like sharp knives. Enchanting said indifferently, you are a 7th Heaven Emperor Wu. You are not very strong, but you are rather capable. You even managed to contact Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God. Haotian Prime, you are exaggerating. You are exaggerating. The Western Sea Dragon King no longer had any unruly aura. Not to mention Enchanting, most of the people here were much stronger than him. As for Enchanting, he was in existence on a completely different level. He was not even worth looking at. When Enchanting said that, the Western Sea Dragon King's heart thumped heavily, feeling incredibly nervous. The Blood Shark Sovereign smiled coldly and said, you are indeed quite capable. We just left the Black Sea, and the Supreme Elder of Zodiac Hall used the 9 Heavenly Star formation to trap us to death. That is a formation that the cyclic astral lord of every generation continuously developed to deal with primes. To think that Zodiac Hall received us so politely. Ao Lang wiped the sweat off his forehead and said anxiously, this has nothing to do with me. I did not know that the cyclic astral lord would be so decisive. I was just saying it casually, just casually. I did not promise them any benefits. The Flame Rock Sovereign said angrily, what a great casual remark. It caused us to lose 100 years of our lifespan. Otherwise, we would still be trapped in there. Brother Ao Lang, there is no need to be so humble. My Northern Sea Alliance was blocked by those two undying old men from the Five Poison Sect and the Heavenly Province Academy. They said that they listened to your arrangements. Duke Kwang glanced at Ao Lang indifferently and said, "It has been many years since anyone dared to tell me to scram. Only you have the courage to do so." Before the murderous gazes of the many major characters, Ao Lang felt very frightened. His legs even turned somewhat soft. Now, Ao Lang finally understood why all those major characters were so enthusiastic when he jumped out to take the lead. The consequences were simply too horrifying. With so many sovereign martial emperors staring at him, there was even a prime watching without anyone noticing. This was even more unbearable than killing him. For more than 1,000 years, the Western Sea Dragon King had never felt so sullen before. Right. The Western Sea Dragon King made us do this. This time, we are in the wrong. This sword accompanied us for 100 years. Take it as a congratulatory gift to the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment. An old man from an ancient noble clan stepped forward and offered a sword to Xiao Qin, trying to use this to escape. Xiao Qin looked coldly at this person. This person's earlier mockery still rang in his ears. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, this person lowered his head to Xiao Qin and even casually stepped on the Western Sea Dragon King. There was no need to pay too much attention to such a person. Xiao Qin received the sword and said, "Not bad. It is a good sword. However, I seem to recall that you already sent a congratulatory gift." The old man smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's not a problem. I just sent one more to represent my sincerity. I wish the Blue Dragon King a smooth re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate. This old man cannot remain here any longer. I'll take my leave now." After saying that, the old man flew off, not willing to stay a moment longer. With this person taking the lead, the many remaining elders followed suit, pushing all the blame to the Western Sea Dragon King. After leaving behind a congratulatory gift, they lowered their heads and left. Xiao Qin did not stop them. Things had changed with the passage of time. His mental state had already become much more indifferent. Right now, Xiao Qin was not strong enough. Aside from venting his anger, forcefully humiliating these people would not benefit him at all. You people are extremely shameless. When the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang saw this group of people kicking him while he was down, he became so angry that his entire body trembled. Zongtian laughed loudly and said, "How rare. To think that you can say the word shameless. Little brother, tell me how to deal with him. Today, he broke all the rules. There is no need to be polite with him." From Zongtian's calm words, the Western Sea Dragon King felt a murderous intent. A chill immediately ran down his spine. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Blue Dragon King, I was in the wrong today. Give me a chance." "I promise," Xiao Qin directly interrupted the Western Sea Dragon King. "There is no need to promise anything. Just scram now." Ao Lang was somewhat in disbelief. "That's simple. Did you not hear me clearly? I told you to scram now." Xiao Qin said coldly. "Western Sea Dragon King, scram quickly. Scram." The tens of thousands of guests who had been chased away by the Western Sea Dragon King's arrogant words found an opportunity to vent their frustrations and shouted at the same time. The tens of thousands of people shouted, "Scram," at the same time. Their auras were overwhelming, shaking the sea of clouds. This was probably the meaning of the saying, "Every dog has its day." Ao Lang, who had arrogantly told everyone to scram earlier, had not expected that retribution would happen to him so quickly. Being told to scram by tens of thousands of people at the same time was a rare sight. A.O. Lang's face alternated between green and red like he was on fire. I'll go. I'll go now. A.O. Lang held his breath and soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, he traveled 10 kilometers. Enchanting said indifferently, letting him go just like that is letting him off too easily. Brother Xiaoqin, you can't just end up hurting your friendship. A murderous intent flashed in Enchanting's eyes as he raised his hand and threw a palm strike. The force traveled 10 kilometers and landed heavily on A.O. Lang. Pu Ci. A.O. Lang vomited a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were all shattered. Then, he fell from the sky like a broken kite and crashed heavily into the ground. After A.O. Lang landed, the force of the palm strike did not diminish. It sent him tumbling for more than 500 kilometers. A.O. Lang stumbled along the way, covered in wounds and suffering. This gentle palm strike showed the tyrannical air of a prime. After chasing away the Western Sea Dragon King's group, all the guests returned. The atmosphere of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony became truly lively. Everyone drank to their heart's content, chatting and laughing. It was rare for these greater heavenly martial emperors to gather together. Naturally, they would not miss out on this opportunity. For example, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea pulled Enchanting over and took turns pouring wine down his throat. They downed cup after cup of the peak wine that Imochen brewed, making one feel heartache. Xiaoqin, as the host, you have not offered us a toast yet. This is not right, the Flame Rock Sovereign said with a smile. That's right. That's right. At least 3 cups for each person. How can 3 cups be enough? You don't know that this fellow had a drinking contest with someone in our dark city, drinking 1,000 cups. That became a legend. There is such a thing. In that case, I have to compete with the Blue Dragon King in terms of alcohol tolerance today. When the Flame Rock Sovereign spoke, everyone laughed and jeered, insisting on Xiaoqin offering a toast. Furthermore, Xiaoqin could not even drink 3 cups. Xiaoqin smiled and held up the wine flask, directly offering toasts. Every time he toasted someone, he drank a flask of wine. He was very sincere, prompting everyone to clap and cheer. The success of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony today had a lot to do with the preparations of the esteemed guests and the people of the Dragon's Gate. After toasting all the guests, Xiaoqin started to offer toasts to his friends in Heaven Dragon City, Imochen, Lan Xiaobai, Lan Tianji, Yu Chenxi, and so on, not missing a single one. The activities of the re-establishment ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion. After that, no one interfered. Everything went smoothly. Xiaoqin, it is time to take off the dragon banner. Lan Xiaobai sent a voice projection. Xiaoqin nodded. The sky had already turned dark, and dusk was approaching. The various activities of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony were now at the final step. With the Haotian Prime here and the many esteemed guests holding down the fort, no one dared to play any tricks. The re-establishment of the Dragon's Gate was unstoppable. Xiaoqin felt heavy in his heart. The Dragon's Gate, which had been destroyed for 10,000 years, was finally going to be re-established in his hands. From now on, Xiaoqin had one less thing to worry about. He had lived up to his responsibilities as a descendant of the Qing Emperor. He also had sufficient confidence to return to the Sky Dome realm and face his father, who chased him out. Many thanks to everyone for coming, allowing the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony to proceed smoothly. Xiaoqin will never forget such kindness. I will definitely repay it in the future. Chapter 1282. Xiaoqin stood up and bowed to all the honored guests present. These friends had all paid a great price to rush over, so they were definitely worthy of his bow. Enchanting smiled faintly. The honored guests present did not stand on ceremony either. They all revealed smiles as they accepted Xiaoqin's bow. Let us all witness the reappearance of my Xiao clan's Dragon's Gate. Shao Chen showed a solemn expression as he raised his hand and threw a palm strike. Whoosh! The azure-colored dragon banner covering the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet gently flew up and peeled off layer by layer. The banner fluttered, and the blue dragon embroidered on it looked like it came to life. The many layers of banners and the swimming blue dragon attracted everyone's attention. Boom! An azure-colored dragon chi gathered into a pillar of light and soared into the sky. The blue dragon on the banner circled the pillar of light and quickly swam around it. Emo-chan took a deep breath. She knew that this was the most exciting moment. A medallion appeared in her hand. This was the Heaven Dragon medallion that controlled the entire Heaven Dragon city. Aside from activating the defensive formation in the city, it had many other special effects. This allowed Emo-chan, who held the Heaven Dragon medallion, to roam around the city with people like Emperor Wu. As Emo-chan formed hand seals with her right hand, the entire Heaven Dragon city became like a coiled-up dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail, coming to life. Dragon roars resounded, resonating with the azure-colored dragon chi on the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Invisibly, the luck of the world quickly gathered towards the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Luck was ethereal and formless. However, when the luck reached a certain level, it would still show some mysterious phenomena. For example, layers of clouds churned above the Heaven Dragon city. The dark clouds in the surroundings looked like a vast army of horses galloping over endlessly. Lightning flashed, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. Indeed, after the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony successfully concluded, all the luck of the world gathered here. This Heaven Dragon city has many tricks up its sleeves. I wonder who built it. The buildings in the city are like an overwhelming formation, completely merged with the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Incredible. With this, it is likely that the decline of the Western Sea Dragon King in the Western Sea is even more unavoidable. The great figures present all had their own discerning eyes. They all expressed their opinions. He watched as the pillar of light formed by the dragon energy soared into the sky, causing the clouds within 5,000 kilometers to gather. Shao Chen's heart overflowed with lofty sentiments. He had an impulse to laugh out loud. The Dragon's Gate, which had been destroyed for 10,000 years, was finally recognized by the world today. Inheriting great luck, it would be passed down from generation to generation. The Dragon's Gate would not die, continuing its legend. Boom boom boom. Just at this moment, in the sea region near Heavenly Star Island, towering waves suddenly surged up in all directions, causing the entire place to shake intensely. What's going on? Countless people exclaimed in amazement. The waves surged into the sky and could be clearly seen from thousands of miles away. What kind of evil beast came out from the bottom of the sea? Or was there someone hiding in the dark, trying to disrupt the Dragon's Gate, which was gathering luck? Shao Chen frowned slightly. Right now, the newly reborn Dragon's Gate was using the geography of the Heaven Dragon City to gather luck. The longer this lasted, the more benefits it would obtain. If something happened at this moment and the Dragon Chi was interrupted, it would not be good. It might even end prematurely. Its luck would plummet, and the auspicious sign would turn into an inauspicious sign in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at the Haotian Prime. He was the strongest here. With him holding down the fort, would anyone dare to cause trouble? Enchanting smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to panic. This is a gift from the world. The gathering of great luck triggers the eruption of spirit veins." Right after Enchanting spoke, 8 beams of light gathered from the spiritual energy of the world soared into the sky, turning into golden dragons. These dragons flew towards the pillar of light of the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. When they touched the pillar of light, they immediately turned into golden rain and fell. Golden spiritual rain. These are Holy Spirit veins. The Dragon's Gate was just re-established, and 8 Holy Spirit veins broke out of the sea. This is too much of a coincidence. It is not really a coincidence. In ancient times, there were major characters who established sections. There were even king spirit veins that broke out of the sea. It looks like the world has completely acknowledged the existence of the Dragon's Gate. The gathering of 8 dragons is indeed a congratulatory gift from the world. Blue Dragon King Xiaochen truly lives up to being an outstanding talent with great luck. Cries of astonishment rang out. Even Xiaochen felt surprised. However, just at this moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky above the pillar of light where the dragon Qi gathered, silently approaching. Amid the churning white clouds, that dark cloud was extremely eye-catching. Xiaochen's heart sank. He felt like someone was causing trouble in the dark. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and prepared to make a move. Don't. That is a tribulation cloud, a predestined tribulation for you. You cannot escape this tribulation. You cannot dodge it or avoid it. You can only endure it. Enchanting said softly as he placed a hand on Xiaochen's shoulder. He appeared rather relaxed. However, big brother, the appearance of these tribulation clouds. Xiaochen said somewhat worriedly. Enchanting smiled and said, it's fine. The greater the luck, the greater the tribulation. Everyone in history has been like this. There is no need to worry too much about it. Just stay calm. The old characters present also consoled Xiaochen, telling him not to worry. Actually, everyone knew that this tribulation cloud was hinting at the most crucial great tribulation of wind and fire in Xiaochen's life. If he could clear it, then he would whip his horse and Xiaochen would mature completely, turning from a calamity into a dragon. If he could not clear it, then naturally, it would vanish like smoke. Everything would be like a dream. He would wake up the moment he opened his eyes. As the tribulation cloud appeared, the pillar of dragon Qi that lasted for a long time slowly vanished. The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony also came to an end. The time of the major characters had always been precious. They would not spend the night here, so they all took their leave. Xiaochen could not bear to part with them, so he tried to get them to stay. When he could not get them to stay, he personally sent them off. When Xiaochen looked at Enchanting, this prime smiled and said, your first senior sister will stay here for 3 days. I have to rush back to check on the Fox King situation. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. His first senior sister not leaving was good news. However, the tribulation cloud that appeared at the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony cast a shadow over Xiaochen's heart. He found it hard to treat it calmly, as Enchanting had said. After many twists and turns, the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony startled the entire Kunlun realm. In the end, it ended perfectly. The impact of this matter in the future and the various Holy Lands headaches were not mentioned for now. In Heaven Dragon City, Xiaochen chatted with his first senior sister, Shuwei Lingling, as he listened to her talk about the various things in the astral battlefield. As they chatted, Xiaochen learned that his first senior sister was already a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Her cultivation was even stronger than that of Lan Xiaobai and Mo Qin. She had returned from the astral battlefield because she was injured. Unexpectedly, she happened to learn that Xiaochen was re-establishing the Dragon's Gate, so she rushed over. The astral battlefield was the highest-level experiential training ground in the entire Kunlun realm. No other place could compare to it. Cultivating there would not only raise one's cultivation quickly, but one's combat prowess would also not fall behind. However, similarly, no experiential training ground in the Kunlun realm could compare to the danger of that place. The strength of the young elites of the Deep Abyss demonic race dealt a heavy blow to these outstanding talents. Furthermore, that was the astral battlefield. Even the seniors would not be able to protect you completely. That place was the true battlefield, the front line of the clash between the Kunlun realm and the Deep Abyss demonic world. Once the various races' astral fortresses fell, the Deep Abyss demonic world could open up astral paths and charge straight to the Kunlun realm. There would be no need to waste time like in the past, using the spatial tears created by the collision of the two realms to enter the Kunlun realm. Xiaochen asked about some of the questions that concerned him. Di Wuk, Wen Ziren, the son of the three holy masters, and Juanxi, and the other prime's inheritors. How strong are they now? Shui Lingling smiled and replied, their strength improved very quickly. Compared to me, they are much stronger. However, they are all stuck at great perfection blue-robed emperor. None of them can advance to consummation blue-robed emperor. If they knew that despite improving so quickly in the astral battlefield, they still could not compare to you, I wonder what they would think. Xiaochen smiled faintly, appearing rather calm and not overly complacent. He said, when I was at great perfection blue-robed emperor, I did not accumulate much. I relied on a shortcut to advance to consummation blue-robed emperor. If they could stabilize themselves at great perfection blue-robed emperor for a while, accumulating their strength, they might not be much weaker than me. Furthermore, Xiaochen still had his tribulation in 5 years. Now, he had less than 3 years left. As for who would be able to go further in the future, it was still far from the time to see the results. That's right. Let's not talk about this for now. I have something to give you. Xiaochen smiled and took out the ancient Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow from his universe ring, handing it over. Shui Lingling received it and looked at it suspiciously. After a while, she said excitedly, this is the Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow on the divine weapon ranking. Junior brother Xiaochen, how did you get it? I once asked Master, but he could not help me find it. When Xiaochen saw his first senior sister's happy expression, he revealed a smile as well. Since the first few years after he entered the Kunlun realm, when he was still looking up to this world, his first senior sister had helped him a lot. With such kindness, it would not be too much to use anything to repay him. As long as he liked it, it would be fine. However, it seems like the item spirit is no longer around. Right, the item spirit is indeed no longer around. However, this makes it easier for you to refine it. As long as you refine such a divine weapon, it will automatically give birth to an item spirit. At that time, it will be even closer to you, Xiaochen explained. Shui Lingling carefully put away the Emperor Yi's shooting sun bow and said with a smile, I like this bow a lot. Senior sister will not stand on ceremony with junior brother. With this bow, I will be more confident in the astral battlefield. When Xiaochen heard this, he was startled. Senior sister, we still have to return to the astral battlefield. Shui Lingling smiled and said, that is natural. The astral battlefield is just as you said. The great perfection blue-robed emperor needs to accumulate strength. To us, the astral battlefield is the best place to return to. Xiaochen continued asking around, asking about Bai. At the mention of Bai, Shui Lingling revealed an expression of admiration. In the astral battlefield, Bai was one of the most dazzling people. He even obtained the title of the nine-tailed spirit god. When Xiaochen heard this, his lips curled up. Unexpectedly, that drunkard Bai would obtain such a title one day. Chapter 1283. Let's go. We should be preparing a celebratory banquet. We should also go and meet Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, and the others. Their accomplishments on this island are not low. The Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony ended successfully. Naturally, there had to be a celebratory banquet to properly reward the people of the Dragon's Gate for their hard work. Furthermore, there would be treasures from the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove and Xiaochen's own collection to reward those who contributed. Shui Lingling smiled and said, good. I miss them somewhat as well. Let's see if they suffered at your place. After the bustling celebratory banquet ended, Xiaochen returned to his own peak alone. Then, Xiaochen took out a sage-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries from the universe ring and started to meditate. Xiaochen had not rested properly for the entire day. Now, he needed to treat his injuries properly. Otherwise, the repercussions of deities descending would be hard to get rid of. In today's battle, Xiaoqin had blocked 14 3-kilometer-long gargantuan weapons, bringing out all his trump cards. Now, he had a clear understanding of his own strength. Xiaoqian's foundation was still far from that of the true Emperor Wu. If it were Emperor Wu with the golden body, he would not be as severely injured as Xiaoqin. Half-step golden body. This half-step was a fatal and clear weakness under his seemingly strong appearance. Now that Xiaoqin calmed down, the tribulation cloud from the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony appeared in his mind again. The moment the tribulation cloud appeared, the gathering of luck immediately came to a halt. If Xiaoqin did not get rid of this tribulation cloud, the fate of the Dragon's Gate would come to an abrupt end. No matter what, the great tribulation of wind and fire was an unavoidable tribulation. It became a great worry for Xiaoqin. Even the Flame Rock Sovereign could not imitate Xiaoqian's great tribulation of wind and fire. How strong exactly would Xiaoqian's great tribulation of wind and fire be? Perhaps I should make a trip home before the great tribulation arrives. Xiaoqin muttered to himself as he opened his eyes and finished digesting the sage-grade medicinal pill and recovering from his injuries. If the Sky Dome realm did not allow Emperor Wu to descend and clear this great tribulation of wind and fire, he would not be able to return. If he couldn't make it through, he would definitely suffer a terrible fate. He wouldn't even have the chance to return. As such, there were still more than 2 years before the tribulation. He had to make a trip back and meet the people he needed to meet. The West Ocean Dragon Palace, which was not far from the Heaven Dragon Island, was immersed in a depressing atmosphere. Everyone in the West Ocean Dragon Palace, from the high-level members to the servants, felt extremely depressed. When the luck of the Dragon's Gate gathered, the clouds in the surroundings surged towards the Dragon's Gate like a vast army. They all saw the huge mysterious phenomenon. Everyone knew that now that the Dragon's Gate's luck was formed, the West Sea Dragon Palace, which was closest to it, would definitely be affected. If they had approached him earlier, the West Ocean Dragon Palace might have taken this opportunity to rise to the next level. However, that was clearly impossible now. Everyone in the Divine Dragon Palace knew that when the Western Sea Dragon King rushed back from Heavenly Star Island in a sorry state, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace and the Dragon's Gate had already fallen out. No one in the West Ocean Dragon Palace could smile when they thought about their future. In the empty palace hall, Ao Lang drank alone, feeling depressed. His sullen expression inspired fear in others. As Xiaoqin drank cup after cup of wine, he suddenly saw a trace of scarlet blood in the wine. Ao Lang roared ferociously and smashed the wine cup into powder. Blood leaked out of Ao Lang's lips uncontrollably. His face twitched in pain. Even now, the palm strike that the priming Zongtian sent out had not healed. A vast energy suppressed Xiaoqian's primordial energy, preventing his internal organs from regenerating on their own. Brother Ao, you are really severely injured this time. At this moment, in the empty hall, a black figure walked toward them. This person was clearly not from the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. However, he did not seem to startle anyone along the way. Ao Lang felt startled. However, when he saw the appearance of this figure, his wariness slowly faded, replaced with anger. Heavenly Star Treasure Master, what are you doing here? Earlier, I sought you out to disrupt the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, but you did not agree. Now that I've failed, you are here to laugh at me. Ao Lang snorted coldly. This person was none other than Yi Ling's father, the most mysterious and unfathomable treasure master of the heavenly starry ocean. The treasure master took out a jade bottle and said, "The holy pill in this can quickly heal your injuries." What exactly are you here for? Ao Lang received the holy pill and looked at the other party suspiciously. The treasure master smiled faintly and replied, "Nothing much. I'm just giving you a chance to take revenge in the future." 2 months later, the commotion over the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment slowly calmed down. Amid all sorts of controversy and discussions, the Dragon's Gate that was destroyed 10,000 years ago was finally re-established. Immediately, it attracted countless cultivators who wanted to join the Dragon's Gate. They all wanted to see the glory of the Dragon's Gate, to see what was different about this new Dragon's Gate. However, Xiaochen did not open the Dragon's Gate to the public. The new disciples of the Dragon's Gate were all local youths and talented cultivators of Heavenly Star Island. Firstly, there were not enough resources. Secondly, Xiaochen did not have any ambitions or any thoughts of expanding his strength. In the past 2 months, Xiaochen did not do much. He only made another trip to the Black Sea and persuaded the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea to give lessons at the Dragon's Gate once a year. This was equivalent to a sovereign martial emperor personally teaching the Dragon's Gate every month, making up for the lack of peak strength of the Dragon's Gate. Now that 2 months had passed, everything in the Dragon's Gate was back on track. Actually, it was not much different from before. However, the cultivators on the island could now puff out their chests and call themselves people of the Dragon's Gate. They no longer had to refer to themselves as cultivators of Heavenly Star Island. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace no longer dared to come and mock the Dragon's Gate. After the lesson from the Haoyan Prime, Eo Lang would not dare to mess around. At this moment, on a dueling platform on the Dragon's Gate's main peak, 4 delicate and pretty youths were waving the long sabers in their hands and practicing the basic saber techniques. A white figure watched extremely seriously from outside the dueling platform, not missing a single detail. A pretty girl with a mischievous look in her eyes stood beside this person. Naturally, this person was Xiaochen. Standing beside him was Yu, who had been in charge of teaching the new disciples. Basic saber techniques had only 8 main points: raise, stab, intercept, block, wipe, carry, chop, and chop. The seemingly simple basic saber techniques actually encompassed everything. All the magnificent saber techniques that could be used in actual combat could not do without these 8 main points. As someone with experience, Xiaochen understood this very well. He knew how important basic saber techniques were to a bladesman. As for why Xiaochen was here, it naturally had something to do with Yu. Back then, Xiaochen had promised her that he would take some time out to teach the new disciples. Hence, he got Yu to pick out a few youths with more talented saber techniques and give them some pointers. When the 4 youths learned that the Blue Dragon King would personally teach them, they were both anxious and filled with anticipation. After they saw Xiaochen, they all brought out their abilities. All of them executed their saber techniques in a tyrannical manner or with a boundless aura, trying to attract Xiaochen's attention. When Xiaochen saw this, he nodded to himself. These 4 were all very talented. They were only 12 or 13 years old, and they already touched the threshold of saber intent. They would probably be able to comprehend saber intent in another year or 2. After that, Xiaochen corrected the saber techniques that the 4 youths used. Then, Xiaochen instructed the 4 to focus on practicing basic saber techniques and solidifying their foundations. Furthermore, he personally demonstrated them. At first, these 4 youths were somewhat unconvinced. However, after they saw Xiaochen's seemingly ever-changing yet extremely simple basic saber techniques, they no longer had any complaints. Occasionally, Xiaochen would check on these 4 youths and discover that they had made good progress. What do you think, big brother Xiaochen? Will these 4 treasures of mine be able to produce a saber sovereign in the future? You said proudly at the side. Xiaochen laughed. This goal was really ambitious. Even he did not dare to say whether he could become a saber sovereign or not. Hey! Hey! What are you laughing at? Quickly say it. Yu was unhappy. Right now, her heart ached the most for her group of treasured disciples. Feeling helpless, Xiaochen said objectively, they are all very talented. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be no problem for them to become martial sages. If they have sufficient opportunities, becoming Emperor Wu is not a wild guess. However, becoming a saber sovereign is a little difficult. Yu smiled and said, Emperor Wu is pretty good as well. If you, can groom an Emperor Wu, I will be very proud. Big brother Xiao. Just at this moment, the veiled Mo Chen appeared on a small mountain path and called out to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin felt excited. It seemed that he had made some progress on the matter that he had entrusted her with, so he could make a move now. I will probably be back for a long time. I'll leave these disciples to you. Hearing that Xiao Qin was leaving, the four youths practicing the saber immediately stopped and asked, Sect Master, when will you be back? When you return, we will definitely cultivate our basic saber techniques to perfection. Sect Master, what are you going to do? Xiao Qin turned his head back and smiled. I'm going to meet the person who taught me the basic saber techniques. Cultivate well. When I return, I will test you all. Xiao Qin saw a shadow of himself in this group of youths. He also remembered the girl who taught him the basic saber techniques at Qingyun Peak. That was a beautiful memory, engraved in his mind. No matter how much time passed, he would never forget it. The transportation formation is ready. Are you sure it can send us to the Sky Dome realm? Xiao Qin asked anxiously as he arrived beside Mo Chen. Mo Chen answered, De Bao already sent someone to deliver the superior grade astral cores that we need. The transportation formation connecting to the Sky Dome realm is in the Great Qin Nation's royal court. The Great Qin Nation's royal court. Xiao Qin had long guessed that the Great Qin Nation's royal court was a branch of the Kunlun realm's Ying clan. Now, it looked like his guess was correct. Otherwise, a lower realm royal court would not be able to control a transportation formation to the upper realm. Let's go, then. Xiao Qin said. However, Mo Chen did not move. Instead, she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Xiao Qin stopped and asked, What's wrong, Mo Chen? Big brother Xiao, are you sure you want to return to the Sky Dome realm? Mo Chen asked. Xiao Qin nodded and said, After 2 months of quiet cultivation, I can already sense my limits from a distance. Right now, I have to be very careful when I cultivate, not daring to raise my cultivation too much. I need to return to the Sky Dome realm before my great tribulation of wind and fire. Chapter 1284. Regardless of whether Xiao Qin cleared his great tribulation of wind and fire or not, he would not have another chance to return. He could only make a trip down before he returned. How long will it take? 1 year, perhaps 2 years. Back then, Xiao Qin only had 2.5 years left to advance to Martial Emperor. He could stay in the Sky Dome realm for at most 2 years. Mo Chen said seriously, I want to accompany you. I know that Big Brother Xiao wants to undergo his tribulation in the Sky Dome realm. I promised you that I would protect you when you undergo your tribulation. Xiao Qin smiled and said, Thank you. I thought you were going to say something. I will not undergo my tribulation in the Sky Dome realm. Undergoing a tribulation there is just seeking death. Be it the Thunder King or the Deep Abyss Demon Monarchs, they will not agree to it. Mo Chen blinked and asked, Really? Xiao Qin nodded and said, Really? I'm not lying to you. If I want to undergo my great tribulation of wind and fire, I will definitely undergo it on the Dragon's Gate. It is more stable here. Mo Chen smiled and said, Right, that is for the best. Let's go. I'll send Big Brother Xiao back now. The two flew and soon arrived at the transportation formation on Heavenly Star Island. The superior grade astral cores in the transportation formation were already prepared. Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, and Xianyuan Zhantian had already arrived at the transportation formation. They intended to return with Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin took a step forward and landed beside the three. He asked casually, Are you sure you want to return with me? There are no cultivation conditions in the Sky Dome realm. Yuchensi nodded and said with a smile, I'm sure. I really want to see how my master is doing. I missed the opportunity to return last time. This time, I'm already in the blue-robed emperor realm. I have to go back. Gong Yangyu said, this is a rare opportunity. If I go back by myself, I don't know if I can gather so many superior-grade astral cores. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled and said, I want to see my father. I have not seen him for many years. I wonder how he will smile when he sees my current strength. When Xiaochen heard Xianyuan Zhantian's words, he felt slightly stunned. On this trip to the Sky Dome realm, he had to formally meet the father who chased him out. Mo Chen said softly, take care. The superior-grade astral core on the ancient transportation formation started to burn. The light of the formation line swam around like flames. However, when the formation was fully activated, it instantly gave off a bright light. When the light dissipated, there was no one left on the teleportation formation. Mo Chen's heart felt empty. Amid flashes of light, Xiao Chen's group appeared in the transportation formation of the Great Qin Nation's royal court in the Sky Dome realm. The Great Qin Nation's Princess Yingyu and a group of old men from the royal court were already waiting outside the transportation formation. Have we reached the Sky Dome realm? After so many years, I am really not used to the spiritual energy here. Gong Yangyu stretched out his hand and sighed. The Sky Dome realm was just a small world materialized from the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence during the Immortal epoch. Naturally, it could not compare to a great world like the Kunlun realm. It was not just Xiaoqin. Yuchensi and Xianyuan Zhantian were also not used to it. On the other hand, Xiaoqin was more casual. He mainly used origin essence stones to cultivate. Now that he had more than 20,000 origin essence stones, it was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. As for cultivating primordial energy, there was no difference whether it was in the Sky Dome realm or the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, Xiaoqin had come back once before and stayed there for 2 years. He did not need any time to adapt. Hee. Brother Xiaoqin, I'm returning to the Eastern Sea. I'll say goodbye here first. Xianyuan Zhantian took a deep breath, showing an excited expression. He could not wait to return. Yuchensi and Gong Yangyu took their leave at the same time, heading for the Great Qin Nation. After everyone left, Yingyu stepped forward and asked, how long will you be back this time? You are returning to Mo City, right? Xiaoqin nodded. This time, he intended to go to Mo City first before going to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Hee. In that case, go quickly. After being away for more than 10 years, your father must be regretting it now, Yingyu said gently with a faint smile. The other party's aura had not changed. He was clad in golden battle armor and exuded a noble aura. Xiaoqin glanced at the transportation formation behind him and said, given the royal court's ability, they should be able to send you to the Kunlun realm. Why have you not gone yet? Although traveling between the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm required a large number of superior-grade astral cores, such that even the 9 ranks of the great families could not casually send them there, the Ying clan's strength was sufficient. However, with the Ying clan's strength, they could definitely afford the price. Yingyu also had sufficient talent to cultivate in the Kunlun realm. Yingyu smiled and took out the longevity lock on her chest. She smiled and said, because of this, I am born with a weak physique. If I cannot live past 10 years in the Kunlun realm, I can only extend my life in this small world by relying on the longevity lock. Xiaoqin now understood. The first time he met Yingyu, he had noticed this longevity lock. At that time, he had found it strange. She was already an adult, yet she wore a longevity lock. It turned out that there was such a connection. However, when Xiaoqin asked about the reason for her physique, Yingyu was not willing to talk about it. She only urged him to go to Mo City quickly. Xiaoqin did not force it. He looked in the direction of Mo City and sent out his spiritual sense. The aura of the Kunlun realm was too strong. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was obstructed and could not extend it too far. However, there were no obstructions at all in this small world. With his spiritual sense, he could clearly see a small portion of the Sky Dome realm. After all, Xiao Chen's combat prowess was equal to that of a peak second heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense quickly located Mo City. Then, he tore space and moved at lightning speed through the spatial tear. After several dozen breaths, he traveled 5,000 kilometers and arrived at Mo City in the blink of an eye. After landing, Xiao Chen thought back to his earlier conversation with Ying Yu. He regretted not asking about Lu Ryue's situation. Ying Yu also found it strange. She clearly knew that Xiao Chen had returned, but she did not take the initiative to tell him about Lu Ryue. Never mind, let's not think about this anymore. After returning a few times, Xiao Chen went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion first. This time, no matter what, he had to return to Mo City first. Furthermore, it was different from his usual observation from afar. He wanted to make a personal trip to the Shao clan and enter the gates. Xiao Chen did not need to use his spiritual sense to check the terrain of Mo City, it was imprinted in his mind. He walked on the main road like an ordinary person, blending into the crowd and heading for the Shao clan's residence at the foot of Seven Horn Mountain. Along the way, Xiao Chen discovered that there were many people traveling with him. Based on the discussions of the passers-by, this road seemed to lead to a city and not the Shao clan's residence. Strange, what's going on? Did I remember the way wrong? Xiao Chen squinted. At the limits of his vision, 50 kilometers away, there was indeed a vast and majestic city. Compared to this city, Mo City was like a simple and crude village, it could not compare at all. However, the direction was not wrong. He could vaguely see the silhouette of Seven Horn Mountain behind this city. Strange, why do I not remember there being a city comparable to a county city so close to Mo City? After not seeing it for 10 years, the vast sea really turned into mulberry fields. Xiao Chen increased his speed. To a regular person, his speed was neither fast nor slow, walking step by step. However, this step covered a kilometer. As he crossed it, he silently left most of the people behind. Shao Clan City. When Xiao Chen saw the 3 large words on the city gates, he understood. So, this was a city established by the Shao clan. It looked like the Shao clan's luck was very good. They had been developing very well in the past few years. Xiao Chen remembered that when he first returned and met Xiao Jian had given him many secret treasures, spirit stones, and secret manuals. These were not considered peak items in the Kunlun realm. However, in the Sky Dome realm, they were extremely rare treasures. They would be of great help to Xiao Chen. Below the city gates, Xiao Chen could not help but feel rueful. He thought back to his time in the Shao clan. At that time, he had to face the pressure of the Zhang clan and the Tang clan, as well as the eyes of the county city's factions. His days had been much harder than now. Clan head, please take back your orders. Don't chase second young master away. Plop. The Shao clan disciple with another family name, Yilan, knelt on the ground and pleaded on behalf of Xiao Chen. First uncle, don't chase elder brother Xiao Chen away. He is now the hero of our Shao clan. The eccentric Xiao Ling also knelt on the ground and looked anxiously at the Shao clan's clan head, Xiao Xiong. Clan head, please take back your orders. Don't chase second young master away. The Shao clan disciples, who had undergone experiential training with Xiao Chen in Gloomy Forest, knelt together. Xiao Yulan, Xiao Jian, and the other disciples all knelt down, pleading on behalf of Xiao Chen. Xiao Xiong's gaze was filled with pain, but he remained unmoved. He chased Xiao Chen away. Xiao Chen felt like he was dreaming. When he recalled those scenes, it felt like they happened just yesterday. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and his scattered thoughts returned to reality. I once watched from afar. Today, I can finally walk in openly. Xiao Chen scanned the entire Shao clan city with his spiritual sense. Then, he opened his eyes again and pushed off the ground. He soared into the air and disappeared from the city gates. This caused the guards at the city gates to panic. Seal the city gates. Quickly, go and report to the clan head. A mysterious expert has arrived at Shao Clan City. There were even martial saints soaring into the air above the city gates, trying to figure out where Xiao Chen was. However, with Xiao Chen's strength, how could they find him? Shao Clan City, the original Shao Clan residence had already been expanded into the City Lord's residence. Suddenly, Xiao Chen landed in front of the heavily guarded gates of the City Lord's residence. He did not even raise a speck of dust. Who is it? When the guards at the gates discovered Xiao Chen, they immediately shouted coldly. They drew their weapons and formed a team, surrounding Xiao Chen. The person leading them was a martial saint. He had the appearance of a stern youth. Xiao Chen found this person familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. Suddenly, that youth's expression turned somewhat excited. He asked probingly, "Are you second young master?" Second young master. When the surrounding guards heard this, they were stunned. Their killing intent immediately vanished. Could this person before them be the legendary second young master of the Sky Dome realm? Xiao Chen smiled. A certain memory flashed in his mind. I remember you. Back then, I led a team to Gloomy Forest to hunt for demon cores. You were one of them. However, it has been too long. I can't quite remember your name. Ha 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 ha. It really is second young master. I am Xiao He. Unexpectedly, second young master still remembers me. This is truly unexpected. Truly unexpected. The stern youth revealed wild joy on his face as he laughed loudly. Xiao He turned his head and said, "Quickly greet second young master." Chapter 1285. Greetings, second young master, the guard said respectfully as they knelt at the same time. Xiao Chen smiled and quickly got everyone to stand up. There's no need to be so polite. Quickly, go and report to the clan head and first young master. Second young master is back. Hurry up. Xiao He said excitedly. His speech was somewhat unclear. Immediately, someone rushed to the gates. Xiao He said respectfully, "Second young master, come, let's go in. Old master and first young master have been missing you." However, when Xiao Chen reached the gates and saw them, he hesitated. Second young master, what's wrong? Xiao He asked, finding it strange. Is it because of the homesickness? I have been longing to return for a long time already. However, when the moment finally arrived, when I stood before the gates, Xiao Chen hesitated. Smiling self-mockingly, Xiao Chen clarified his heart. After hesitating for only a moment, he made up his mind. Nothing, I was just thinking of some things of the past, Xiao Chen said softly. Xiao Chen said softly and continued walking forward. Xiao He followed behind him, pointing the way. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, Xiao Chen crossed the gates. After so many years, Xiao Chen stepped into the Shao clan once again. When Xiao Chen stepped through the gates, he felt like a knot in his heart had been untied. He felt incredibly relaxed. Actually, after so many years in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen already understood his father's painstaking efforts. The Shao clan's bloodline had been exiled here. They no longer had any capital. Xiao Chen simply did not dare to let a descendant with the blue dragon martial spirit remain in the Shao clan for the sake of the hundreds of lives of the Shao clan. Back then, Xiao Xiong had to make the decision to chase away his own son. Actually, Xiao Qian never hated this father of his, just like when Xiao Xiong chased him away. Xiao Qian did not complain much. Instead, he knelt 3 times to thank his father. Each time, he kowtowed until his head bled. Before long, majestic footsteps came from the front. Without even using his spiritual sense, Xiao Qian knew who was coming. Xiao Qian stopped. In mere moments, a group of people met up with him. Xiao Jian took the lead, with Xiao Ling and Yilan at his sides. In the middle of the group was a familiar yet strange face, Xiao Qian's father, Xiao Xiong. When their eyes met, the indelible connection between their bloodlines made Xiao Qian feel a sense of closeness for some reason. He could not help but say, "Father, I've returned." The words Lord Father caused Xiao Xiong, a man of steel, to tear up. After more than 10 years, Xiao Qian's temperament had changed greatly. His delicate appearance looked like that of a 17 or 18-year-old boy. "Ha ha ha ha, second young master, you're finally back. Hurry up and come over. Little sister Ling really wants to die." Xiao Xiong did not move. Instead, Xiao Ling and Yilan quickly surrounded him. Everyone was talking at the same time, bombarding him with questions. This group of people did not treat Xiao Qian as the Blue Dragon King. They only treated him as the Xiao clan's second young master, a relative who had not returned for more than 10 years. The strong familial love surrounded Xiao Qian, making him happy and forgetting the worries of the Kunlun realm. "Are you really Xiao Qian's elder brother? Why do you look younger than Ling? Quickly prove yourself. Otherwise, I will not let you in." Xiao Ling rejoiced, but she was still as mischievous as before. Xiao Jian lectured, "Stop messing around. Father has not said anything yet." Xiao Xiong revealed a rare smile on his face. "It's good that you're back. Let's have a meal. I already got the servants to prepare it." Xiao Qian nodded and said, "I'll listen to Lord Father." The meeting of father and son was unexpectedly harmonious. The awkwardness that Xiao Qian imagined did not exist before the familial love. This meal was the happiest that Xiao Qian had eaten in many years. In the Kunlun Immortal world, he had stayed in many top-notch hotels and eaten all kinds of spirit beast delicacies, but none of them could compare to this place. Putting it on the table, Xiao Qian gave a simple answer to his cousin's questions. Of course, he did not mention the dangers he encountered in the Kunlun realm and the difficulties he faced along the way. The entire Xiao residence was immersed in joy. The return of Xiao Qian made everyone in the residence extremely happy. After the meal, Xiao Jian went to Xiao Qian's room alone and led him to his father's study. "Big brother, have you ever thought of going to Kunlun?" Xiao Qian asked casually on the way. When he returned to the Xiao family, he wanted the Xiao family disciples to bring them to the Kunlun realm. Although he didn't have the luxury to bring all of Xiao Qian's family with him. However, it should not be a problem to bring along 2 or 3 of his closest relatives. He could still afford the consumption of resources. However, the most important question was whether the Xiao family disciples were willing or not. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, "If I had this opportunity 10 years ago, I would have been willing to take the risk. However, I am already in my 30s and have missed the golden age. If I went again, would not be able to do much." Big brother seemed to be very rational and did not treat the Kunlun realm as a paradise. Actually, this was what Xiao Qian was worried about as well. After hearing Xiao Jian's thoughts, he did not insist. "Go in by yourself. Father has something to say to you in private," Xiao Jian said in front of the study. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Qian pushed open the door and entered the study. Xiao Qian's father, Xiao Xiong, was currently flipping through a book. When he saw Xiao Qian, he put down the book and looked at Xiao Qian in a daze. After a long time, Xiao Xiong put down the book and said softly, "Aside from homesickness, you should have other matters to discuss with me. Tell me about them." After a long time, Xiao Xiong put down the book and said softly, aside from homesickness, you should have other matters to discuss. Tell me about them. Xiao Chen answered honestly, I rebuilt the Dragon's Gate and want to bring in some of the talented children of the Xiao clan. What? Xiao Xiong stood up from his chair and walked over to Xiao Chen. He exclaimed in disbelief, his expression extremely shocked. Were you injured? How did you survive? Why did you rebuild the Dragon's Gate? A series of questions came out of Xiao Xiong's mouth. The first thing he cared about was whether Xiao Chen was injured or not how strong he was. This made Xiao Chen feel warmth in his heart. Xiao Chen smiled and said, this child is fine. Even if the minor Heavenly Realm Emperor Wu wants to kill me, this child has a way to deal with it. Comparable to Emperor Wu's strength. Xiao Xiong was shocked once again. After a long time, his eyes became somewhat moist. He said softly, it looks like I made a mistake back then. I should not have chased you away. I was wrong. It was also because I was not strong enough that you suffered so much. Xiao Chen said seriously, no, Lord Father, you don't have to blame yourself. After everything that happened in the Kunlun realm, I already understood Father's good intentions. This child is unfilial. I passed by your house a few times but did not enter. I should have returned long ago. I should not have run away. Seeing the tears in his father's eyes, Xiao Chen's heart turned sour. He knelt on the ground and said the words that he had suppressed in his heart for a long time, this child was wrong. No excuse can be used as a reason to pass by my house and not enter. Father must have been worried about me day and night for the past 10 years. I should have returned long ago. Xiao Xiong could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. The knot in his heart that he had been brooding over finally opened up with Xiao Chen's words. It turned out that his son did not blame him long ago. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, his son had become an existence comparable to Emperor Wu. Get up. Quickly get up. I don't blame you. I, Xiao Xiong, have never blamed you. I only hate myself for being helpless. I am not surprised that you have today's accomplishments. It is just that I was so weak back then and could not protect you. Xiao Xiong quickly helped Xiao Chen up, not letting him kneel on the ground with something he could not bear. Xiao Chen stood up and said, there is no need. Let this child protect father and the Xiao clan. I, Xiao Chen, swear that as long as I am around, no one will be able to harm the Xiao clan. Under the lantern light, the father and son chatted for a long time. Unknowingly, the sky slowly brightened. The Xiao clan has been in exile for a long time. We no longer have any inheritances. Only this ring is passed down from generation to generation. It is also the symbol of the clan head. Today, I will pass it to you. Xiao Xiong took off an ancient azure ring and handed it to Xiao Chen, not allowing him to refuse. Xiao Chen checked it and immediately felt an ancient aura spreading out from the ring. This ring was indeed an item from the ancient era. However, he did not sense any energy from the ring. It was like some kind of energy was sealing it, hiding its true nature. Chen now that I pass this ring to you, you are now the clan head of our Xiao clan. You probably know the Xiao clan's rules. I will not say much, but I will warn you. Xiao Chen nodded and said, right. Father, please speak. Your child will listen. Xiao Xiong said seriously, regardless of whether you walk the righteous path or the evil path, I will not blame you. However, remember not to become a second Qing emperor. Qing Emperor Xiao Ting is a sinner of our Xiao clan. This has been passed down from generation to generation. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. How could there be such a saying? Qing Emperor helped the Dragon's Gate conquer a vast territory, establishing a supreme prestige. Even if the Dragon's Gate was destroyed at his hands, his merits would offset his faults. He would not be a sinner. After all, the Qing Emperor was a member of the Shao clan. Why did the ancestors pass down this saying, using such a serious stance to warn the later generations? Lord Father, why? The Qing Emperor was responsible for the destruction of the Dragon's Gate. However, it was not what he wanted. Why did the ancestors warn the later generations? Shao Chen carefully put away the ring. Then, he looked at Shao Xiong and voiced his doubts. The word sinner was simply too heavy. Not only that, but there was also the need to warn the later generations. Did the Qing Emperor really do something unforgivable? Shao Xiong said gravely, there are some things that only the clan head can know. Today, you are wearing this blue dragon ring, so you are qualified to know. This is the secret of our Shao clan. Remember not to spread it. After Shao Ting became a martial emperor, he actually entered a state of berserking qi deviation and entered the demonic Tao. His temperament changed greatly. For the sake of breaking through Emperor Wu's shackles, he was unscrupulous. Countless people died at his hands. Not to mention the experts of the other races, his good friends, lovers, and the master who taught him all died under his saber. When Shao Chen heard this, he was greatly startled. That's impossible. I once saw the Dragon's Gate's war venerates. When they mentioned the Qing Emperor, they all respected him. They were even more loyal to the Dragon's Gate until death. Chapter 1286. If the Qing Emperor was really such a person, it would be impossible for him to gain so much respect from the entire Dragon's Gate. How could a demon who entered the demonic Tao gain so much respect? Shao Chen knew about the Qing Emperor's tyranny. However, tyranny was one thing. Killing his friends and family, killing his lovers, he had already entered the demonic Tao. Shao Chen could accept a person's tyranny, but he absolutely could not accept such actions. Shao Xiong sighed softly, secrets are secrets. Naturally, ordinary people do not know about them. Not many people in the Dragon's Gate know about this. In the eyes of the Qing Emperor, the Dragon's Gate was just a chess piece on his path of cultivation. How could he let such secrets leak out? He only entered the demonic Tao and did not lose his intelligence. He even managed to escape the shackles in his heart. His thoughts are even more meticulous than ordinary people's. Shao Chen understood. Back when he entered the demonic Tao, he had heard the old man from the Five Poison sect mention it. Some people did not lose their rationality after entering the demonic Tao. They even knew how to hide, making them even more difficult to deal with. However, was the Qing Emperor such a person? Shao Chen really could not accept this. For the sake of breaking the shackles in his heart, he killed his lover, his friends, and his teacher. If not for the Dragon's Gate being useful to him, he would have mercilessly attacked the entire Dragon's Gate. For some reason, Shao Chen instinctively did not believe all this. Even if it was true, there had to be another reason. However, Shao Chen's father's words were passed down from generation to generation. It should not be wrong. Furthermore, when Shao Chen was re-establishing the Dragon's Gate, the obstruction he faced. Even the various holy lords jumped out. When Shao Chen connected this to his father's words, it was like they were corroborating each other, telling him that the words of his ancestors were correct. Shao Xiong explained, don't overthink. It does not matter what the world thinks or what the ancestors of the Shao clan and the Kunlun realm think. You just need to be clear about your own heart. I see the shadow of the Qing Emperor in you. However, your heart of innocence has never changed. Father believes in you. Shao Chen nodded. I know. I have never thought of becoming the second Qing Emperor. Father, don't worry. Re-establishing the Dragon's Gate is my responsibility as a descendant of the Shao clan. I do not have any ambition. I just want the Dragon's Gate's legacy to continue. A gratified smile appeared on Shao Xiong's face. Which father wouldn't be happy to see his son so capable? Stay here for a few more days. If there are any suitable youths, pick a few and send them up. There is no need to settle everything in one go. Let's take it slow for now. After several hundred years, our Shao family will be able to prosper in the Kunlun realm. After coming out of his father's study, Shao Chen's heart felt heavy. Shao Chen could not help but feel heavy. In the Kunlun realm, he had always considered himself a descendant of the Qing Emperor. Sitting on the roof and looking at the starry sky, Shao Chen thought about the unparalleled existence that swept through the Kunlun realm. It turned out that he was a demon. A book appeared in his hand. It was The Art of Good and Evil Merit. Looking at the black and white cover, Shao Chen did not actually open it. Instead, he thought about some of the clues he knew. That's not right. There are too many doubts in this. Many of them do not make sense. After carefully putting away The Art of Good and Evil Merit, Shao Chen frowned and pondered. Perhaps the only one who knows the truth is the Thunder King. The item spirit in the Blue Dragon Palace should know as well. That old fellow is very mysterious and seems to have a very close relationship with the Qing Emperor. The Thunder King is not easy to see, and he does not have much lifespan left. If Shao Chen really wants to find out more, he will have to make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace after advancing to Martial Emperor. Shao Chen, why are you thinking so much? You did not come to the lower realms to seek trouble. Come with me. I want to go to Seven Horn Mountain, Ao Jiao said as she came out of the Immortal Spirit Ring. Shao Chen revealed a smile on his face. Since Little Yellow Feather turned into the Golden Crow Egg, he had not seen Ao Jiao speak for a long time. Since Ao Jiao asked, naturally, Shao Chen agreed. Seven Horn Mountain was the place where the Thunder King died. He also wanted to go there. With a few steps, the two arrived at the place where the Thunder King died. The Sky Dome realm did not allow Emperor Wu to descend. However, for a dying person, be it the upper echelon of the Kunlun realm or the Deep Abyss demon monarchs, they would not interfere. There were no longer any secrets in the cave. To outsiders, it no longer held any attraction. It had been empty for a long time. Now, it was overgrown with weeds and thorns, completely sealing the entrance. Shao Chen flicked his finger, and a saber light flashed. All the weeds turned to dust. As Shao Chen looked at the entrance, he felt deeply moved. This place was the first fortuitous encounter that changed his fate. If Shao Chen had not met Ao Jiao, he might have lost his life in Cheesy County. Without the inheritance that the Thunder King gave him, he would not have been able to walk the path of a bladesman, and he would not have had all his accomplishments in the future. This was the place where Shao Chen's dreams began, as well as the place where his story began. Now that he returned to this place, he could not help but feel a wondrous feeling in his heart. He sighed at the wonders of fate. Ao Jiao, I've always had a question. Why is the restriction of the Thunder King's place of death so simple? Back then, that restriction could only block martial saints. To the current Shao Chen, it was practically negligible. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "You are really silly. You can't even figure this out. If Sangmu made the restrictions too difficult, he would not be able to do so. If Sangmu made the restriction too difficult, wouldn't I be sealed here forever, with no one able to free me?" Shao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. It turned out that it was so simple. To think that he could not think of it. Why did the Thunder King choose this place for his death? Sangmu was a citizen of the great Qin nation in the first place. He was born poor. His parents were just ordinary hunters at the foot of Seven Horn Mountain. He chose to die here only because of his longing for the place. As the two chatted, they recalled some of their earliest memories. Occasionally, they would smile. "Do you remember how proud you were back then, always calling me Trash Master?" "Naturally, I remember. Back then, you were just trash. Furthermore, you were so arrogant and unconvinced. Everyone has been arrogant in their youth. Thinking back, I did indeed show off my abilities, not knowing how to restrain myself. I offended all the noble clans of the great Qin nation. Now that I think about it, that period of time was truly carefree, without any worries. The two chatted for a long time at the entrance. Then, Xiaochen said, "Come, let's go in and take a look." However, Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "There's no need. The memories that this place brought me are long gone. I came here just to reminisce about the past after I left this place." The past after I left this place. Xiaochen thought about it and understood. Ao Jiao had already walked out of the knot in her heart from the Thunder King's death. "Let's spend the night here, then." The moonlight was very good. Xiaochen decided to spend the night here, reminiscing about the first time he came to Seven Horn Mountain. In the boundless night, Xiaochen took off the blue dragon ring. Then, he frowned and started to study it. Given his current eyesight, he could tell that there was a seal in the ring. As for what exactly it was, he needed time to figure it out. If only Mo Chen were here. Given her talent in formations, it would not be difficult for her. "I really want to know what is hidden in this ring," Xiaochen muttered to himself. In the Shao clan city, Xiaochen set up the 9 iron defense magic formations. He modified the formation plate so that as long as one possessed the Shao clan's bloodline and the formation plate, they could activate the iron defense magic formations. The original iron defense magic formations required primordial energy to activate. After Xiaochen modified them, its might naturally weakened. However, the 9 iron defense magic formations had the advantage in numbers. When stacked together, they could block an attack on the level of Emperor Wu. In this Sky Dome realm, they were impregnable, no one could break them. Even if Xiaochen wanted to break them, he would have to spend a lot of time and primordial energy. Aside from this, Xiaochen discovered 3 10-year-old youths among the Shao clan's younger generation. They had pretty good talent and were worth sending to the Kunlun realm to be nurtured. It looked like Xiaochen's luck had affected the main clan, allowing the Shao clan to produce 3 young geniuses. The people of Shao Jian's generation no longer had much room for improvement. To them, the Kunlun realm was not a blessed land. They might as well remain in the Sky Dome realm. After bringing 3 more people back to the Kunlun realm, Xiaochen would have to spend another 30,000 superior grade astral cores. Even though Xiaochen was rich and overbearing, he found this somewhat unbearable. No wonder the people of the Kunlun realm did not casually go to the lower realms. 1 month passed. After he finished what he needed to do, Xiaochen rushed to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion somewhat impatiently. Xiaochen's spiritual sense detected the presence of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He immediately tore space and entered a spatial tear, rushing over at lightning speed. There were no obstructions in this spatial tear. A person's speed could be increased infinitely, even faster than lightning. In merely a few breaths, Xiaochen appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense but did not discover Lu Ryue. She is not at Qingyun Peak. She probably went out. Xiaochen did not worry. With Lu Ryue's current strength, she should be able to protect herself in the Sky Dome realm. Xiaochen did not find Lu Ryue, but he did find Lu Suifeng. This brat had not changed at all. Revealing a smile on his face, Xiaochen silently appeared behind Lu Suifeng. Lu Suifeng was currently drinking wine in the courtyard, humming a tune in satisfaction. He was clearly in a good mood. Hee. Coincidentally, Xinyun has not been around for the past few days. My days have become much more comfortable. Tomorrow, I will go to the other peaks. Jiren Peak seems to have accepted a new female disciple. She is very pretty. Ha ha ha. I will go to Jiren Peak. Xiaochen smiled faintly. It looked like his wife was very strict with this brother-in-law of his. Suifeng, it turns out that you have such thoughts. When junior sister Xinyun returns, I have to tell her about it. Suddenly, Xiaochen spoke, deciding to tease Lu Suifeng. Who is it? Lu Suifeng was so startled that he vomited a mouthful of wine. When he turned his head back, he recognized Xiaochen's appearance. He revealed an expression of extreme joy and said, "Big brother Xiaochen, so it is you. You are back again. Ha ha ha. You scared me to death. Big brother. Didn't Suifeng always call me brother-in-law?" Xiaochen smiled and asked, "Where's your sister?" "My sister." Lu Suifeng said with some confusion, "Big brother Xiaochen, did you remember wrong? Since when did I have an elder sister?" Boom. The smile on Xiaochen's face froze. It was like he was struck by lightning. He did not dare to believe Lu Suifeng's words. Chapter 1287. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Suifeng, you must be joking with me." Lu Suifeng said seriously, "Big brother Xiaochen, I am not joking with you. I really do not have an elder sister. Everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion knows this." Xiaochen realized that something was amiss and said in a deep voice, "Say that again." Lu Suifeng felt that Xiaochen was a little scary, but he still answered, Lu Suifeng, am an only child. I do not have any memories of an older sister." "Impossible," Xiaochen said loudly. "How is this possible? Could it be that what happened in Qingyun Peak was just a dream? You are not Lu Suifeng. I'll go ask someone else." Xiaochen's face sank. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's main hall and saw the pavilion master, Lu Tianyu. Lu Suifeng asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with elder brother Xiao? Do I really have an elder sister? When Xinyun comes back, I'll ask her properly, but I really don't remember her doing so." When Xiaochen asked his question nervously, Lu Tianyu had a confused expression on his face as well. He indicated that no less than 1,000 disciples knew who Lu Riyue was. This, how could it be possible, to know Lu Riyue? Furthermore, he was very sure of it. Such a huge case caused Xiaochen to go somewhat crazy. He asked everyone about it. Xiaochen calmed himself down and flew to the imperial capital to look for Yingyu. Lu Riyue had once experienced danger with Yingyu. She should not have forgotten. In the end, Yingyu expressed that she did not know either. She had never heard of Lu Riyue before. No wonder when I first arrived in the Sky Dome realm, Yingyu did not mention Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue was not in Yingyu's memories at all. Xiaochen felt disappointed and frustrated. Then, he found Feng Feishue in the imperial capital. When Feng Feishue saw Xiaochen, she was very happy. However, she also expressed that she had never heard of Lu Riyue before. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it." Suppressing the pain in his heart, Xiaochen flew throughout the entire Sky Dome realm. He found everyone who had a connection with Lu Riyue. However, everyone seemed to have an agreement. They all said that they had never heard of Lu Riyue. Above the ruins of the Thunder Cliff, Xiaochen looked at the endless sea. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely tired. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao did not know how to comfort Xiaochen. This was because she had never heard of Lu Riyue either. "Could it be that the entire world has forgotten about you? Only I know that you once existed," Xiaochen mumbled to himself. He felt like he was about to collapse. He even began to doubt whether this world was real or illusory. Could it be that it was really a dream? Xiaochen fell into deep thought. This matter was really too strange. A living person, in this world, there was no trace of his existence at all. It was as if she had never existed, but Xiaochen remembered it clearly. He would never be able to forget those images in his mind. Be it 1,000 years or 10,000 years, Xiaochen would never forget that Lu Riyue was the person that he, Xiaochen, had to protect for his entire life. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind as he recalled something. The many Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm all guessed that during the peak of the martial epoch in the ancient era, there were powerhouses who broke through the shackles of Emperor Wu. However, none of those powerhouses' deeds had been passed down. In fact, there were no records of them in any ancient books. Even the top of the Sage Mark monument only had some vague marks. Aside from that, there were no other traces left behind. This made several Emperor Wu doubt whether there was a peak above Emperor. Could it be that Lu Ryue left this abandoned land and erased all traces of her existence like those powerhouses did? However, that was impossible. Xiao Chen was only as strong as Emperor Wu. How could Lu Ryue leave this abandoned land? No matter what, this guess allowed Xiao Chen to truly calm down. Ao Jiao, come out for a while. When Ao Jiao came out, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and placed it on her forehead. Xiao Chen turned all the memories between him and Lu Ryue into spiritual sense and sent it into Ao Jiao's sea of consciousness. Instantly, scenes of Xiao Chen and Lu Ryue interacting with each other appeared in Ao Jiao's mind. Lu Ryue revealed a pained expression, and sweat poured down her forehead continuously. She felt like her memories were being torn apart, and she appeared somewhat confused. After the pain passed, Ao Jiao panted continuously. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I remember now. I remember everything. Lu Ryue is your lover, the lover that you swore to protect." Only now did Xiao Chen release his bated breath. This was not a dream. It was just that this world had already forgotten about Lu Ryue. Ao Jiao felt some lingering fear. To think that someone actually erased a portion of my memories invisibly. What exactly happened? I'll make another trip back to Qingyun Peak and let Lu Suifeng recover his memories. Then, the truth will be revealed. Xiao Chen had already guessed a few things. He even knew why he did not forget about Lu Ryue. When he returned to Qingyun Peak and let Lu Suifeng recover his memories, he would be able to confirm his guess. Not long later, Xiao Chen calmed down and returned to Qingyun Peak to look for Lu Suifeng. "Big brother Xiao Chen, what's going on? Do I really have an elder sister?" Lu Suifeng asked somewhat anxiously. He already knew that Xiao Chen was asking about his elder sister in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not recall having an elder sister. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He looked at Lu Suifeng and said, "You really don't remember anything?" "I don't. I don't remember having an elder sister," Lu Suifeng answered honestly, feeling somewhat uneasy. Xiao Chen felt an indescribable pain in his heart. How ruthless. No wonder there were no traces of the people who were transported in the past tens of thousands of years. Even the youngest person forgot about their existence. Who else could remember? However, after tens of thousands of years, only mysteries would be left behind. "Let me tell you, your elder sister's name is Lu Ryue. She is the person closest to you. She is the person that I, Xiao Chen, love the most." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and used the same method. He used his spiritual sense to simulate a scene of him and Lu Ryue together. Then, it appeared in Lu Suifeng's mind. The past events that they had experienced together appeared before Lu Suifeng's eyes like a movie. The various scenes of the past appeared. Learning at Qingyun Peak, getting drunk and singing, challenging Murong Chong, the final battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lu Ryue blocking Song Kei's fatal strike for him. What's going on? What's going on? Why are these scenes so familiar? My elder sister. When Xiao Chen released his finger, Lu Suifeng revealed a confused and pained expression. His eyes were filled with panic. After a while, Lu Suifeng felt extreme pain. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Soon, Lu Suifeng cried out in pain. The wounds hidden in the depths of his memories were torn open. Elder sister. Lu Suifeng seemed to have gone crazy. His eyes turned scarlet as he let out a pained roar. He finally recalled everything. Lu Suifeng felt like he had been relieved of a heavy burden. He clenched his fists and fell to the ground, panting continuously. Xiaochen did not say anything. Although he felt anxious and wanted to know the answer, it was better to wait for Lu Suifeng to calm down first. After a long time, Lu Suifeng seemed to have changed into a different person. He stood up and said, "Brother-in-law, I remember. I remember everything." A light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" "About half a year ago, my elder sister and I were chatting happily in the courtyard. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the sky. It was extremely scary. Before I could react, a beam of light landed on my elder sister." Xiaochen felt very anxious. He could not help but ask, "What happened after that?" "After that, my elder sister turned into a white dragon, a 3-kilometer-long white dragon. Her entire body gave off the aura of a king. I did not know what happened at all. I knelt on the ground, unable to resist at all. I don't remember what happened after that. Elder sister seemed to have turned into a white dragon and flew through that hole. The sky shattered and she turned into a dragon." Xiao Chen's heart sank. If he recalled correctly, Lu Ryue's martial spirit was a white dragon. The white dragon. Some of Xiao Chen's memories surfaced. When he first arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When he first arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, a white dragon storm had nearly killed him. The storm contained a consciousness of love and hate, pushing him to the brink of berserking qi deviation. At first, Xiaochen did not care about it. Now that he thought about it, he trembled in fear. Could all this be a coincidence? According to Lu Suifeng's description, Lu Ryue seemed to have been summoned by someone, awakening the dragon race bloodline in her body. Some peak martial techniques could allow one to transform into a dragon. However, Lu Ryue's situation was clearly not one of them. Xiaochen could only deduce that Lu Ryue had the dragon race bloodline in the first place. Otherwise, she would not have been able to transform into a dragon. In the distant sea dragon grave, Xiaochen learned from the ancient tomb keeper that the dragon race existed outside the abandoned land. Before the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, the ancestors of the dragon race could even use their totems to communicate with the distant sea dragon race, strengthening the dragon might of their martial spirits. This was because after the Shao clan signed a blood contract with the dragon race, some of the dragon race's bloodline was already flowing in their bodies. Thinking of this, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he could deduce that Lu Ryue should be safe now. Suifeng, relax a little and cooperate with me. Let me see what you saw in the past. For the sake of obtaining a more accurate result, Xiaochen decided to use his spiritual sense to invade Lu Suifeng's memories. Xiaochen did not know such a technique. Even though his mental energy was very strong, he still needed Lu Suifeng's full cooperation. Lu Suifeng did not say anything more. He said directly, "How do I cooperate? Just tell me." Xiaochen nodded and said, "It's very simple. My spiritual sense will enter the depths of your sea of consciousness. You just need to bring it in. At the same time, try to recall what happened that day in your mind." "No problem. Although I remember what happened that day, I can't say everything. It is best if you see it for yourself." Without saying anything more, Xiaochen placed his finger on Lu Suifeng's forehead. Then, his spiritual sense entered Lu Suifeng's sea of consciousness. Compared to Xiaochen, Lu Suifeng's sea of consciousness was much smaller. It was like comparing a pond to an ocean, the difference between clouds and mud. A formless energy wrapped around Xiaochen's spiritual sense and brought him into the depths. Xiaochen's spiritual sense immediately saw many scenes. They were even more realistic than seeing them with his own eyes. Chapter 1288. I found it. The scene froze, and Xiao Chen saw everything that happened that day. It was like he was there personally. Ancient words floated in the pillar of light that descended from the sky. These were the dragon characters that Xiao Chen saw in the Dragon Grave Sea. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen guessed. The dragon race people from the outside world made a move. Xiao Chen continued to watch. There was no expression of pain on Lu Ryue's face. However, when the light descended, it was like some shackle in her body had been unlocked. A dragon might spread out and spread out. Lu Ryue turned into a white dragon and soared into the sky. How strong! This dragon might made even Xiao Chen feel a deep fear. Compared to Lu Suifeng's description, the impact of this scene was several times greater. Even the blue dragon Yuaning in Xiao Chen's body opened its eyes and released its dragon might. The scene changed. The white dragon soared into the sky, and the crack in the sky started to close. As the crack closed, Xiao Chen vaguely saw the white dragon descend from the sky on an ancient altar in the distance. The tens of thousands of dragon race cultivators around the altar all knelt down, their faces filled with respect. This was the end. After that, Xiao Chen could no longer see anything. He loosened his fingers, feeling somewhat melancholic in his heart. Brother-in-law, how is my sister? Is she in danger? Lu Suifeng asked anxiously. Xiao Chen did not tell Lu Suifeng about the final scene he saw. He said calmly, she's fine. It is possible that you will never see Ryue again in this lifetime. However, I can be sure that she is fine. She might even be better off than we imagined. Late at night, the waning moon hung high on Qingyun Peak, and a cold wind blew. This night was cold and desolate. Even the lunar palace was deathly pale. In contrast to Xiao Chen's current mood, it was even colder and more desolate. Ao Jiao, do you remember that I told you about Emperor Forsaken making a move against me half a year ago? Ao Jiao nodded and said, how can I not remember? I have never seen you so panicked before. You scared me to death. Xiao Chen slowly filled his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. You guessed wrong. That was not Emperor Forsaken making a move against me. Instead, it was Lu Ryue leaving this world. Everything related to her will be mysteriously erased. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign is not that capable. Given Emperor Forsaken's strength, it was more than enough to deal with Lu Ryue alone. Even if Emperor Forsaken was capable, he would not have the energy to deal with so many people at once. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and sighed, just like that ancient powerhouse, mercilessly erasing his aura from the abandoned land without any reluctance. Xiao Chen's words, Jiao Jiao, and said. Was, you, Chen, suddenly, Yao happened half a Jiao. Happened when Lu turned. Happened. However, how come your memories were not erased? What's going on? Xiao Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. He remembered that strong spiritual sense from back then. He could not resist it at all. The other party easily extracted the memories related to Lu Ryue. However, just as he was about to succeed, that mysterious energy suddenly retreated and stopped attacking. What are you planning to do? Ao Jiao asked worriedly. Xiao Chen's expression sank. He suddenly crushed the wine cup in his hand. She is the lover that I made a promise to never give up on. She is the most beautiful memory of my life. Even if it takes 1,000 years or 10,000 years, even if gods or Buddhas block the way, I will chase after her and never give up. After understanding the truth behind Lu Ryue's departure, Xiao Chen was no longer anxious. His worst-case scenario was that Emperor Forsaken had captured Lu Ryue. However, when Xiao Chen saw the final scene of the dragons bowing to the white dragon, he calmed down. Xiao Chen did not know what kind of world it was outside the abandoned land. He did not know why Lu Ryue had erased all traces of her existence like those ancient powerhouses. However, all he needed to know was that Lu Ryue was safe and had not been captured by Emperor Forsaken. That was enough. Since those ancient powerhouses from the peak of the martial epic could leave, then Xiao Chen would definitely be able to leave as well. As long as he persevered, there would be a chance to meet Lu Ryue again. Xiao Chen was more confident than the sky. Since he had arrived at Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen chose an uninhabited peak and decided to stay there. As for the memories of the others, he did not help them recover. Firstly, he was afraid that it would be too complicated. Secondly, he was afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble and provoking that mysterious energy to make a move again. While on the mountain, Xiao Chen enjoyed a rare period of leisure in the Kunlun realm. Aside from cultivating as usual, he spent most of his time pondering the Saber domain. After establishing the Saber domain as the foundation of the Saber, Xiao Chen no longer wavered. Even if this path was wrong, he would persevere to the end, as this path was the most suitable for him. Ao Jiao did not remain idle either. She organized Xiao Chen's resources in preparation for breaking into the divine weapon ranking. Right now, she was still an item spirit and could not break free from the Lunar Shadow Saber. Her strength was limited by the Lunar Shadow Saber, reaching a bottleneck. Only by raising the Lunar Shadow Saber to a divine weapon would she have a chance to break through to a higher cultivation realm. A cool breeze blew, green shadows, a blue sky, and white clouds. On the summit, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright, looking peaceful. Xiao Chen leaned against a rock. The Lunar Shadow Saber was like a living thing, dancing nimbly in his palm, the back of his hand, and his arm. It was a dazzling sight, too much for the eye to take in. However, Xiao Chen's gaze and thoughts were not on this dazzling Lunar Shadow Saber at all. He just let his right hand play with the Lunar Shadow Saber happily. Xiao Chen looked at the bright and sunny sky and muttered, "I stayed in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for a month. This peaceful environment is indeed very helpful in comprehending the Saber domain. Now, I can completely hide my power in the surrounding grass and trees, as well as in the clouds." 3 months ago, Xiao Chen's Saber domain was very scary. Not only would it roar with thunder, but it would also be covered in dark clouds. Going back further, when he just comprehended the Saber domain, he did not understand it at all. He only knew how to unleash his power. Now that he thought about it, it was very crude. Could it be that Senior Lon was laughing at me for being like a porcupine? According to what Senior Lon said, I have already gone from power to subtlety. With a thought, the saber intent filling the air is all mine to use. If I cultivate further, I will solidify this space, merging my entire heart into this 1 kilometer, making this 1 kilometer into my own space. Saber domain. Saber domain, cultivating the word domain. That was to say, one had to rely on the state of space. Instead, the saber became a supporting existence, a supporting role. After all, the entire Kunlun realm believed that the Space Great Tao was much stronger than the Great Tao. This was because the Space Great Tao was hard to grasp and even harder to cultivate. However, in comparison, the Saber Tao was much easier to grasp and even easier to cultivate. How could it compare to the Space Great Tao? Originally, Xiao Chen thought so as well. However, as he cultivated the Saber domain, he wavered. The Saber Tao might not be weaker than the Space Great Tao. However, the vision of the Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm was restricted, preventing them from seeing the essence of the Saber Tao. Saber intent gathered in Xiao Chen's heart, and the nimble lunar shadow saber immediately stopped leaping around. It appeared in Xiao Chen's hand, tightly grasping it as he pointed it forward. The scabbard came out and stabbed into the cliff in front. Buzz! The saber trembled, and the entire space trembled slightly. Withdraw! Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, and the light of the world within 1 kilometer slowly shrank. This formed a strange scene. Within 1 kilometer, the sun shone brightly, looking incredibly piercing. However, within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chen's world, the light slowly shrank. When the light faded, it left behind an eternal darkness. Slowly, all the light gathered on Xiao Chen's body. However, just at this moment, there was a "puci" sound, and all the shrinking light appeared. Intense fluctuations appeared, like disobedient children, scattering in a hubbub, returning to where they came from. This was the direction Xiao Chen was currently cultivating in. He did not choose to solidify this space and merge his body with the domain, working hard towards Senior Lan Chaofeng's level. Instead, he chose another path, gathering everything within 1 kilometer into the saber in his hand. The saber domain focused on the saber. Everything had to be focused on the saber. The saber could not be a side character. How difficult. Every time I reach this step, it immediately crumbles. I wonder what the scene will be like after I grasp a little of this path. Xiao Chen's heart filled with anticipation. However, he also felt somewhat anxious. He did not know if he would succeed on this path. He had tried more than 1,000 times, but he had not succeeded even once. He could not help feeling somewhat depressed. Let me practice my profound martial techniques. Cultivating the saber domain is important, but I cannot fall behind on my martial techniques either. Xiao Chen stood up with a somersault. Then, he held the lunar shadow saber and spun it in the air. 1,000 mysterious phenomena appeared in Xiao Chen's body. As the saber light gathered, it formed a glorious painting of 1,000 mountains turning into dragons roaring ferociously in the sky. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Right now, my instant of glory is already at my fingertips. I can obtain whatever kind of glory I want." Again. With a thought, Xiao Chen swung his saber, creating a glorious painting of 10,000 dragons soaring into the sky. The painting shattered, condensed, and shattered. As Xiao Chen swung his saber, he felt incredibly carefree, feeling much more at ease. There is only one saber, instant of glory. Back then, Xiao Chen had comprehended this incomplete martial technique. Now, he slowly perfected it. Now, he was even more at his fingertips. He could use it as he pleased and withdraw it as he pleased. All sorts of splendor, ever-changing and boundlessly ingenious. Following that, Xiao Chen practiced the 1,000-year hegemony establishment many times. He had already perfected this martial technique to the point of perfection. Unfortunately, this was a medial-grade profound martial technique left behind by someone before him. Furthermore, there was only one move. Hence, he could not use it as smoothly as Instant of Glory, which felt like it surged in his blood. Xiao Chen stopped and frowned. How unfortunate. This 1,000-year hegemony establishment should be a saber technique created by an ancient saber sovereign. There should be a complete set of it. Unfortunately, I only obtained this one move. In the cultivation of the saber Dao, Instant of Glory and 1,000-year hegemony establishment were Xiao Chen's strongest killing moves. As for Flawless Bright Moon, 1,000 Frost Battle Snow, and the completed 4-season saber technique, they were slightly weaker. They could only be considered inferior-grade profound martial techniques. After Xiao Chen finished practicing the saber technique, he casually tossed the saber into the scabbard stuck in the cliff wall. 2 bright moons rose up behind him. Xiao Chen executed the 1,000-year death and the 1,000-year flame at the same time. There were hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments, as well as heartache from the past. The 2 bright moons painted a different kind of beauty. Chapter 1289. When Xiao Chen finished practicing his palm technique, 2 flames of different colors appeared in his eyes, one yin and one yang. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to form the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. He moved his feet, following the 2 energies of the sun and the moon. As they chased each other, they created a pulling force. Back at the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, Xiaochen felt that this pulling force could be used not only for defense but for offense as well. The Taiji Dao contained in the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could be explored as well. Slowly, a huge Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram appeared under Xiaochen's feet. It swept away all the dust and leaves, revealing everything. Xiaochen withdrew his hand, and the fiery light in his eyes slowly disappeared. He muttered, "Interesting. Unexpectedly, I let this Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram gather dust for so long. I really should not have." Suddenly, Xiaochen frowned and looked to the front. He asked doubtfully, where did this fellow come from? How dare he barge in so fearlessly? There was a strong aura outside the vast mountain range. This person used a secret technique to hide his aura and headed straight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, not showing any intention of changing direction. This method of hiding his aura was very ingenious. However, it was not as good as Xiaochen's foundation returning art. With Xiaochen's spiritual sense, he could see everything clearly. This was like someone relying on their concealment to walk down the street naked without any fear, thinking that they could hide from everyone. However, Xiaochen saw everything clearly. This person is probably as strong as a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Where did he come from? Xiaochen asked, feeling suspicious. The royal courts of the various nations in the Sky Dome realm had connections with some of the major factions of the Kunlun realm, like the Great Qin Nation's royal court and the Yin clan. As for the Great Qin Nation, it was directly under the control of Bushan Palace. The various royal courts would definitely have a blue-robed emperor overseeing them. There might even be a peak blue-robed emperor. However, all this did not matter. These blue-robed emperors overseeing the various royal courts had no reason to sneak into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Since Xiaochen was not the blue-robed emperor of the various royal courts, there was only one possibility. Like Xiaochen, he came from the Kunlun realm. However, who would be so bored as to spend so many resources to come to this lower realm where spiritual qi was so thin? This person was very strong. He completely ignored the various restrictions and formations of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. His figure flickered in the air, and after a few leaps, he landed on Qinyun Peak. He actually came to Qinyun Peak. Did he come for me? Whoosh! Xiaochen circulated the origin returning technique and concealed his aura. Then, he silently landed on Qinyun Peak. Looking at the person who had just arrived from 1,000 meters away, Zhang Xian realized that he was overthinking things this time around. Unexpectedly, this mysterious person did not come to Qinyun Peak to find Xiaochen. Instead, he was looking for the deep abyss demon that Lu Rue's father used his life force to seal in ice. This person was dressed in black and had a slender figure. His handsome face gave off a bold and unrestrained evil aura. This person exuded a faint demonic qi. This was the demonic qi that all the cultivators of the Kunlun realm hated. A demon. Based on the aura of this person and the demonic qi around him, it was clear that he was a pure-blooded demon. However, Xiaochen did not know which of the 18 demon races this person belonged to. Some of the demon races were very difficult to deal with. Xiaochen did not say anything as he hid in a cloud. He looked at this person indifferently, trying to figure out why he was here. It must have been hard on you, first uncle. You have been trapped here for so many years on an ordinary hunt. Who could have imagined that a divine weapon would appear in this insignificant Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Coincidentally, I accompanied Master to the Sky Dome realm to carry out a mission. Otherwise, who knows how long you would have been sealed here. After the black-clad demon spoke, he prepared to break the ice and release the demon inside. Stop! A cold snort startled the black-clad demon. Unexpectedly, there was someone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who could sense his intentions. When the black-clad demon looked back, he saw the clouds in the sky shatter. The white-robed Xiaochen descended and instantly arrived before the black-clad demon. Given Xiao Chen's current strength, he did not care about the demon sealed in the ice at all. However, this ice was created by Lu Rue's father using his life force. Once the ice shattered, his body would shatter as well. This was a situation that Xiao Chen did not wish to see. Although his father-in-law was already dead, he had to leave his corpse intact. In any world, dying without a corpse was a form of disrespect to the dead. A consummation blue-robed emperor. When the black-clad demon saw Xiao Chen, his expression changed wildly. He was astonished in his heart. Unexpectedly, there was a consummation blue-robed emperor in this insignificant sky dome realm. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was so young, about the same age as his young palace masters. Xiao Chen already knew that this black-clad demon had come to the sky dome realm to carry out a mission. His visit to Qingyun Peak was just a convenience, so he wanted to release his first uncle. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony. He directly unleashed the might of a king and said coldly, "Tell me honestly what you are doing in the Sky Dome realm. Tell me the truth, and I can spare your life." After the initial shock, the black-clad demon calmed down. "I do not need your forgiveness. An insignificant consummation blue-robed emperor wants to capture me. Dream on." Caw! A pair of fleshy wings grew out of the black-clad man's back. With a ferocious flap, a strong wind blew. The black-clad man's body vanished, merging with the strong wind. Then, he flew far away from this place. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. When he saw the other party's means, a light lit up in his eyes. He sighed softly and said, "So, it is a winged demon that is good at controlling the wind. This move is rather interesting." In the Sky Dome realm's deep-sea battlefield, Xiao Chen had interacted with all sorts of demons. However, they were all extremely low-ranked demons. This was the first time he saw a blue-robed emperor, level-winged demon, which piqued his interest. "Ha ha ha ha. Insignificant human, what can you do to me? Even your Emperor Wu cannot capture me, much less you. Just save it." Strange laughter came from the howling strong wind as it flew above Xiao Chen's head. In one breath, Xiao Chen traveled 5 kilometers. In a few breaths, he traveled 50 kilometers. How ignorant! Mockery flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, he pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Xiao Chen stood on a purple lightning dragon and somersaulted a few times, blocking this strong wind 50 kilometers away. Then, he sent out a palm strike, and the violent wind was blown back by this palm strike. Ouch! Ouch! Pained howls came from the surging strong wind. Then, the strong wind gathered and reformed into that black-clad demon. However, this time, the black-clad demon was no longer as insufferably arrogant as before. Not only did Xiao Chen break his violent wind evasion with one palm strike, but his internal organs also ruptured, severely injuring him. How could the black-clad demon still dare to be impudent? As he looked at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with horror. Right now, Xiao Chen even dared to fight Second Heaven Emperor Wu. He no longer felt it was beneath him to make a move against a small perfection blue-robed emperor. If not for the other party being a demon and having secrets, Xiao Chen would not have bothered with him. "Speak, what are your intentions in coming to this Sky Dome realm?" The black-clad demon retreated in horror in the air. He thought hard about how to deal with this. Just based on that palm strike earlier, this person before him should be on the same level as his young master. A demonic genius. Truly a demonic genius. To think that such a demonic genius could appear in the human race. He is too strong. He holds an absolute advantage in terms of strength. There is no other way. I can only use a forbidden art. The black-clad demon made up his mind, and determination flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Don't even think about making me tell you." Right after the black-clad demon spoke, the energy in his body suddenly surged. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This was a sign of self-detonation. However, fearing that it was a trap, Xiao Chen did not retreat. He watched coldly as the other party self-detonated. Bang! He really can self-detonate. Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock when he saw the other party explode without a complete corpse and erupt with horrifying energy. However, shock was shock. This level of energy could already deal significant damage to Xiao Chen. It was better to defend. A clump of flames burned in Xiao Chen's eyes. When the energy of the demon's self-detonation radiated over, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram formed and easily blocked the energy of the self-detonation. No matter how strong the self-detonation of the other party was, before the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, it could not do anything. After the explosion, Xiao Chen casually waved his hand and scattered the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. As Xiao Chen looked at the shattered space in front, he sighed. He sighed at the instability of this Sky Dome realm space and the decisiveness of this demon. Perhaps he should not have displayed such a strong stance. That's not right. This fellow is not dead yet. Xiao Chen felt a weak aura. His body passed through the many spatial tears in front and looked to the south. A spatial tear tore open in the sky, and the black demon's weak figure entered it, quickly fleeing far away. What a fellow! To think that he faked his death to trick me. However, even if he survives like this, he will be severely injured. Furthermore, do you really think that you can survive? Xiao Chen's face sank. At some point in time, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand, and he drew it from its scabbard. A saber light flashed into the spatial tear just as it was about to close. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. After sending out only one saber strike, Xiao Chen ignored it. He only wondered where this mysterious demon came from. Was there an even stronger existence aside from him? A few minutes later, the black-clad demon, who thought that he had escaped after tearing open a spatial tear, relaxed his expression and revealed a smile. Just as he was about to kneel to the person in front of him, a saber light containing an unparalleled sharp saber intent arrived silently. A saber light with an incredibly sharp saber intent followed silently and chopped off the black-clad demon's head. Blood spurted out. That head did not even know what happened before it died. The sharp saber light chopped off the black-clad demon's head and continued flying forward, showing no signs of stopping. Everywhere the saber light passed, space was like tofu, neatly chopped in half. Dang! A finger blocked the saber light, and the person who attacked revealed a shocked expression on his face. That person's finger actually got cut, leaving behind a shallow wound. Interesting. After flying so far away and killing a person, you are still able to injure me. Right after that person spoke, his finger suddenly released a resplendent light. Cassier. Cassier. Cracks appeared in the saber light that Xiao Chen sent out. After a while, it shattered into pieces. Chapter 1290. The person who attacked had a fair and handsome face. That delicate appearance gave off a carefreeness like a cool breeze, making it hard to associate this person with a demon who cultivated demonic chi. There was an ancient purple mark on this person's forehead. That was the mark of nobility that only the bloodline descendants of the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world had. In layman's terms, it was the mark of royalty. If Xiao Chen were here, he would not be unfamiliar with this mark, as he had seen the same mark on the Eros demon Lang Yu's forehead before. Feng Zi, the saber intent contained in this saber chi already surpasses that of a saber soul. This is a powerful bladesman who has started comprehending the saber Dao. A clear voice rang out. The one who had spoken was a charming woman not far away from Feng Zi, who was filled with temptation. This woman also had the mark of royalty on her forehead. She wore leather clothes that revealed most of her skin and had a playful tail behind her. She was an Eros demon. Feng Zi nodded gently and said, "There is no such expert in the Sky Dome realm." He should be a human outstanding talent that came down from the Kunlun realm. Should we change our plan? The leather-clad woman smiled coquettishly. Although this was clearly a request, it was filled with a teasing tone. A strong lust flashed in Feng Zi's eyes. He smiled and said, "Yao Manlan, your charm techniques are really ingrained in your bones. I really can't think of anyone in the world who would not fall for you. The beauty of a peach, graceful and exquisite, the fragrance of an orchid lingering." Yao Manlan was indeed like her name, not the slightest bit false. Yao Manlan smiled faintly. The praise of this Feng Zi, a peak outstanding talent of the winged demon monarch bloodline, was very useful to her. "Are you mocking me? Aside from the lust in your eyes, your heart has not moved at all." "Ha! That is natural. If you want to move my, Feng Zi's, heart, that will depend on whether that demon monarch Ling Yu of yours can do it or not," Feng Zi said indifferently, his tone brimming with pride. Disdain flashed in Yao Manlan's eyes as she thought to herself, Her Majesty Ling Yu's charm techniques have already reached great heights, reaching the level of the soul and the soul. With just one look, she can capture your mind, turning you into a loyal slave. Yao Manlan did not linger on this topic and returned to her own question. "You still haven't answered me whether we should change the plan or not." Feng Zi burst into laughter when he heard this. A torrential domineering aura burst forth from his eyes. "Change? Why do I have to change it? This Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to come. Who can stop me? Even if Emperor Wu comes, I, Feng Zi, am not afraid at all. There is no need for me to change anything." Upon seeing Feng Zi's arrogance, Yao Manlan felt displeased. Among the 18 demon monarchs' branches, the wind demon bloodline was the most arrogant and unruly. They had always been so confident. However, he did not say anything. This Feng Zi did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. He was only 50 years old now, but he had already killed an emperor-level demonic beast in the deep abyss demonic world. Yao Manlan said, "In that case, we will stick to the original plan. We will charge into the Sky Dome Immortal realm and use force to snatch away the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart." Feng Zi said domineeringly, "Naturally. There is no need to come up with any plans to deal with a bunch of old fogies. We can just kill our way through." However, this person, a murderous intent flashed in Feng Zi's eyes as he interrupted, "It would be best if he does not appear. If he does, my servant will not be killed for nothing." Back at Qingyun Peak, Xiaochen frowned slightly. He felt that someone had shattered his strand of saber qi. Although this strand of saber qi was just a casual attack, that demon was already a spent force. How could he have possibly shattered my saber qi? After thinking about it, Xiaochen could only conclude that this demon had an accomplice. Xiao Chen, who had been preparing to continue cultivating, suddenly had an idea. A demon that could easily shatter a strand of his saber qi. This demon that could easily shatter his strand of saber qi was rather strong, at least twice as strong as the demon that appeared at Qingyun Peak. How could there be such a strong person in the Sky Dome realm? Doubts appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. Could it be that the Dark Church returned to the Sky Dome realm and sent people to establish a branch? It was very possible. Of the 3,000 lower realms, the Sky Dome realm was the most mysterious. The Dark Church could not possibly give up on this place. "I have to make a trip to the Imperial Palace and warning you." Xiao Chen did not have any intention of destroying the Dark Church. This was because it was just a branch. Even if it was destroyed, the Dark Church headquarters in the deep abyss demonic world would still send people to rebuild it. Unless Xiao Chen had the ability to enter the demonic world and destroy the entire Dark Church headquarters, there was no need for him to do something so strenuous and unrewarding. However, Xiao Chen's friends and family were in the Great Qin nation. He needed to warning you and take precautions. After traveling millions of kilometers, Xiaoqin arrived at the Great Qin nation's imperial palace in the time it took to brew a pot of tea. Xiaoqin got someone to send a message and soon saw the valiant and formidable-looking Yu. Ha! What brings you here again? Are you still going to ask about Lu Riyue? I've already tried to recall many times. There is indeed no such person in my memories, Yu said with a smile when she saw Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. He had already figured out the situation with Lu Riyue. Naturally, he would not trouble Yu again. No, there is another reason. Xiaoqin immediately told Yu about his encounter during the day and his guesses. After Yu heard that, she frowned heavily. That's not right. If the Dark Church were re-establishing a branch, I would have received news long ago. Since the last time you returned, the Dark Church mysteriously retreated. I have not heard any news of the Dark Church since then. Furthermore, the demons you saw were of the Wind Demon race. Even if they were re-establishing the Dark Church, they would definitely be led by the humans who believe in the demonic god. The Dark Church has never had anything to do with the 18 demon races. Xiaoqin knew about this. However, he had not thought about it earlier. Now that Yu reminded him, he found it strange. Since they were not re-establishing the Dark Church, why did these demons come to the Sky Dome realm, where the spiritual energy was thin? As Xiaoqin thought about it, inspiration flashed in his mind. Could they be here for the Sky Dome Immortal realm? There are places in the Sky Dome Immortal realm that even I find difficult to deal with. There must be treasures from the Immortal epic there. That's not right. The treasures from the Immortal epic would not be of any use to them. Yu quickly rejected this guess. They were definitely not here for the treasures from the Immortal epic. It can't be. Yu seemed to think of something, and her expression suddenly changed. It seemed like this touched on some secret that she could not tell Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin was very smart. He guessed what Yu was thinking. Is it not convenient for you to tell me? Yu thought for a while before looking at Xiaoqin. There is no harm in telling you. The Sky Dome realm does not permit Emperor Wu to come down. You know this, right? Xiaoqin nodded. He had known this long ago. The other lower realms did not have such a ban. Only the Sky Dome realm did. Furthermore, it was a ban that the upper echelon of the Kunlun realm and the Deep Abyss demon monarchs worked together to establish. Xiaoqin had been curious about this for a long time. Could it be that Yu knew the reason? Yu trusted Xiaoqin. Now that she mentioned this, she did not hide it. You are right. I do know the reason. All the royal courts of the various nations know about it. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords during the Immortal Epic. If one person completely grasped the Sky Dome realm and swallowed up the other lower realms, he could form his own realm, a great realm equal to the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm. 10,000 years ago, the last Tianwu emperor was ambitious. He wanted to swallow up the 3,000 lower realms and then fight with the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm, unifying the entire three realms. Xiaoqian's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty hid such a secret. Yu continued, you already know what happened after that. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the 5 nations divided the Sky Dome realm. No one was able to unify it. Xiaoqin thought of something. His expression turned somewhat sullen as he said, given that, the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty was actually a double blow from the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. I do not know what exactly happened. I'm afraid that no one knows. In any case, after the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the upper echelon of the Kunlun realm made an agreement with the Deep Abyss demonic monarchs. No one was allowed to send an expert on the level of Emperor Wu or anyone on the level of Emperor Wu. What they feared was a martial emperor reunifying the Sky Dome realm, threatening the existence of both sides. The Sky Dome Realm's world core was also split between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world, each controlling half. After that, the luck of the Sky Dome realm never recovered. The two sides reached a tacit agreement to this day. When Xiaochen heard this, he forgot why the demons came to the Sky Dome realm. He thought of something even deeper. The Tianwu dynasty was indeed destroyed by the double blow from the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm. However, that was not the main point. The main point was the two people from 10,000 years ago, the final Tianwu emperor and the Qing emperor, Xiaoting, who ruled the Kunlun realm at that time. From Yingyu's words, Xiaochen could sense that the Tianwu emperor wanted to swallow up the 3,000 lower realms to contend with the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. His strength had to be extremely horrifying, probably on the same level as the Qing emperor. Furthermore, based on the information that Xiaochen obtained from the Kunlun realm, the final Tianwu emperor was a good friend of the Qing emperor. Furthermore, the final Tianwu emperor happened to die at the hands of the Qing emperor. In the end, the Qing emperor, who killed the final Tianwu emperor, did not have a good ending either. In the end, he perished, and the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. That was to say, the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty led to the fall of two powerful and ambitious overlords, ending with grievances. What exactly happened 10,000 years ago? Xiaochen sank into deep thought. The originally huge and complicated situation was becoming clearer and clearer in his mind. As long as he found a crucial point, all the mysteries could be solved. This crucial point was like a key. As long as he had this key, nothing else would be a problem. However, the problem now was where to find this crucial point. Xiaochen, what are you thinking about? Yingyu frowned slightly as she looked at the distracted Xiaochen. Xiaochen recovered his wits and saw the displeased expression on Yingyu's face. He quickly apologized. Sorry, I was thinking of something else and got distracted. What were you talking about? Go on. Yingyu said helplessly, speaking of the Sky Dome Realm's World Heart, this World Heart is also called the Sky Dome Heart. Both sides hold half of it. Whoever grasps the complete Sky Dome Heart will truly hold the Sky Dome Realm in their hands. After that, they can gather the 9 dragon veins and start swallowing up the lower realms. Chapter 1291. Xiaochen's thoughts returned to the present. After thinking for a while, he said, You are worried that the demon monarchs went back on the agreement and that the demons coming to the Sky Dome realm are here to snatch away the remaining half of the Sky Dome Heart. Yingyu said somewhat vexed, I am just a little worried. Logically speaking, the Sky Dome Heart has 5 peak half-step Emperor Wu cultivators and strong formations. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would find it hard to defeat them. Furthermore, they have kept to the agreement for the past 10,000 years. There is no need to break it. Agreement? Xiaochen smiled and said, How can such an agreement be reliable? Furthermore, the agreement back then was that neither side would send Emperor Wu down. A light flashed in Yingyu's eyes. You mean to say that the one coming is a demonic genius equal to Emperor Wu or even surpassing a regular Emperor Wu? I do not dare to be certain, but it is highly likely. You had best inform the Bushan Palace and tell them to prepare for the worst. Now that Xiaochen had delivered the message, he did not intend to interfere in this matter. So, he prepared to take his leave. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Just at this moment, a guard ran in a fluster and shouted. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Is the Sky Dome Immortal realm being invaded? Yingyu asked. That guard exclaimed in shock, Princess already knows. Xiaochen and Yingyu exchanged glances. Their expressions changed at the same time. Unfortunately, they had guessed correctly. Furthermore, they had not expected the other party to move so quickly. What's going on? Speak more clearly. The guard rested for a while and calmed his flustered emotions. He said, The Sky Dome Immortal Realm Sky Dome Palace, which guards the Sky Dome Heart, suffered an attack from the demons. They lost very quickly, and the Sky Dome Palace has already requested help from the various royal courts. There are a few demons. 2. Inyu waved her hand and said, "You may withdraw." Inyu sighed and looked at Xiaoqin. She said, "You are right. They are indeed demonic geniuses equal to Emperor Wu. The 5 half-step Emperor Wu that were sent by Bushan Palace to guard this place, each of them was not weak, they were all top existences, but they could not even block 2 demon dwellers. I'll go with you." "The elders of the Qin state don't have to go," Xiaoqin said. "You're going." Inyu was not very sure of Xiaoqin's strength. "Are you sure you want to go? Those are 2 demonic geniuses of the demon race that are as strong as Emperor Wu. Honestly speaking, I do not know what to do now. I am somewhat flustered." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "It looks like you do not understand my reputation in the Kunlun realm. Just bring me to that Sky Dome Palace." Inyu could not dissuade Xiaoqin. However, she requested that the old man guarding the great Qin nation's luck go with her. Since the other party insisted, Xiaoqin didn't care. "This is the protector elder of my great Qin nation's royal court, a consummation blue-robed emperor. He is as strong as the half-step Emperor Wu. He has guarded the great Qin nation for 200 years already." On a warship traveling through the Sky Dome Immortal realm, Xiao Yingyu introduced a white-haired old man in hempen robes to Xiaoqin. The hempen-robed old man had a benevolent expression, giving him the air of an elder. After hearing Inyu's explanation, he already knew the severity of the situation. These are troubled times. 10,000 years is a cycle. These demons finally lost their patience, the hempen-robed old man said worriedly. He felt that the situation of the Sky Dome Palace was not optimistic. Just 2 demons forced the Sky Dome Palace to seek outside reinforcements. This was simply unbelievable. "Little friend, have you heard of any outstanding young talent that can rival Emperor Wu in the Kunlun realm?" After the greetings, the hempen-robed old man asked Xiaoqin. He had been in the Sky Dome realm for 200 years and did not know the current situation of the Kunlun realm. Xiaoqin had not seen this person before. Among the half-step Emperor Wu, there were several who could kill Emperor Wu. He had even seen one before. However, among the younger generation, aside from Xiaoqin, there did not seem to be anyone with such strength. If the descendants of Diwuk's group of primes in the astral battlefield wanted to rival a regular Emperor Wu, they would have to advance to consummation blue-robed Emperor first. Shaking his head, Xiaoqin answered honestly, "I have never heard of him before." The hempen-robed old man's expression turned even graver. "Great chaos is about to descend. The future of the Kunlun realm is not good." Xiaoqin muttered to himself, "It was just an accident. Isn't old senior exaggerating things a little too much?" Xiaoqin had been to the Sky Dome Immortal realm twice before. At that time, he was only a martial sage. Back then, he had investigated and discovered that there were some forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal realm that he could not set foot in. Now, it looked like he was right. The Sky Dome Palace was in one of the forbidden lands. Fresh blood spread everywhere, and a heavy stench of blood wafted over. The corpses of the profound beasts that inspired terror in the forbidden lands appeared before the 3, their blood still wet. "Let's go." The hempen-robed old man leaped off the warship and led Xiaoqin and Inyu forward. Some of the bewildering formations and restrictions that originally existed had all lost their effects. A moment later, a huge palace appeared in front of the 3 of them. Intense energy fluctuations could be felt from within. That was the Sky Dome Palace, the forbidden land where half of the Sky Dome Heart was stored. 5 half-step Emperor Wu guarded it. The 3's figures flashed, and they arrived outside the Sky Dome Palace. They saw corpses lying on the ground outside the palace. There were thousands of them, and their blood had not dried yet. These are the cultivators maintaining the Sky Dome Dragon formation. They were all martial sages. Once the formation was formed, even Emperor Wu had to avoid it. To think that they all died, Yu said in extreme shock. The hemp-robed old man frowned and said, moreover, all of them were killed in one move. Xiao Chen's expression, which had always been calm, changed slightly as he looked at the corpses. He had a deeper understanding of the situation than the other two. Not only was it a fatal slash, but these people did not even struggle before they died. It was as if he was standing still and waiting to be slaughtered. His methods were extremely cruel. People of the Qin state, you are finally here. So. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. The reinforcements from the other 4 countries appeared at the same time, as if they had been waiting for a long time. It turned out that these people had arrived a long time ago. However, they saw that something was amiss and wanted to wait for everyone to arrive before entering together. When Yu found out, she could not help but say angrily, how can you all do this? The seniors in the Sky Dome Palace might die at any moment, yet you all waited here for nothing. Little miss, you really abhor evil. Did you not see that these 1,000-odd martial sages could not even activate the formation and instantly died? No one knew what was going on inside. If you go in rashly, you might not be able to save them and end up losing your life. The Great Chu nation's reinforcements did not feel that there was anything wrong with his actions. An extremely strong old man from the Great Jin nation said, this is the result of our unanimous agreement. There is no need to argue. Let's go in together. Suddenly, Xiao Chen said indifferently, I'm afraid there is no need to go in. There is no need to go in. What does that mean? It is not the place for a junior like you to speak here. Don't think that after returning from the Kunlun realm, you are unrivaled in the Sky Dome realm. The Great Jin nation's black-clad old man's gaze was like that of an eagle's as he looked coldly at Xiao Qin. The short and fat old man from the Great Tang nation said in disdain, Yu, this is an important place of the Sky Dome realm, a forbidden land of the Bushan Palace. You really dare to bring anyone in? When the Great Qin nation's hemp-robed old man saw that the few of them did not like Xiao Qin, he quickly said, everyone, there is no need to get agitated. We are all on the same side. Xiao Chen also joined the Bushan Palace in the Kunlun realm. Now that we are in need of manpower, one more person means one more force. The various nations' doyens all came from the Kunlun realm. They had not been there for several hundred years already, so they did not know about Xiao Chen's deeds in the Kunlun realm. Seeing that a junior dared to interrupt them, they all felt somewhat upset. This was especially so for the black-clad old man from the Great Jin nation, who was a half-step Emperor Wu. He had always considered himself the leader. Naturally, he was upset that his decision was interrupted by Xiao Qin. Yu pulled on Xiao Chen's hand, telling him to be more low-key and not to argue with these old men. Xiao Qin, don't get angry. These old men were sent to the Sky Dome realm because they had no hope of advancing to Emperor Wu. Originally, they were filled with resentment. Seeing that you are a consummation blue-robed emperor at such a young age, they must be jealous. There is no need to care about them. Adding Yu's consolation, Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. In any case, there was no need to argue. His words would be verified soon. There was no need to go in. A cold light flashed in the short, fat old man's eyes. Since we are in need of manpower now, we will not pursue the matter of you barging into the Forbidden Land. Go and help us clear the way. The Great Jin nation's black-clad old man nodded and looked at Xiao Qin. His meaning was clear, for Xiao Qin to obediently lead the way. Xiao Qin felt helpless in his heart. What a bunch of peerless people. They clearly had no hope of advancing and were just waiting for their lifespans to come to an end in the Sky Dome realm. To think that they were so afraid of death. It would be strange if this group of people was of any use to rescue them. Xiao Qin could not be bothered with them. He did not make any moves. Did you not hear what Elder Hong said? The black-clad old man demanded angrily. Xiao Chen replied indifferently, I already said that there is no need to go in. Just wait here. Boom. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, 3 figures fled out of a distant inner hall in the Sky Dome realm in a panic, rushing over to where the group was. These 3 old men were all half-step Emperor Wu. Normally, they were the strongest existences in the entire Sky Dome realm. However, at this moment, they all showed panicked expressions. Injuries covered their bodies, and their eyes showed no desire to fight. Clearly, they were scared out of their wits. What's going on? Senior Mao, Senior Yun, and Senior Lan all came out. The guardian elders of the other 4 nations forgot to reprimand Xiao Chen. They all looked at the 3 fleeing old men in shock. Man Lan, I already said that they are just a bunch of rotten wood. There is no need for any schemes. We can just crush them. Do you believe me now? Loud laughter came from behind. Feng Zi walked unhurriedly in the air. However, he closely followed the 3 old men, not letting them pull away at all. Yao Manlan acknowledged Feng Zi's strength. However, she felt disdain for his arrogance. If not for Yao Manlan using her charm techniques to instantly charm the 1,000 martial sages of the Sky Dome Palace and activate the Sky Dome Dragon formation, how could this Feng Zi charge in so easily? Whoosh! 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 The 3 old men landed before Xiao Chen and the others. Then, they looked at the man and woman in the air in horror. Seniors, what's going on? Where are Senior Wang and Senior Ma? The Great Jin Nation's black-clad old man asked anxiously, feeling somewhat nervous. Chapter 1292. Old Yun, who was the least injured of the 3, said sullenly, he's dead. That demon killed him. Ah! The consummation blue-robed emperors of the various nations who came to provide reinforcements all showed panicked expressions. Senior Wang and Senior Ma were peak half-step Emperor Wu. To think that they died at the hands of that youth. Not only that, but he even forced out the remaining 3 old men. How strong was that young demon? Thinking of this, everyone could not help feeling horrified. Then, a few people thought of something and looked at Xiao Chen. Indeed, they saw no surprise on Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen was right. There was no need to go in at all. Everyone had already been killed and escaped. What was the point of going in? However, this was the inner palace of the Sky Dome Palace, which had many restrictions, greatly limiting mental energy perception. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen saw something that the others could not see. Furthermore, his predictions were very accurate. Oh! Another group of people coming to die. Is this all the strength that the Bushin Palace has in the Sky Dome realm? This is really disappointing. I thought that this mission would be more difficult. Feng Zi's arrogant shout interrupted everyone's guesses about Xiao Chen's true strength. Now, they were all thinking about how to find a way out for themselves. When the Sky Dome Palace's old Yun heard this, he gritted his teeth in anger. If the Sky Dome Dragon formation could be activated, how could this brat be so arrogant? For the past 10,000 years, nothing had happened in the Sky Dome realm. The Bushin Palace had long since relaxed their guard. Furthermore, they thought that with the Sky Dome Dragon formation, nothing would go wrong. Who could have imagined that there would be a woman who cultivated charm techniques to such a deep level? With just a faint smile, she could charm more than 1,000 martial sages at the same time. This is the deep abyss royalty of the demonic world. No wonder. This is going to be difficult, Yu said worriedly when she saw the purple mark on Feng Zi's forehead. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. So, this is the deep abyss royalty. He recalled some past events. However, his expression remained shocked, not changing at all. Xiao Chen, there is no more chance. We will leave together later. It seems inevitable that the firmament heart will be snatched away by them. Let Bushin Palace deal with this. Our lives are more important now. Yu was a decisive person. When she saw that the person in the air was from the demonic world's royal clan, she immediately gave up on putting her life on the line. The bloodline of the demon world's royalty was rare. The mark on their foreheads was their pride. The power from their bloodline would infinitely increase their potential. I can give you the firmament heart. However, can you let us live? Elder Yu knew that he was no match for Xiao Qin. Even if he fought to the death, he would not be able to escape the fate of the Sky Dome heart being snatched away. Feeling helpless, he chose to compromise and seek a way out. Feng Zi burst into laughter. A bunch of ants, do you think you're qualified to negotiate with me? When did humans become so naive? Run! Seeing that there was no hope of compromise, the senior elders who came to help pushed off the ground, wanting to tear space and flee. Am I really that scary? It's the first time we've met, and you're already so scared. It's really sad. A pitiful voice that made one's bones go soft rang out in the air. For some reason, the many old men stopped moving and looked at the owner of the voice. It would have been fine if they did not look, but when they did, they were immediately shocked. That Yao Manlon had an exquisite figure. Her facial features were exquisite and refined, looking like they were made from a divine work. Her tight-fitting leather clothes revealed a large patch of her snow-white chest. The swaying tail behind her not only did not break this harmony, but it even added an exotic charm to her, making her look very charming. Is Manlon pretty? Yao Manlon smiled bashfully. Her bright and beautiful eyes revealed a sense of weakness, evoking a desire to protect her in one's heart for no reason. The group of old men below was stunned. The eyes of the elders who came to help turned hazy. They could not help saying, pretty, pretty, pretty. Manlon is really pretty. The three old men who came from the Sky Dome Palace already had some resistance. However, they still struggled, their expressions filled with pain and confusion. The will of thunder in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness stirred up overwhelming waves. Xiao Chen's heart sank, and he quickly defended his heart. The will of thunder, which had already reached its limits, released a resplendent light in his sea of consciousness and crushed the strands of pink mental energy into pieces. What a strong charm technique! Although it has not reached the level of attacking the heart, it has already broken away from the body's most primal temptation and can invade the sea of consciousness. If not for my peak will of thunder, it would be difficult to deal with this. Xiao Chen thought to himself, raising his guard. He circulated his peak will of thunder continuously. Manlon, are you really that pretty? Another bone-numbing voice rang out. Yao Manlon's figure swayed dreamily. Really? Really? The group of old men eagerly answered, pushing each other to be the first to speak. Clearly, they were already deeply immersed. Heavy disdain flashed in Feng Zi's eyes. In that case, all of you can die. Feng Zi's attacks were incredibly fast. When he threw a palm strike, several wind blades shot out like sharp spears at lightning speed. At the critical moment of life and death, the spears instantly pierced through the foreheads of the old men from the various nations who were immersed in the charm technique. Blood spurted out, and their souls were destroyed. They died with grievances. The many consummation blue-robed emperors did not even try to run when death approached. Dang! Xiao Chen stretched out a finger and shattered the spear flying at him. Then, he pushed aside the confused Yu. His figure flashed, and he shielded the great Qin nation's old man. Then, he pinched the spear with 2 fingers. At the final moment, Yao Manlon's charm technique clearly strengthened. Xiao Chen was confused for 1,000th of a second. He only attacked after he reacted. Now, he could only save Yu and the great Qin nation's hemp-robed old man. As for the old men of the other 4 nations, even if Xiao Chen wanted to, he could not. At the critical moment of life and death, the Sky Dome Palace's three old men quickly startled awake. They avoided being struck in their vital spots, only getting the spears to pierce through their heads and right shoulders. However, they were already injured in the first place. Now, they were even more injured, losing most of their combat prowess. When facing the strong Feng Zi, they could only wait for death. "Demonic woman, you will die a horrible death." The three old men raged. If not for this demonic woman, the Sky Dome Palace would not have fallen so quickly. However, Feng Zi and Yao Manlan ignored these three. They only looked at Xiao Qin, who shielded Yu and the hemp-robed old man. "Manlan, it looks like your charm technique is only a so-so. You can't even charm a youth." Feng Zi's strong confidence made him feel like everything was under his control. So, he casually teased Yao Manlan. Feng Zi did not care much about Xiao Qin. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be afraid. What more an insignificant consummation blue-robed emperor? After being teased by Feng Zi, Yao Manlan sent a voice projection indifferently. "However, my charm technique was scattered and I did not focus on him." Yao Manlan's expression did not change. She smiled faintly at Xiao Qin and said, "Young master's standards are really high. To think that Manlan's looks do not catch young master's attention at all." As Yao Manlan smiled sweetly, she executed her charm technique. Her gentle voice contained a heavy bitterness, making one feel guilty and want to comfort her. What a powerful charm technique. However, how can I fall for it again? A plan appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He allowed the red light in his sea of consciousness to spread out, not resisting it. Then, he walked over, appearing both real and fake. "Miss Manlan, you must be joking. This humble one is just, Xiao Chen, don't go over." Yu shouted, worry filling her eyes. However, Feng Zi had a playful smile on his face as he looked down at her from high above. The killing intent that he revealed inadvertently prevented her from moving at all. The thing that Feng Zi loved to see was such a fool get charmed and then die at his hands without even realizing it. This feeling of controlling the situation, of controlling life and death, filled his entire body with joy. Success. Yao Manlan rejoiced in her heart. The expression on her face turned extremely charming. Her pair of charming eyes were soul-stirring. She looked at the approaching Xiao Qin and asked, "Manlan, am I beautiful?" Xiao Qin was already very close. He could clearly smell the fragrance of the other party's body. It made him feel like he was in heaven, making him feel like he was in heaven. Feng Zi's lips curled up in a cold smile. It was time to make a move. Despair flashed in Yu's eyes as she shouted in pain, "Xiao Qin." Guilt appeared in the eyes of the three old men of the Sky Dome realm. If they had not asked for reinforcements, these people would not have died. This was especially so for Xiao Qin. At such a young age, he was already a consummation blue-robed emperor. His future was limitless. To think that Xiao Qin was going to die here as well. There was nothing more unfortunate than this. Despicable demon girl. She caused the deaths of more than 1,000 martial sages of my Sky Dome Palace. Now, she is going to send another outstanding talent to his death. Old Yun, who controlled the Sky Dome Heart, said angrily. A cocky look flashed in Yao Manlan's eyes. She said with a smile, "Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful Manlan is, she is not yours. There is nothing to be pitiful about. Even if you strip naked and stand before me, I will not touch you." The dazed look in Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly disappeared. Then, his lips curled up in a cold smile. Horror flashed in Yao Manlan's eyes. However, before she could react, Xiao Chen grabbed her neck with his right hand and lifted her up. Whoosh! An intense feeling of suffocation came over her. In that instant, she forgot all about her charm technique. Only the fear of death lingered in her heart, unable to be dispelled. You seem to enjoy the praise of others. You like to make people die in bliss without them realizing it. I heard that when one suffocates to a certain degree, it can also make one feel extreme happiness and die in pleasure. Xiao Chen said expressionlessly. This woman was born to bring disaster to the nation and the people. However, she had a heart of snakes and scorpions. Xiao Chen did not feel any sympathy for such a person, no matter how lovely she looked. When Yao Manlan heard Xiao Chen's words, the fear in her heart spread to her entire body, causing her to tremble in fear. Don't kill me," Yao Manlan said with great difficulty, her eyes filling with despair. You and the others were all stunned. Unexpectedly, in a breath of time, Xiao Chen used lightning-quick methods to subdue this extremely dangerous woman. How could this young man resist that charm art? That is a charm technique that even scares us. It already transcends physical charm and invades the sea of consciousness. Old Yun and the others were shocked and in disbelief. Chapter 1293. The sudden change shocked Feng Zi even more than them. Although he said that he could not see through Yao Manlan's charm technique, he kept his guard up in his heart. Yao Manlan's charm arts could already rank in the top 20 of the Eros demon race. Several martial emperors felt a headache when facing her. Today, she actually fell at the hands of a Kunlun realm brat. How could he not be shocked? After the shock came overwhelming rage. To think that this Xiao Qin could still resist and escape his control. How could he not be angry? Go to hell. Feng Zi's figure flashed, and he turned into a gust of wind, directly disappearing without a trace, leaving no trace behind. This was the innate ability of the Wind Demon Monarch's bloodline, Wind Wings Evasion. It could hide in the wind, raise one's speed, and conceal one's tracks. Xiao Chen scanned with his spiritual sense and found that he could not find Feng Zi at all. With a thought, he unfurled his 1-kilometer-long saber domain. Feng Zi's swift figure immediately appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes, leaving no place to hide. Pooh! Xiao Chen picked up Yao Manlan with his right hand and tossed her at Feng Zi, causing her to scream in horror. A strange look flashed in Feng Zi's eyes after he executed his evasion. How can it be? To think that he guessed my direction. However, Feng Zi did not have time to think. His lightning-quick strike was about to land on Yao Manlan. Damn it! Feng Zi revealed himself, wanting to avoid Yao Manlan. He could already tell that Yao Manlan was in a dangerous situation. He could already tell that Yao Manlan's attack carried a strong force. He could not receive it and could only dodge. With his killing move broken, Feng Zi felt frustrated. How could he care about Yao Manlan? As for what kind of injuries Yao Manlan would suffer after she landed, that was not something he could care about. Feng Zi's figure flashed, and he executed Wind Wings Evasion again. Furthermore, he was even more careful. Feng Zi's body merged into the wind, not releasing any aura at all. He wanted to silently injure Xiao Chen severely. By relying on this Wind Wings Evasion, he had killed several martial emperor-level demonic beasts. What happened earlier was just a coincidence, so Feng Zi still felt very confident. However, he was wrong. Within 1 kilometer, no matter how careful he was, he could not hide from Xiao Chen's saber domain. Bang! Xiao Chen's figure flashed over and directly kicked him out. Xiao Chen stomped on Feng Zi and sent him crashing to the ground. Feng Zi fell to the ground and ate a lot of dirt. This kick was too fast, causing him to land before Yao Manlan. When Xiao Chen saw that Yao Manlan was about to land beside him, he casually kicked with his left foot. Yao Manlan vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying before she landed on the ground. The incomparably savage Feng Zi was trampled under Xiao Chen's foot just like that, while the poisonous woman was sent flying with a casual kick. Such a scene flabbergasted the three surviving old men of the Sky Dome Palace, not daring to believe their eyes. Before coming, Yu, who had been worried about Xiao Chen's strength, could not react in time. After Yao Manlan landed, she flopped around a few times. Wounds covered her body, and she showed a pained expression. As she looked at Xiao Qin, horror filled her eyes. All along, Yao Manlan had been toying with men in the palm of her hand. She had never felt such fear when facing a man before. At this moment, there was only one thought in Yao Manlan's mind: flee. However, how could Xiao Qin give her a chance to flee? After killing more than 1,000 martial sages of the Sky Dome realm, he could come and go as he pleased. There was no such thing as this. At some point in time, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. A resplendent saber light flickered, and the scabbard left on its own. Shwa! The scabbard moved like a meteor, leaving behind a cold purple light. Pu Ci. It pierced through Yao Manlan's back amid a scarlet light, pinning her to the ground. These two were still very useful. They both had secrets on them. Xiao Qin did not intend to let them go so easily. Ah! Electricity flickered on the scabbard, causing Yao Manlan to cry out in pain. She could no longer move. Eros demons were not good at fighting in the first place. After receiving such a blow, she would not be able to stand up again without external help. Feng Zi, who was below Xiao Qin, was not easy to deal with. So, Xiao Qin did not waste any words. He raised his saber, preparing to cripple this person personally. You are not strong enough to kill me. Pu Ci. Feng Zi roared furiously, and a pair of purple wings unfurled from his back. When the wings flapped, they kicked up a strong wind. As the wind blew, Xiao Chen's body bounced back uncontrollably. Yu frowned and said, "Oh no." This Feng Zi activated his royal bloodline. Xiao Qin did not lose control of this extremely strong saber strike. With a thought, the rapidly descending saber came to a stop the moment the tip of the saber touched the ground. Feng Zi did not waste any energy. When he saw this scene, his expression turned grave. You are the Blades man who killed my servant. When Feng Zi saw the saber in Xiao Chen's hand and the saber intent in Xiao Chen's eyes, he immediately guessed Xiao Chen's identity. Xiao Chen said calmly, if your servant is that fool who came to Qingyun Peak, then it is me. In that case, you can go and die. Feng Zi snorted coldly. Then, he spread his wings and charged towards Xiao Qin. After Feng Zi spread his wings, his aura became terrifyingly strong. He knew that Xiao Qin could see through his wind-wing evasion, so he stopped executing it. Feng Zi flew forward and started a close combat with Xiao Qin. His hands were his most terrifying weapons. Unexpectedly, Feng Zi could catch the lunar shadow saber, which contained a strong saber intent, with his bare hands. Furthermore, his attack speed was incredibly fast, looking like a spinning clump of light. Dang! 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 Feng Zi's palms clashed intensely with Xiao Chen's saber, giving off melodious metallic clangs. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space, looking like it would crumble at any moment. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party was actually faster than him. This was the first time Xiao Chen met someone of the same generation who was faster than him. After Feng Zi spread his wings, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Once the demonic world royal clan geniuses got serious, they could not be underestimated. However, Xiao Chen still held victory in his grasp. As he faced the other party's unpredictable attacks and storm-like attacks, Xiao Chen countered them calmly and slowly. Two flames burned in Xiao Chen's eyes, one golden and one white. The two flames, the lunar true flame and the solar true flame, each carried a formless energy as they spun around Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen split his law energy into two and sent it in. A taiji force field formed under his feet. Xiao Chen had not comprehended this miraculous force field for long, so he could test it out on Feng Zi. He moved his feet, and his entire body twisted like water. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held the saber, followed this feeling and swung his saber, blocking Feng Zi's attack. Initially, the combination of the taiji force field and the saber technique was riddled with openings. The other party's claws covered Xiao Chen's body, making him look very scary. However, Xiao Chen did not care at all. He had a half-step golden body. As long as he protected his heart of an emperor, he could completely ignore the other injuries, such as losing an arm or a leg. Ha! Not bad. This is the first time I've seen someone of the same generation who is faster than me. Xiao Chen could feel that his saber technique and the taiji dao were starting to match. He felt happy and could not help speaking happily. However, to Feng Zi, these words of praise sounded like great humiliation. Feng Zi had attacked with all his might, but he only received a not bad evaluation. Clearly, Xiao Chen was handling this with ease. I don't believe that your physical body is really made of iron. The mark on Feng Zi's forehead flickered with light, and his movement technique soared. Immediately, it seemed like the sky was filled with Feng Zi's figures, surrounding Xiao Chen and attacking him non-stop. Good timing. Xiao Chen's consciousness completely immersed itself in comprehending the Tao. Within the formless taiji force field, his movement slowed down again. In fact, it was so slow that Xiao Chen's every move could be seen clearly. In the eyes of Yu and the others, Xiao Chen's every move was broken down into 10-odd afterimages. Every afterimage lingered for a long time, as if they were blocking Feng Zi's attacks. As the battle continued, Xiao Chen's afterimages layered over each other, leaving behind tens of thousands of afterimages. This fellow has a formless force field around him. While my movements look very fast, in reality, the force field slows me down significantly. I have to break this force field. Feng Zi saw that Xiao Chen was growing stronger as he fought. Initially, he was covered in wounds, but now, he could receive most of his attacks. So, he decided to forcefully break that force field. Winged Demon Finger. Break for me. Feng Zi retreated 1 kilometer and pointed at Xiao Chen from afar. A strong wind blew away the clouds, and an ancient finger descended from the sky, thrusting towards Xiao Chen. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was not a finger at all. Instead, it was a solid storm that took the shape of a gigantic finger. It pierced through the sky and tore through the layers of space as it descended. This finger equaled the might of a small perfection medial grade profound martial technique of the Kunlun realm, possibly even stronger. Whoosh! The many layers of Xiao Chen's afterimages merged back together with a whoosh. The instant they merged, Xiao Chen thrust the lunar shadow saber forward and happened to block that gigantic storm finger. Bang! Xiao Chen quickly fell backward. Feng Zi smiled coldly and said, "Trying to fight with me? You are seeking death." However, before Feng Zi's smile could freeze, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's back was about 1 meter above the ground. In fact, he had not truly fallen. Rise! Xiao Chen shouted and circulated the taiji force field. This force slowly lifted him up. The saber swayed gently, and the storm finger moved like a snake. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He thought to himself, how dangerous. This storm nearly crippled me. Fortunately, I managed to hold on at the last moment. In the earlier moment, Xiao Chen experienced a test of life and death in what seemed like a simple scene to others. The winged demon finger instantly shattered Xiao Chen's taiji force field. At that moment, his internal organs trembled endlessly, cracks appearing in them. Just as Xiao Chen felt horrified, the shattered taiji force field reformed on its own. Without needing Xiao Chen to control it, it drew out all the remaining law energy in his body and started circulating it again. As the gigantic finger moved, it kicked up a boundless strong wind. The entire world trembled. Many small hurricanes appeared on the horizon, numbering in the thousands, filling the sky. Chapter 1294. Feng Zi exclaimed, "How can this be? To think that my winged demon finger is like a toy in his hands." Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "The game ends here. Many thanks for your teachings. I have just barely grasped the rudiments of this Taiji Dao." However, as Xiaochen had just grasped the rudiments, he could not use the Taiji Dao to destroy this winged demon finger. However, if he continued fighting, he would not make any more breakthroughs. So, Xiaochen lost his patience. After dispelling the Taiji force field, Xiaochen circulated his primordial energy, and a heavy emperor's might spread out from his body. The lunar shadow saber released a light as it hacked down. The weakened winged demon finger instantly split in half. Primordial energy. Feng Zi felt dizzy, not daring to believe what he saw. Saber intent filling the air for me to use. With a thought, a vast saber intent spread out within 1 kilometer, gathering on the saber. Then, Xiaochen took advantage of the opportunity to leap up and hack down with his saber. Ka Xie! Ka Xie! When this saber descended, space tore apart like tofu. Before the saber arrived, it had already arrived before Feng Zi. Feng Zi instantly went flying, his clothes tattered, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. A saber domain that already reached the microscopic realm. Feng Zi no longer had any fighting spirit in his heart. He turned and fled, only wanting to leave this place quickly. Xiaochen, who was radiating a vast emperor's might, immediately suppressed Feng Zi's aura, even though he had already activated the demonic world's royal bloodline. In this world, the most dazzling light was Xiaochen. After Xiaochen circulated his primordial energy, the stalemate instantly broke. As Xiaochen watched the fleeing Feng Zi, he quickly swung his saber, gathering all the glory of the various mysterious phenomena into one saber strike. Instant of glory, a painting within a painting. Feng Zi felt a huge pressure. When he turned his head to look, he was immediately startled. He saw a huge and vivid painting covering the area and flying towards him. Winged demon finger. Condense. Feng Zi could no longer care about overdrawing on his strength. He clenched his teeth and executed the winged demon finger again, gathering all the energy on his finger. Ka Xie. The painting of glory shattered. However, before Feng Zi could rejoice, a new painting appeared. Break. Feng Zi, who still did not know that he was in the painting, heard Xiaochen shout and saw space shatter, revealing him in the space in the painting. His body immediately suffered the pain of thousands of explosions, causing him to howl in pain. Feng Zi activated a necklace on his chest, and a protective halo appeared around him. This was a protective item given to him by the Wind Demon King. Xiaochen could even flee from a sovereign martial emperor. However, he used it up prematurely against Xiaochen today. White-robed bladesman, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I will definitely take revenge for today's grudge in the Kunlun realm in the future. Seeing Feng Zi's protective light shield, Xiaochen sheathed his saber and stopped attacking. This guy's speed was already amazing, and now that he had taken out his life-saving artifact, there was no point in chasing after him. In any case, Yao Manlan had already been captured. There was no need to fear that they would not be able to dig out the secrets of her line of work. The 3 surviving old men of the Sky Dome Palace walked over and asked respectfully to Xiaochen, "Might I ask for little friend's great name and which senior you are a disciple of?" Respect for the strong, regardless of seniority, was the tradition of this world. Xiaochen gladly accepted, not finding it inappropriate. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Everyone, there is no need to stand on ceremony. I am Shao Qin, considered a member of the Bushan Palace as well. The Thunder King conferred me the title of Blue Dragon King long ago. Conferred king. The Thunder King conferred you that. He was conferred king at such a young age. The three old men had not left the Sky Dome Palace for a long time. They were startled, their faces filled with incredulity. In the blink of an eye, this Shao Chen's status was even higher than theirs. Greetings, Blue Dragon King. The three old men quickly bowed. This was the rule of the Bushan Palace. Before advancing to martial emperor, when one was conferred king, everyone had to show respect. At this moment, Yin Yu and the hemp-robed old man walked over. When they saw the three old men of the Sky Dome Palace bowing to Shao Qin, they were stunned. Shao Qin waved his hand and said, "You are too polite. You should take care of this demonic girl first and then tidy up the Sky Dome Palace properly." Right. Old Yun, who controlled half of the Sky Dome Heart, said, "This demonic girl has caused great harm. We have to interrogate her properly." When the two old men beside old Yun saw Yao Manlon lying on the ground, they mercilessly knocked her out with a palm strike. Then, they placed restrictions in her body, temporarily turning her into an ordinary person. "We will go and deal with the aftermath first. Blue Dragon King, how about you rest in the palace first? After we are done, we will come and entertain you," old Yun invited. Shao Qin felt excited. There were some places in this Sky Dome Immortal realm that he was very interested in. He could ask these three old men about them, so he did not hesitate to agree. Old Yun revealed a smile and retreated. "You are really good. You tricked me into such a miserable state. To think that I was worried about you when I came. Should I address you as Blue Dragon King now?" Yin Yu scolded jokingly after the three old men left, her eyes filled with mockery. Shao Qin smiled and said, "Back then, I already told you that I would do it alone. If you did not believe me, there was nothing I could do." When the hemp-robed old man heard this, he revealed an embarrassed expression. He smiled and said, "I will take my leave first. I have not been out for a long time. The world has really changed. The demonic geniuses of the demonic world's royal clan are actually this strong. Goodbye. Are your injuries all right?" Yin Yu asked as she pointed to the wounds of various sizes on Shao Chen's body. Strong demonic qi lingered on them, making them look very scary. Shao Chen smiled and said, "These are just superficial wounds. They are not a problem. Let's enter the Sky Dome Palace first." Yin Yu shook her head and said, "I won't be going. They are definitely looking for you to discuss the situation this time. I will not interfere with the internal matters of the Bushan Palace." Shao Chen recalled that Yin Yu belonged to the Yin clan. Although the Yin clan was strong in the Kunlun realm and had abundant accumulations, it was not under the jurisdiction of the Bushan Palace. Shao Chen did not force her and let her go. A servant of the Sky Dome Palace arrived late and led Shao Chen to a pavilion in the inner palace. Now that he had some free time, Shao Chen did not rest. He continuously thought about the earlier battle. There was both joy and worry in his heart. Shao Chen rejoiced because he had gained a basic understanding of the Taiji Dao. In the future, he would have another strong move. Shao Chen was worried because he did not know how strong Feng Zi was among the demonic world's royal clan. If this person was not at the peak, then the demonic geniuses of the demonic world's royal clan would be somewhat horrifying. Feng Zi left two deep impressions on Shao Chen. First, the other party was even faster than him. Second, once the other party's royal bloodline was activated, his strength underwent a qualitative change. If not for Shao Chen condensing the heart of an emperor and being able to cultivate primordial energy, he would not have won this battle so easily. However, primordial energy was not invincible. After others found out about it, there would always be a way to deal with it. Xiao Qin could not lower his guard against the deep abyss demonic races. 4 hours later, Old Yun walked in apologetically. Sorry for making the Blue Dragon King wait for so long. Xiao Qin put down his teacup and smiled. I was not bored. Old Yun, please tell me about the casualties. When Xiao Qin mentioned the casualties, Old Yun's expression turned grave. 1,000 martial sages all died. None of them survived. Fortunately, the Sky Dome Dragon formation was not broken. When the Bushin Palace sends new people, it will be able to resume operations. However, Old Yun wanted to say something but stopped. Xiao Qin asked out of curiosity, however what? Old Yun replied after some thought, however, the good days are probably over. Although the demons did not break the agreement and send Emperor Wu, this is the first time in the past 10,000 years that they have fought for the Sky Dome Heart. However, this is the first time in the past 10,000 years that someone has snatched the Sky Dome Heart. I'm afraid there will be great chaos. A demonic calamity. Old Yun shook his head. In the past 10,000 years, we have experienced several demonic calamities. The Kunlun realm has to suffer a demonic calamity almost every 1,000 years. However, no matter which demonic calamity it was, our Sky Dome Palace was never attacked. The more important thing is that the demonic calamity that was supposed to arrive this time has not arrived yet. I believe that once it does, it will be a great calamity. At that time, no one will be able to avoid it. Xiao Chen's heart sank. A great calamity. This Old Yun could be considered a veteran of the Bushin Palace. His words were most likely correct. The two chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Qin spoke of his intentions. Does Old Yun know of any unknown forbidden lands in this Sky Dome Immortal realm? There are really a lot of forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. However, to the Blue Dragon King, most of them should not be considered forbidden lands. Old Yun thought for a while before saying, the Blue Dragon King wants to explore this Sky Dome Immortal realm. What's wrong? Could it be that there are some prohibitions against exploring? Old Yun smiled and said, the Blue Dragon King misunderstands. Even if there are treasures in this Sky Dome Immortal realm, they are just magic skills. No one needs them or cares about them. If the Blue Dragon King wants to explore, I have a map here that records all the forbidden lands of the Sky Dome Immortal realm in detail. There are clear classifications: Martial Sage, Blue-Robed Emperor, Half-Step Emperor Wu, and Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden lands. There are all of them. When Xiao Qin heard this, he was startled. There are even Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden lands? Xiao Qin was really not sure about this. Previously, when he was in the Sky Dome Immortal realm, he had not been strong enough, so he had only explored it roughly. However, there is only one. If the Blue Dragon King does not need to, it is best not to go there. Xiao Qin received the map that the other party handed over. Intense interest appeared in his eyes. His two minor magic skills were no longer of interest to him. Xiao Qin needed a major magic skill or even a supreme magic skill. Magic energy was not a problem. Once the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through to the 8th layer, his sea of consciousness would expand again and hold even more magic energy. Old Yun, do you mind if I stay here for a few more days? Xiao Qin asked. Old Yun smiled and replied, what is there to mind? The Sky Dome Palace welcomes the Blue Dragon King at any time. You can stay as long as you want. Many thanks. Xiao Qin needed time to understand the restrictions on the map. He also needed time to consolidate his comprehension of the Taiji Dao. At this point, it was extremely difficult for Xiao Qin to raise his strength. The appearance of the Taiji Dao allowed Xiao Qin to see a trace of possibility. If he succeeded, it would be a great help. However, this was not enough. For his great tribulation of wind and fire, it was far from enough. Hence, Xiao Chen needed a magic skill that could help him clear his great tribulation of wind and fire, a supreme magic skill. Spreading out the map, Xiao Chen thought carefully. He ignored all the forbidden lands below half-step Emperor Wu. The reason was simple. The old men of the Sky Dome Palace who had this map were all half-step Emperor Wu's strength. They should have all been there before. Chapter 1295. Since someone had already visited these places, how could there be anything good left? In that case, there were not many left. There were a total of 10 half-step Emperor Wu level forbidden lands, 4 Emperor Wu level forbidden lands, and only 1 sovereign martial emperor level forbidden land. Ao Jiao, help me check the periphery first and choose a route for me. Xiao Chen did not have much time. Right now, he needed to comprehend the Taiji Dao and the Saber domain, which focused on the saber. Any time he could save would be a gain. Ao Jiao flew out of the Immortal Spirit Ring and grabbed the map. She smiled and said, "Leave it to me." After saying that, Ao Jiao silently flew out like a dancing spirit. As Xiao Chen watched her leave, his lips curled up in a faint smile. On an island in the deep sea that led to a crack in the demonic world, Chu Chaoyun sat cross-legged with a sword on his back. His eyes were closed as if he was waiting for someone. Whoosh! After a while, a wind demon wrapped in a golden shield spread its wings and flew through the sky at lightning speed, moving even faster than a meteor. The air could not stop it at all. Chu Chaoyun opened his eyes and entered deep thought. He failed. Even with Feng Zi working with Yao Manlan, he could not obtain the remaining half of the Sky Dome Heart. It looks like he returned. What a coincidence. However, this is fine as well. If this Feng Zi really obtained it, it will be much more troublesome for me to retrieve it in the future. Revealing a smile, Chu Chaoyun slowly stood up and paced around. Since only one person returned, it meant that Yao Manlan was captured. This was a major matter. Xiao Chen wondered what Leng Yu would do. Yao Manlan could be considered her disciple. Interesting. After this failure, the Bushan Palace should be on guard. The 18 demon monarchs would probably not send more people to make a move. However, great chaos was about to descend. This storm could not stop. I should make my final preparations. 10,000 years is a cycle. I really look forward to the final battle with you. Don't die so early. After learning that Feng Zi did not obtain the Sky Dome Heart, Chu Chaoyun was in a good mood. His figure flashed, vanishing from the island. There were 10 half-step Emperor Wu Great Forbidden Lands in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Due to Ao Jiao's advanced scouting, Xiao Chen only spent half a month to explore them all. Other than killing a few difficult Xian beasts and obtaining a few Xian cores, he had gained nothing. He hadn't even seen a small magical power, let alone a great magical power. As for an even stronger supreme magical power, there was no need to even dream about it. 10 failures with nothing to show for it had severely dampened Xiao Chen's spirits. Before this, he was filled with anticipation. Who would have thought that this would be the result? Magic skills were hard to find. Even though this was once the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence, it was too difficult to find it after millions of years. There are also 4 Emperor Wu level forbidden areas. I hope I won't come back empty-handed. Following the map, Xiao Chen arrived at the first Emperor Wu level forbidden area. An icy lake appeared in Xiao Chen's line of sight. Cold qi assaulted him, but it did not freeze. It was incredibly mysterious. I could not endure this icy lake after descending to 1 kilometer. I did not receive any attacks, but I did not obtain any information, Ao Jiao said. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "This temperature is very harmful to the body. Even the Emperor Wu golden body cannot endure it completely. It is already very incredible that you could descend to 1 kilometer. In that case, you only have a half-step golden body. isn't that even worse? Hence, I can only stay in there for half a day at most. After that, I have to leave. Splash! Xiao Chen fell into the lake. The first 100 meters were fine. After 500 meters, he had to circulate his energy to protect his body. After 1 kilometer, cold qi invaded his body. Aside from circulating his energy to protect his body, Xiao Chen also had to deal with this cold qi. However, it was fortunate that the cold qi did not increase in intensity. He could still endure it as long as it did not persist for too long. After descending for 3 kilometers, Xiao Chen finally stepped on the ground. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, which was very solid. In the lake, Xiao Chen knocked on the ice, but there was no sound at all. He turned his head and looked around. In this lake, there was a kind of crystal-clear ice fish. They were not large in size and looked very docile. There were many of them, and they did not seem to be afraid of Xiao Chen. They swam above and around him without any scruples. There's nothing here. It looks like I came here for nothing again. Xiao Chen stood up, creating a series of bubbles and gurgling sounds. However, this fish was not bad. Perhaps he could catch a few and roast them. They would definitely be delicious. Being able to live in such a cold place, there might be other unexpected miraculous effects. In this Emperor-level Forbidden Land, aside from the extreme cold, Xiao Chen did not find anything special. He had already lost interest and could only set his sights on the ice fish. Hey, this fish is so cute. Why do you want to eat them? In the end, this suggestion caused Ao Jiao to protest. Xiao Chen directly ignored it. When he really roasted them, that foodie Ao Jiao would definitely be drooling. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed an ice fish that passed by him. In the end, his hand slipped, and the fish's tail gently swayed, slipping out of his hand. I actually failed to catch it. However, since I'm here, I definitely can't return empty-handed. Xiao Chen was very patient. In the end, the ice fish slipped out of his hand several times, and he could not hold it at all. Moreover, these ice fish were not afraid at all. They even spat at him. I don't believe that I can't catch them. Xiao Chen was a little angry. He released a trace of killing intent in his heart, and it began to spread in the lake. Whoosh! However, it did not matter. The following situation made Xiao Chen afraid. The moment he released his killing intent, the entire bottom of the lake suddenly quietened down. Tens of thousands of ice fish stopped swimming. They turned their heads and looked at him silently. No matter how one looked at it, this situation seemed a little strange. Ao Jiao, why do I feel that something is wrong? My skin feels like it's on fire, but I don't feel any pain at all. Xiao Chen rolled up his sleeves and took a look. He saw a layer of frost on his skin. With a gentle touch, large patches of frost fell off. Even his bones could be seen. This scene made his face pale. His hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his back. Earlier, the ice fish did not spit saliva. It was clearly an extremely high-grade ice fire. Even his half-step golden body could not withstand it. Two. Tens of thousands of ice fish opened their mouths at the same time. Streams of saliva-like ice fire shot at him like bullets. Xiao Chen was scared half to death. He had never panicked like this before. He executed his movement technique to the extreme and quickly swam up. Fortunately, the shoal of ice fish did not chase after him. After they chased him away, the bottom of the lake regained its calm. Xiao Chen, who was covered in ice and fire, broke out of the water. When he landed, he immediately activated the solar true flame in his right eye and covered his entire body, eliminating the layer of fire on the surface. After that, he spent a lot of effort, even using his primordial energy, to eliminate all the ice and fire in his body. Fortunately, he discovered it early, and the ice and fire did not seep into his meridians or internal organs. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Ao Jiao could not stop laughing at Xiao Chen's embarrassing state, scolding him. "Who told you to be greedy? I already told you not to catch those ice fish. Now you know the consequences, right?" Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. After being chased away by a shoal of ice fish that looked down on him, he did not have the face to argue. However, Xiao Chen's interest in this cold water lake intensified. He had never heard of an ice fish that could spit fire. Furthermore, it was such a mysterious ice fire. What exactly made this shoal of ice fire change? When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen preparing and wanting to go back into the water, she quickly stopped him. "Hey, you still want to go down? Are you really unwilling to die without being able to eat fish?" Xiao Chen smiled. "Silly, am I that greedy? There is definitely something strange about this cold water lake. Have you ever heard of an ice fish that can spit fire? However, if there is an opportunity, I will definitely catch a few. My instincts tell me that the ice fish are delicious. Furthermore, they have other uses. TSK, you are still greedy." No matter what, Xiao Chen went back into the water again. This time, he learned his lesson and did not expose his killing chi. The gentle ice fish ignored Xiao Chen. Perhaps it was because the shoal of ice fish was too strong and did not fear him at all. Xiao Chen walked on the ice at the chilly bottom of the lake, calmly observing the shoal of ice fish. When one looked at the peaceful bottom of the lake, one would find it very beautiful. The water plants swayed gently with motes of spiritual light. The gentle and beautiful shoal of fish swam around. If Xiao Chen were an ink painter, he would definitely use a brush to properly record this beautiful scene. Aside from the ice fish, there were no other large creatures at the bottom of the lake. This shoal of ice fish was the absolute tyrant of the vast lake bottom. Just think about it. Even Xiao Chen had to retreat after the shoal of ice fish flared up, leaving in a sorry state. What profound beast would dare to provoke them? How cold! Half a day is almost up, and I have not discovered anything. I have to go back up. Xiao Chen wanted to stay behind. However, the cold qi was too strong, injuring his body. He could not stay for long. However, the moment Xiao Chen swam up, he discovered that the entire shoal of fish were swimming quickly in one direction. They were not panicking. Instead, the shoal of fish gave off a cheerful aura. I should have stopped looking for food. Whoosh! Xiao Chen leaped out of the lake water and casually dried his clothes. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to expel the cold qi in his body. Let me see what exactly this cold qi is. Why is it so powerful? With a thought, Xiao Chen sent all the cold qi in his body to his palm. A misty mist came out of his right palm. However, after all the cold qi was expelled from his body, it slowly gathered into a flame. The mist in his palm slowly condensed into a flame, exactly the same as the ice fish's saliva. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he entered deep thought. The flame in the ice fish's body is indeed not innate. It has something to do with this lake. Xiao Chen, who was even more determined, dove into the water once more. Then, he followed the direction that the ice fish swam to where they were looking for food. There was a patch of grass giving off motes of light. The branches and leaves of the water plants were covered with something that looked like dew, giving off a cold spiritual light. The food of the ice fish was this dew. As the ice fish ate, the motes of light dwindled. What is this? Xiao Chen asked in shock. Ao Jiao's eyes lit up. How beautiful! Quickly, swim over and take a look. Xiao Chen felt equally anxious. However, he still retained his rationality. Be careful. For this place to be known as Emperor Wu's Forbidden Land, it is not that simple. Chapter 1296. N. I feel that we might have found a treasure this time. Little Ao Jiao nodded her head vigorously. Her smiling face was filled with anticipation. The 10 half-step Emperor Wu Great Forbidden Lands had been empty-handed. The two of them were rather dispirited. Now that they had made a discovery, they naturally could not contain their excitement. After observing for a long time, they discovered that the ice fishes eating were all very relaxed, not showing any signs of worry. Xiao Qin made his decision and swam over silently. However, he was still very careful, not daring to relax at all. The water plant stretched out as far as the eye could see. Humans were as insignificant as ants in this place. Xiao Qin observed carefully and discovered that the roots of the water plants did not penetrate into the ice. Instead, they were intertwined like a fishing net, crisscrossing and looking very complicated. However, Ao Jiao did not have as many worries as Xiao Qin. She was currently holding a jade bottle and working hard to collect these spiritual light dew beads, very busy. If only little yellow feather was here. Looking at the lonely Ao Jiao, this thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind for no reason. Unfortunately, the solar divine flame, a legendary divine item, had long gone extinct. Ao Jiao, do you know what this is? Xiao Chen asked as he collected his thoughts and swam over. He. I don't know. Ao Jiao replied without turning her head. Collecting these cold light dew beads was even more difficult than collecting the dew from the mountains. One needed to be very focused. Xiao Chen smiled and sent a voice projection, you don't even know. Why are you so happy collecting them? Stupid. Didn't you discover what's special about these dew beads? Cold, extremely cold. If you can collect enough of this dew, it would be more suitable for quenching than any water I know. Quenching. This was the final step in the forging of any weapon. Xiao Chen only recalled it after hearing Ao Jiao's reminder. No wonder Ao Jiao had been thinking about the materials needed for forging a divine weapon. She would definitely have thought of this step before him. If we use these spiritual light dew beads to quench the water, the quality of the divine weapon will increase by at least 30%. Hearing Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chen's face lit up and he immediately joined in the collection. This was indeed an unexpected harvest. Although he did not obtain a magic skill, the mysterious dew he obtained would greatly increase the chances of the lunar shadow saber entering the divine weapon ranking in the future. Although collecting the mysterious dew was troublesome, he would get used to it after a few times. Xiao Chen quickly thought of a solution. He spread out his saber domain, and everything within 1 kilometer was under his control. Under his control, the tiny dewdrops shot into the jade bottle in his hand like bullets. Ao Jiao was not envious of such a simple and crude method. She preferred to collect them one by one. It gave her a special sense of accomplishment. While the two of them were happily busy with their work, they didn't notice that the large shoal of ice fishes had quietly dispersed even though it was obvious that they hadn't eaten their fill. Xiao Qin, we should have collected enough dew, Ao Jiao said with a smile as she held her jade bottle. Xiao Qin glanced at the vast field of water plants and smiled. There's no rush. This is a vast treasure trove. We have not even obtained 1/10,000th of it. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the seaweed beneath their feet suddenly moved, shooting up like a fishing net. Before the two of them could react, the seaweed suddenly moved. Before the two of them could react, the water plants wrapped around their limbs, continuously pulling them upward. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He did not rush to free himself. Instead, he shouted at Ao Jiao, quickly, come in. A light flashed, and Ao Jiao turned into a sharp beam of light and entered the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen relaxed and calmly observed his current situation. Water plants covered tens of thousands of kilometers around. The water plants for tens of thousands of kilometers weaved into a net, looking like flower petals. Break! The situation was urgent. Xiaochen gathered the saber intent in his saber domain and held the lunar shadow saber in a reverse grip. Then, he looked around his left hand. However, to his surprise, the water plants were not hard. However, they were unimaginably tough, giving his unstoppable saber a strong resistance. After a long time, Xiaochen finally managed to extricate himself from the water plants. However, he was already surrounded by them. The water plants were densely packed, layered over each other. Xiaochen, who wanted to charge out, chopped down one layer. However, there was another layer. The surroundings were filled with dewy water plants. The dewy water droplets gathered and settled down, looking like a misty flame. How troublesome. Am I going to be trapped here? Xiaochen tried many times. However, he discovered that no matter what he did, he could not chop down all the water plants in one go and create an opening. As for breaking space, there was a strange pressure in this cold water. The structure of space was even more stable than in the Kunlun realm. I only have one move left. Xiaochen thought. That move gathered everything in the saber domain onto the saber. However, Xiaochen had not succeeded even once. He was not confident of using it at this critical moment. Xiaochen, don't panic. There is an exit above. There is still an exit above. At the crucial moment, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in his mind. That was right. The water plants soared into the air from the ice and gathered together. As long as they did not completely gather together, there would always be an exit above. Go! Every second counted. Xiaochen executed his movement technique to its limits. He became like a purple lightning dragon leaping into the air. The instant all the water plants gathered together, Xiaochen leaped out in the time it took for a spark to fly. Then, he soared up and landed heavily on the ice. The lunar shadow saber could not stab into the ice. Due to inertia, Xiaochen tumbled back 1 kilometer before he flipped over and stood up. Xiaochen stood upright while holding his saber. The fatigued Xiaochen did not relax after escaping. Instead, he warily looked to the front. The water plant was 10 kilometers tall. Its roots were very thick. As it stood tall on the ice, it pierced deep into the ice. The water plant was 10 kilometers tall, and its roots were very thick. As it stood tall on the ice, it pierced deep into the ice. A faint fiery light flowed on the surface of the water plant. When the amount of the mysterious dew reached billions of grains, it actually formed a terrifying ice flame. This also explained why Xiaochen and the others had collected so much dew but had not condensed it into a flame. The quantity was far from enough. What kind of flame is this? Why do I feel that it is even stronger than the lunar true flame? Ao Jiao revealed a strange expression in her eyes, unable to understand it. Flames were divided into yin and yang. Of the yin flames, the lunar true flame was undoubtedly the strongest. However, before the primal chaos split, before yin and yang were separated, there should have been flames in the universe. This mysterious flame before Xiaochen should be one of the flames that existed during the primal chaos of the universe. In terms of grade, it was no weaker than the lunar true flame. This was a flame seed that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord personally found in the great universe during the Immortal epoch. As for what this flame was called, Xiaochen did not know. After so much time had passed, such a cosmic-level flame no longer existed. The only reason he knew about this fragmented information was because he had read about it in an extremely ancient, incomplete book. He looked at the thick layer of ice under his feet. Even the lunar shadow saber could not split it. Xiaochen guessed that there had to be a flame seed here. Furthermore, that water plant was also a divine item from the Immortal epoch. To think that it could take root in the ice and grow such a large patch of water plants. Just this point alone was sufficient to show how extraordinary it was. Great! 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 Although I did not find a magic skill, my harvest today is even greater than finding a magic skill. Xiao Chen revealed excitement in his eyes, feeling incomparably joyful. However, the problem now was how to make a move. Be it this water plant or the flame seed hidden somewhere, they would not be easy to obtain. Xiao Chen, what should we do? Ao Jiao asked unwillingly as she flew out and looked at the mysterious water plant. The feeling of seeing a treasure but not being able to obtain it was unbearable. Faced with Ao Jiao's problem, Xiao Chen did not have a good solution. There's no rush. Let's take it slow. This water plant should scatter. When it scatters, I'll think of something. It is too dangerous to go over now. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen swung the lunar shadow saber at the roots of the water plant with a whoosh. While this looked like a casual toss, in reality, Xiao Chen used his full power. He drove most of the remaining primordial energy in his body and infused it into the saber. Before Xiao Chen's expectant gaze, the lunar shadow saber instantly descended. It gave off an unparalleled sharp saber intent and stabbed the ice by 2 centimeters. Let's go. Xiao Chen only wanted to leave a mark. As long as he succeeded, it would be fine. He had exhausted a lot of his primordial energy. Now, he had no choice but to leave. The instant Xiao Chen left the water again, he truly relaxed. He fell to the ground and did not get up. He just lay there and rested. Each time he entered the water, he was frightened to death. This simple forbidden land exhausted him. What a beautiful flower bud. In his half-asleep state, Xiao Chen heard Ao Jiao's soft cry. So he quickly opened his eyes. Xiao Chen saw a golden, translucent stem, about a millimeter thick, in the middle of the lake. At the tip of the stem, there was an exquisite flower bud that looked like a bell. The flower bud was pale white, and its stem was as thin as silk. There were hundreds or thousands of them hanging down, looking like white snow, pure and beautiful. Unexpectedly, this was the scene of the huge water plant after it crossed the lake. Xiao Chen's mind trembled, and he stood up, no longer feeling sleepy. Back on Heavenly Star Island, for the sake of dealing with the fake Buddhist sect that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva supported, Xiao Chen had read some Buddhist scriptures. This flower bud looked like one of the 3 holy masters' flowers, the Adumbra flower. The other 2 were the Azura lotus and the Brahma cloud Bodhi. The 3 holy masters' flowers of the Buddhist sects, aside from the status they represented and their various mythical origins, each of them had boundless wondrous uses. The lotus cultivates the magic skills, the Bodhi comprehends the Tao, and the Holy King appears when the flower blooms. The first 2 sentences were easy to understand. It was just that cultivating on the lotus could increase one's cultivation. Using the Bodhi to comprehend the Tao could strengthen the comet core, achieving twice the results with half the effort. The flower blooms, and in that instant, a holy king will undergo nirvanic rebirth. In layman's terms, the flower can bloom and be reborn, which is equivalent to having another life. It turns out that there is an Adumbra flower seed under the ice. No wonder it can penetrate the ice and bloom everywhere. At this moment, Xiao Chen's expression turned incredibly grave. No matter what, he had to obtain this seed. If it really had the effect of rebirth, then no matter how difficult his great tribulation of wind and fire was, he would have a 99% chance of clearing it. However, even after using his full power, he could only break through 2 centimeters of the ice. He could not extract the Adumbra flower seed at all. Chapter 1297. How hateful. All along, Xiao Chen had thought that his offensive prowess was already strong enough, that he would be undefeatable in this sky dome realm. Unexpectedly, at the most crucial moment, when the treasure was right before him, he could only stare at it. That was a divine item that could help him deal with his great tribulation of wind and fire. It was much more useful than any magic skill, Emperor-grade secret treasure, or martial technique. What to do? What to do? What to do? Xiao Chen anxiously paced back and forth on the ground, going round and round. Even he himself did not notice that his expression had become a little scary. What's going on? Why did Xiao Chen suddenly become like a berserker? Xiao Chen's appearance frightened Ao Jiao. Her expression changed as she looked at the thousands of snow-colored flower buds gently floating on the water. Is it because of these flower buds? Whoosh! Ao Jiao waved her hand and sent out a strand of saber chi. It flew close to the surface of the lake towards those slender golden stalks, trying to chop them all off. The thousands of stalks swayed and entered the water, avoiding this strand of saber chi. Xiao Chen's mind buzzed, and he suddenly startled awake. His complexion recovered, and he asked somewhat blankly, "What happened to me earlier?" Ao Jiao's face lit up in joy. "Xiao Chen, you were enchanted by those flower buds earlier. Your expression was very scary, like you were about to become a berserker." The Adumbra flower. This startled Xiao Chen. This flower was not simple. According to legend, only those with great beneficence in the Buddha world could subdue it. It looked like that was true. He nearly fell for it. A strong wind blew, and the Adumbra flower bud reappeared on the water. It was still as beautiful and pure as before, looking like falling snow. Xiao Chen calmed himself and carefully felt it. He discovered that his mental state had indeed changed without him realizing it. An urgent thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, an impulse to obtain this flower at all costs. Something is wrong, Xiao Chen analyzed rationally. After all, a legend is a legend. Whether the effect of rebirth is real or not still needs to be verified. Given my mental state, I should be tempted, but I should not be so rash. It looks like there is indeed something wrong with this flower. He closed his eyes and guarded his heart. After a long time, he finally suppressed that impulse. When Zhang Xian opened his eyes again, the flower bud had already disappeared. Presumably, the huge aquatic plants below had all dispersed. What kind of flower is this? It's so scary. Ao Jiao revealed a serious expression and asked solemnly. Xiao Chen murmured, "The appearance of the epiphyllum is a fleeting moment of beauty, a nirvanic rebirth. This is the Adumbra flower that even Buddha would be moved by." Then, should we still go down? Xiao Chen's expression was decisive as he said calmly, "Yes. We must obtain this Adumbra flower seed. As long as there's a 10% chance, we have to do our best to get it. Nirvana and rebirth. No one could resist such temptation." Even though he knew that this flower was not simple, Xiao Chen was still tempted. However, at this moment, he was more open to it. He would follow his heart, do his best, and adapt to the circumstances. He would not fall into madness again. When Xiao Chen arrived at the vast patch of aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake, he immediately saw the lunar shadow saber stuck in the ice. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and leaped up in the lake, arriving before the lunar shadow saber with a few leaps. Then, he pulled out the lunar shadow saber and sheathed it. Slowly, Xiao Chen squatted down and observed the aquatic plants at the side. Looking at the seaweed next to it, all the other seaweeds were sticking to the ice. Only this seaweed was deeply rooted in the ice, growing tenaciously. Xiao Chen, who had already seen the huge aquatic plants, knew that this patch of aquatic plants grew because of this. The Adumbra flower would not produce the mysterious ice fire. It was very likely that the flame seed that Xiao Chen was looking for was under this Adumbra flower seed. As long as he obtained the Adumbra flower seed, he would be able to kill two birds with one stone, obtaining the flame seed of the mysterious ice fire. Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed the bottom of the aquatic plant. It did not budge. Then, he slowly increased his strength, but it still did not budge. Xiao Chen let go and stood up. With a thought, Xiao Chen drove his primordial energy. Then, he pushed aside the surrounding 1 kilometer of lake water, forming an area no different from land. Taking out the formation plate, Xiao Chen started to carve the iron defense magic formation. After a while, a iron defense magic formation appeared, encasing the surrounding 1 kilometer. After activating the formation, a golden ring of light appeared. This way, even if Xiao Chen did not use his primordial energy, the small iron defense magic formation could help isolate the lake water. Xiao Chen spread out his saber domain, filling the surrounding 1 kilometer with his saber intent. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and hacked at lightning speed, driving 100 strands of primordial energy at the same time. Accompanying this saber strike was Xiao Chen's horrifying King's Chi. This was already the peak saber strike that Xiao Chen could execute without using a martial technique. When the saber struck the surface of the ice, the force spread out, causing the entire frost water lake to shake, creating wave after wave of water. However, the saber only managed to chop off a layer of ice. When Xiao Chen scraped away the ice, he discovered that the water plant was only half an inch above the surface. This peak saber strike of mine can be swung 100 times at most. Any more and I will overdraw on my energy. If I continue like this, before I can obtain the Adumbra flower seed, I will end up killing myself. It looks like I have to comprehend that saber strike. Xiao Chen thought to himself, only by advancing the saber domain to another level can I chop apart this layer of ice. Otherwise, I will only be able to see the 2 treasures but not touch them. I'll just treat it as cultivating. It's just a change of location. Xiao Chen stopped thinking and slowly calmed down. Then, he slowly experienced everything in the saber domain, comprehending his understanding of the saber. Within 1 kilometer, the light slowly shrank. It looked like darkness was spreading, shrinking inward. Everything sank into the most primal darkness. Soon, the lower half of Xiao Chen's body sank into darkness. Then, the darkness swallowed him up, leaving only the lunar shadow saber shining with a cold light. Whoosh! Everything that Xiao Chen collected receded like the receding tide. Failure. Another failure at the final step. How to gather the energy of this saber domain in the saber? Not afraid. Again. Drenched in sweat, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and endured his fatigue, continuing to try again. Failure, 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 countless failures prevented him from seeing the path to success. Senior Lan Chaofeng's words seemed to echo in Xiao Chen's ears. Saber domain, saber domain. Use the domain as the main, and the saber as support. You cannot put the cart before the horse. Damn it. Is this really not possible? As a bladesman, if I use the saber as support and lose confidence in the saber, how am I going to hold the saber in the future? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. A bladesman has to use the saber as the main. The so-called using the saber as support was just the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu being too narrow-minded. Xiao Chen's heart did not waver. Persevering on his own Tao, Xiao Chen tried again and again. He even forgot the purpose of this trip. He immersed himself in comprehending the Tao. Just as he was about to lose all hope, he tried again. Everything within 1,000 meters was plunged into darkness. A strong saber intent surged out from Xiao Chen's body in his sea of consciousness and quickly gathered at the heart of an emperor. Ka-Xie. Ka-Xie. It was like a sharp divine weapon was being forged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. It gave off melodious metallic clangs as it slowly took shape. It was like he was reborn. He felt like he was reacquainted with the world, understanding what the saber was. When the metallic clangs stopped, a small golden dot appeared in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. It looked solid and gave off an immortal light. It was like the sun illuminating the entire sea of consciousness, filled with explosive energy. The small golden dot contained a strong and horrifying energy. With a thought, the golden dot of light suddenly exploded. Light burst forth. In this dark world, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly burst forth with a sharp light, lighting up the dark space. Following that, beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Chen's entire body. The golden light contained an unparalleled saber intent. Xiao Chen looked like a treasured saber that had just been baptized. Feeling the energy in his body, Xiao Chen hacked down with his saber, landing in the center of the water plants. Pu Ci. With this saber strike, the hard ice finally split in half and sank continuously. When the light faded, Xiao Chen was covered in sweat. He felt incredibly delighted, immersed in excitement. I succeeded. I succeeded. The small golden dot in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness was no longer there. However, the entire sea of consciousness was bathed in a layer of golden light. Xiao Chen felt that the small golden dot would soon rise up from his sea of consciousness like the sun. However, this was not the time to think about this. There were more important things to do. Xiao Chen stomped his foot ferociously, and the ice cracked with a crisp sound. Xiao Chen's eyes shone like torches as he looked carefully. 1 kilometer away, a clump of dense, flowing flames wrapped around a snow-white seed. That's it. The Adumbra seed. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Everything in the entire frost water lake originated from that mysterious flame and ice seed. Be it the hard ice, the strange ice fish, the clumps of water plants, or the frost water dew, everything originated from here. Joy appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. After suffering comes happiness. I gained a lot on this trip. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, preparing to pull up the entire flame seed. That way, everything would end satisfactorily. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire ice surface suddenly shook intensely. Following that, the ice quickly crumbled, breaking into countless pieces that floated in the water. Xiao Chen's small iron defense magic formation was immediately destroyed, and he fell over. Bang! Xiao Chen landed on the ground. This time, it was real mud and not the cold ice. Xiao Chen, who had flipped himself up, was confused by this strange turn of events. He quickly retreated, trying to figure out his current situation. When Xiao Chen looked forward, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. How can this be? A 1 kilometer tall Buddha statue appeared before Xiao Chen. The Buddha statue wore a golden kasaya, and Buddhist prayer beads hung from its right thumb. Its left hand held a clump of flame. This was the mysterious ice flame seed that Xiao Chen saw earlier. The flame seed wrapped around the snow-white Adumbra seed. The feeling that the Buddha statue gave Xiao Chen was not like it was carved. Instead, it gave him a sense of déjà vu. Right, that's right. Xiao Chen recalled that he had indeed seen it before. The feeling that the Buddha statue gave him was very similar to the huge immortal statues in the Kunlun realm's heavenly starry ocean. The immortal statues were controlled by the treasure master and turned into a market on the sea. However, compared to the immortal statues, this Buddha statue was much smaller, only 1 kilometer tall. Chapter 1298. A scene of the immortal epic appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This Buddha overestimated himself and barged into the Sky Dome immortal residence, wanting to be unbridled. In the end, the Sky Dome immortal lord casually sent down a magic skill and sealed this Buddha in ice for 10 kilometers around, sealing it until now. Perhaps Xiao Chen had been wrong at the start. The hard ice did not come from that mysterious flame seed but from one of the Sky Dome immortal lord's magic skills. Fate came and went. This was probably the truth. After the end of an epoch, millions of years later, the might of the magic skill weakened significantly. Furthermore, the Adumbra seed sprouted, weakening the might of the magic skill once more. Hence, Xiao Chen destroyed the entire magic skill. Looks like after you died, there was still a formless force field preventing the lake water from falling. You must have been someone of the Buddhist sect back then. Sorry for offending you. This junior will be borrowing the flame seed and the Adumbra seed. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and waved, collecting the flame seed into the immortal spirit ring. Boom! The instant the flame seed left the Buddha image's palm, the 1-kilometer-tall Buddha image in front suddenly crumbled into pieces. The Buddhist prayer beads on its hand, the kasaya draped over its body, and the magic shoes on its feet all shattered. A pearl flickered with light amid the pile of fragments, hovering in the air. A Buddhist saraira. Xiaochen was mildly startled. A saraira was a holy item that only an esteemed monk would leave behind. There was a glowing human figure behind the pearl. It was a miniature Buddha image. However, it was more lively, not as stiff as before. Its eyes even shone with an intelligent light. Rings of Buddhist light appeared behind the light figure, looking solemn and dignified, transcendent and holy. Many thanks, benefactor, for freeing me from the sea of bitterness, the light figure said. Unexpectedly, it was still alive. Xiaochen took a step back, and his expression immediately turned cautious as he spread out his saber domain. The light figure of the Buddha image smiled faintly and said in an amiable tone, "Benefactor, there is no need to be nervous. I am just a remnant soul and will be reincarnating soon. The Buddhists pay particular attention to fate. I have been trapped here for an unknown period of time. Being rescued by you is fate. It's a pity that you're not a member of my Buddhist sect. Otherwise, you would be able to learn all of the magical techniques in my saraira." Xiaochen could tell that this Buddha before him was different from the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva and Zhuangjinghe that he had seen before. This Buddha was not an evil Buddha. He immediately dropped his guard and said calmly, "Senior is too polite. I only did this unintentionally. It is already enough for me to obtain the fire seed and the Adumbra seed. But now that the immortal Tao no longer exists, reincarnation is no longer possible." The Buddha statue shook its head. Epochs come and go. As long as the heavenly Tao exists, reincarnation exists. You can't feel it, but I can. Although I can't let you inherit my mantle, I can teach you a divine ability. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from the saraira and hit Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a lot of complicated information appeared in his mind. It was a mystical ability called Dharma World. This is Dharma World. There are similar divine powers in the Taoist sections. Teaching it to you won't be breaking the rules of the Buddhist sections. The Buddhists talk about fate and believe in karma. I can see some Buddhist karma in you. Perhaps we can meet again in the future. Xiaochen comprehended the mystical ability of Dharma World. It was a genuine major magic ability. Joy immediately filled his heart as he quickly thanked the Buddha statue. "Senior, please leave behind your Dharma name." The Buddha statue smiled amiably and said, "A Dharma name is a name given to those who convert to my Buddhist sections. I have not used my Dharma name in a long time, so I don't remember it anymore. You can call me Mahasvara Buddha." Mahasvara Buddha. Xiaochen was startled. This was a true Buddha, an existence even stronger than Bodhisattvas. This was equivalent to an immortal lord among immortal cultivators, possessing an extremely high status. It looked like Xiaochen's earlier guess was wrong. "I do not have much time. I will give you two things. Since you obtained the heavenly snow divine flames fire seed, remember to nourish it properly. Its rank has already fallen too much. As for that Adumbra seed, whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your fate. Don't force it and enter the demonic Tao." The figure of light pressed his palms together and said, "Amitba," before turning into countless motes of light and disappearing. Whoosh! The instant the Buddha image vanished, the lake water that filled the sky poured down. Xiaochen reacted quickly. He grabbed the saraira and soared into the air. Without the ice, there was still the Adumbra flower, as well as this mysterious Mahasvara Buddha. This place was no longer a forbidden land. Xiao Chen's movement technique was no longer restricted. With a thought, he landed on the shore. As Xiao Chen looked at the ice shards floating on the water, he revealed an expression of deep joy. On this trip to the Forbidden Land, there were many twists and turns, nearly losing his life a few times. However, the final harvest was startling. Not only did he obtain the mysterious Heavenly Snow Divine Flames Fire Seed and the Adumbra Seed, but he also obtained a magic ability. As for the Saraira in his hand, it was originally the most valuable. It contained the Mahasvara Buddha's various magic abilities and the essence of his lifetime of comprehension. However, Xiao Chen was not a Buddhist sect member, so he could only keep it as a decoration. Otherwise, he would have made a huge profit. Delightful. This trip was not in vain, Xiao Chen said happily as he smiled, feeling refreshed. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, said, Xiao Chen, do you know how to refine the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame? Xiao Chen smiled without thinking much of it. I don't know. However, you will know when you go to the Kunlun realm. Mo Chen definitely knows how to refine such a divine item. Let's not care about that for now. There are still 2 treasures in this lake. Let's collect them all. What are they? Of course, one is the dew from the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. The other is the absolutely delicious ice fish. You are still not willing to let go of the ice fish. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said, that is natural. One should not have any regrets in life. One has to try everything. If I don't eat such delicacies, the heavens will not tolerate it. I'm ignoring you. I'll go collect the dew. You go catch the fish yourself. It's fine. Just don't leave any saliva behind when the time comes. Taking advantage of the limelight, Xiao Chen gently pushed off the water and landed on a piece of floating ice. He saw many ice fish swimming on the surface of the water. Right now, the bottom of the lake was in chaos. Shock waves surged, and the environment changed drastically. These ice fish needed to come up. A relaxed smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said softly, come out. Bang! Xiao Chen threw a palm strike, and the surface of the water immediately exploded, blasting thousands of ice fish out. The ice fish opened their mouths and spat out streams of ice fire that looked like saliva. Then, they flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. This land was different from the lake bottom. His movement technique was much more nimble. Xiao Chen's feet instantly moved on the ice, dodging the attacks one after another. Xiao Chen's hands moved as fast as lightning, grabbing at the ice fish. Illusory images of his hands layered over each other. His speed was dazzling. Plop! Plop! Thousands of ice fish fell into the water. Xiao Chen's hands were empty, he did not manage to catch a single one. Xiao Chen appeared dispirited. He did not believe this. I don't believe it. I can already deal with Emperor Wu. I don't believe that I cannot deal with these insignificant ice fish. While Xiao Chen was happily and depressingly catching ice fish in this remote immortal realm Forbidden Land, the reinforcements sent by Bushan Palace arrived. Logically speaking, Bushan Palace should not have reacted so slowly. However, when Old Yun saw the reinforcements, he immediately understood. The people who came were actually the direct subordinates of the 3 holy masters. They were all cultivators with martial spirits like the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Each of the 3 clans sent 300 people. All of them were peak martial sages, existences just one step shy of becoming the blue-robed emperor. As for the 3 people leading them, they were the peak half-step Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm. They were equipped with peak-grade king-grade secret treasures and could fight with Emperor Wu without being at a disadvantage. With the 3 working together, it would be easy to kill the first Heaven Layer Emperor Wu. These were the elites of the three Holy Masters. This showed how much importance the three Holy Masters in charge of the Bushan Palace placed on this matter. Yun Fei greets the three lords. Sorry for not going out to meet you, old Yun, the person in charge of the Sky Dome Palace, said in fear and trepidation. The three showed arrogant expressions, their faces dark and somewhat sullen. The white-haired old man in the middle was a direct subordinate of the White Tiger Holy Lord. His name was Qin Hu. He said coldly, Yun Fei, do you know your crimes? Yun Fei replied in horror, this old man does not know. What crimes have I committed? How presumptuous! You were careless and neglected your duties, causing the Sky Dome Palace to suffer heavy losses, at least 1,000 martial sages dying. Is this not a serious crime? This accusation startled old Yun. This accusation was too harsh. He knelt and said, This is simply because the opponent is too strong. It is not because we were careless. You are making excuses. On account of your loyalty to the Bushan Palace for so many years, I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Old Yun rejoiced in his heart. Could it be that I can escape this calamity? Three lords, please speak clearly. Bai Yu, the direct subordinate of the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord, said, I heard that the Blue Dragon King barged into the Sky Dome Palace without a warrant, giving the demonic world's demonic spirits an opportunity to take advantage of, causing the Sky Dome Palace to suffer heavy losses. Is this true? Old Yun's heart sank. This meant that he was trying to frame the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin. On the floating ice, naturally, Xiaoqin did not know that there was a conspiracy against him. He had already been completely engrossed in catching the ice fish. At first, he thought that these ice fish could escape his grasp only because of coincidence and the limitations of his movement technique at the bottom of the lake. However, he now understood that he was gravely mistaken. These insignificant ice fish were much more incredible than he had imagined. No matter how fast Xiaoqin moved, the ice fish would sense him the instant he got close to the fish. Then, it would gently flick its tail and dodge him. These actions looked simple and nimble, but they were actually very profound. The technique involved was even more exquisite than Xiaoqian's blue dragon cloud soaring art. The more Xiaoqin studied them, the more shocked he became. These fish were probably not ordinary fish. Of course, the ice fish's true name was not ice fish. Xiaoqin had casually named it after the ice. Xiaoqin had never seen such a crystal-clear fish with a docile character and a strong spiritual energy before. There were many profound beasts in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. All of them had immortal beast bloodlines in their bodies. This fish before him was no exception. Furthermore, the immortal beast bloodline was much denser than that of regular profound beasts. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an immortal fish. If I can comprehend this immortal fish's movement technique and make it my own, I can infuse it into my Thunder Dragon steps. The essence of the Thunder Dragon steps was explosive power, moving like lightning. As for this immortal fish's movement technique, it was good at dodging in an instant. The fusion of the two could be said to be flawless. Chapter 1299. Xiaoqin immediately took action when he thought of it. He started to carefully study the tricks of the immortal fish's dodging. While on the floating ice, Xiaoqin did not forget to cultivate the Taiji Dao. He used law energy to form a Taiji force field to help him comprehend the movement techniques of the immortal fish. Xiaoqian's comprehension ability was high in the first place. He could deduce many things from one instance without any difficulty, so he quickly progressed. The floating ice had melted long ago. A circular Taiji circle appeared on the surface of the lake. The immortal fish swam happily under the pull of the Taiji force field. Occasionally, the lake water exploded, and many ice fish soared into the air. In the force field, Xiaoqian's movements appeared slow but were actually fast. As he attacked, he was like a blue dragon emerging from the sea, startling the sky with a startling aura. However, when Xiaochen calmed down, space froze. His movement slowed as if time had stopped. Xiaochen's every movement was broken down into countless small movements, forming many afterimages. As he comprehended the Tao, Xiaochen's understanding of the Taiji Tao deepened continuously. This was especially so for fast and slow. Xiaochen gained a new understanding. His eyes lit up, as if he had gained a new lease on life. In the past few days, there had been an increasing number of immortal fish on the surface of the lake. Perhaps it was because of Xiaochen's peaceful aura, but the Yu fishes liked to gather around Xiaochen and tease Xiaochen mischievously. The Yu fishes did not know that their good days were coming to an end. Over the past half-month or so, Xiaochen had already comprehended their movement techniques. All that was left was to infuse them into his Thunder Dragon steps. Then, he would form a brand new movement technique, the Fish Dragon Art. It's almost done. Fish and dragons have many transformations. Whether one is a fish or a dragon depends on a single thought. Fast. Blue dragon emerging from the sea, startling the sky with one flight. Inside the Taiji force field, Xiaochen first stepped on the lake's surface, causing thousands of fish to soar into the air. Then, he attacked at lightning speed, like a dragon soaring into the sky, startling the clouds in the sky. The immortal fish did not sense any threat. They behaved as before. The moment danger approached, they gently swung their tails and dodged this lightning-fast attack. Slow. Spirit fish swings tail, concealing great skill. Their lightning-fast movements came to an abrupt stop, and the commotion in the surroundings came to an abrupt stop. Xiaochen's body swayed gently, and his palm moved along with it, firmly grabbing the immortal fish that was swaying its tail. Xiaochen smiled faintly. He should have been overjoyed after his success, but instead, he was calm. Let's see where you can run to now. The feast has begun. As Xiaochen alternated between fast and slow, he executed the fish dragon art in an unpredictable manner. Every time he made a move, he never missed. Soon, many immortal fish appeared in the pool in the immortal spirit ring. Return. Xiaochen stopped and dispersed the Taiji force field. As he stood on the surface of the lake, he seemed to have completely fused with the lake water. Not only did the immortal fish not leave, but they even swam towards Xiaochen in groups. Plop, plop, plop. One by one, they jumped out of the water and moved their bodies. Xiaochen smiled knowingly. They truly live up to being immortal fish. They know that the restrictions in this lake are gone, and there is no food left. Their flock will inevitably die. However, in the end, it was Xiaochen's harmony with nature, his tranquil and peaceful Taoist demeanor that made them choose to believe in Xiaochen. Furthermore, they liked this scent. This was an instinctive choice made by the immortal beast bloodline in their bodies. Above the lake, Xiaochen did not stop moving. He continuously executed the fish dragon art, collecting all the immortal fish into the immortal spirit ring. Plop. Plop. Immortal fish continuously leaped out of the water. Immediately, tens of thousands of fish soared into the air, materializing a magnificent scene on the surface of the lake. When Ao Jiao, who had been forced out of the lake, saw this scene, she was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. What's going on? After a long time, Xiaochen finally collected all the immortal fish in the lake. In this practical combat, his fish dragon art and Taiji Dao merged even more perfectly. Whoosh! His left hand was like a fish, and his right hand turned into a dragon. Two completely different auras appeared perfectly on Xiaochen's body. A Taiji diagram covering the entire lake took shape. Two Taiji fishes, one black and one white, swam slowly on the surface of the lake like they were narrating the great Tao of the world. It was peaceful and peaceful. It was like one could hear the breathing of the entire world. A gentle breeze brushed aside Xiao Chen's fine black hair on his forehead, revealing his handsome face. Xiao Chen smiled faintly at Ao Jiao. Then, he lowered his hands, and the Taiji diagram disappeared. For some reason, Ao Jiao blushed, feeling her heart pounding heavily. However, after a while, she was startled once again. Boom! The originally peaceful scene on the lake vanished. Boundless waves surged into the sky, forming many majestic pillars of water. Then, they turned into a torrential downpour accompanied by strong winds. When the wind was strong, it could uproot mountains. When the rain was heavy, it could drown mountains and rivers. However, there were towering waves even stronger than the wind and rain. They rumbled like thunder, roaring endlessly, making the sky darken. The heavenly river shattered, and the wind blew, signaling the arrival of a storm. Between stillness and movement, Xiao Chen's Taiji Dao improved by another level. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. As he walked in this torrential rain, he laughed wantonly, appearing wild and unruly. As the rain fell, Xiao Chen's clothes did not get wet. As the strong winds blew, they passed through his body. At the lakeshore, Ao Jiao watched this scene in a daze, deeply shocked by it. She was looking at this magnificent scenery, a rare sight that appeared only once in 10,000 years. However, she did not know that she was also in this scenery. The beauty at the lakeshore was equally beautiful. If there were any outsiders present, they would definitely beg the heavens to borrow a divine brush to draw this painting of beauty in wind and rain. The wind was beautiful, the rain was beautiful, but the person watching the storm was even more beautiful. After a long time, the rain stopped. Xiao Chen set up a simple stove by the lakeshore, preparing to cook the fish. Xiao Chen was in a good mood. Let me tell you, the fish in the lake are extraordinary. They are even ancient immortal fish. If not for this fish, my Taiji Dao and movement technique would not have improved so quickly. Hence, in life, one has to try everything. If not for my obsession with eating fish, how could I have gained so much today? Am I right? Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, it was just a stroke of luck. You praised that fish so much, but you still wanted to eat it. Xiao Chen smiled softly and said, you don't understand. Living in this world, eating fish and meat is a barrier in the world's cycle. If humans do not eat fish and meat, the heavenly Tao will collapse. I am not one of those hypocritical people. Why the need to put on an act? Of course, I will eat it if I want to. Stop spouting such fallacious reasoning. In any case, you are wrong to eat fish. Ao Jiao could not out-talk Xiao Chen. She pouted, looking extremely cute, showing off her tsundere nature. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously. If I told you that these fish would jump out on their own for me to eat, would you believe me? Ao Jiao's eyes widened as she said sullenly, that's impossible. Xiao Chen smiled and said, in that case, watch carefully. Fish, oh fish. I, Xiao Chen, am hungry. Which one of you is willing to let me eat it to satisfy my appetite? When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen putting on an act, she smiled and said, keep boasting. How can there be a fish that will jump out on its own for you to eat? I don't believe it. Plop. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, an immortal fish leaped out of the immortal spirit ring and landed in the pot. Plop. Plop. For more fish jumped into the pot. This miraculous scene stunned Ao Jiao. They really jumped out. How did you do it? I want to try as well. This lady is much kinder than a baddie like you. I can definitely do it. Xiao Chen smiled without saying anything. He gestured for Xiao Chen to do as he pleased. Ao Jiao leaned over and said in a soft and gentle voice, fish, oh fish. Little Ao Jiao is hungry as well. Which one of you is willing to let me eat it to satisfy my appetite? Why is there no reaction? Ao Jiao said, feeling it was strange as she looked at Xiaoqin. Pooh! Xiaoqin spat out some saliva from the immortal spirit ring and landed on Ao Jiao's face. Then, there was another. After that, saliva poured out of the ring like rain. Xiaoqin got the fish, but Ao Jiao got the endless saliva. The results were very different. Such a scene made Xiaoqin laugh endlessly. Then, he held his stomach and fell to the ground. Damn you, Xiaoqin. I'm going to kill you. Ao Jiao wiped off the saliva on her face and launched herself at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin nimbly dodged, laughing endlessly. He imitated Ao Jiao's tone and said, "Fish, oh fish. Little Ao Jiao is hungry as well. Which one of you is willing to let me eat?" Ao Jiao felt very frustrated. Damn you, Xiaoqin. I'm going to fight it out with you. See? See? Occasionally, the pile of extinguished firewood gave off sizzling sounds. Strands of azure smoke wafted out, rising into the sky. I'll eat. I'll eat. I'll eat. Amidst the thick fragrance, Ao Jiao seemed to have a grudge against the fish. She quickly finished off another delicious immortal fish. One more. I hate this fish. Ao Jiao wiped her mouth and said fiercely to Xiaoqin. She wished she could eat Xiaoqin as well. After the earlier commotion, Ao Jiao could not do anything to Xiaoqin. After she got tired of chasing him, she could only watch as Xiaoqin cooked the fish. When the fish was cooked, she exploded again and ate 3 fish in a row. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and handed one over. You said you wouldn't eat it. Now, out of the 5 fish, you've eaten 4. I've only eaten 1. Ao Jiao glared at Xiaoqin. You're still talking. You're already despicable enough. These fish are even more despicable than you. They're so kind and always protect them. However, they spat at me. If I don't eat them, I won't be able to vent my anger. Is it delicious? Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes and smiled gently. Ao Jiao, who was chewing on the fish, said with a lisp, It's delicious. I really want to eat another one. Then, she felt that something was wrong and reacted. She quickly said, Tui. 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 It would be strange if it was delicious. This despicable fish is not delicious. Humph. Xiaoqin smiled and said, You little glutton. You're so proud. It's clearly delicious and you like it, but you don't want to admit it. Ao Jiao blushed slightly and continued to eat the fish, ignoring Xiaoqin. Seeing Ao Jiao eat the fish, Xiaoqin smiled gently. He took out a spoon and tasted the delicious fish soup. Suddenly, he felt that this was the most delicious thing in the world. There were thousands of soups in the world, but the best was still fresh fish soup. Of all the fresh fish soup, the one he was tasting was naturally the most delicious. Ancient fresh fish was indeed the best. Xiaoqian's guess was right. In the future, he would finally be able to taste it. No, Xiaoqin. You have to tell me. Why is it that when you speak, fish jump out and when I speak, they all spit at me? Ao Jiao finished eating and jumped to Xiaoqian's side. She stared at him with her big eyes, looking like she would not give up until she got an answer. Xiaoqin put down the spoon and took out a handkerchief to wipe the water at the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly and said, Do you really want to know? Chapter 1300. Quick, tell me. Tell me why. When Ao Jiao saw Xiaoqin agree, her face lit up in joy. She shook Xiaoqin continuously. Xiaoqian's smile did not diminish. When Ao Jiao slowed down, he said unhurriedly, There are many things that seem miraculous. However, after you get the answer, you will discover that the reason is actually very simple. In order to maintain the anticipation in your heart, I have decided to never tell you this secret. You are seeking death. Ao Jiao was originally very happy. However, when she heard this, her face immediately turned dark. She pushed Xiao Chen down and pounded him with her small hands. Feeling helpless, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "All right. Get up first. I'll tell you. These immortal fish are intelligent. The 5 fish that jumped out are actually the older ones in the clan. Even if I do not eat them, they will die. They might as well jump out and let me eat them. That way, I will not eat the younger ones." Ao Jiao suddenly understood. So, that is what Xiao Chen said. The logic is very simple. Then, why did they spit at me? Xiao Chen smiled and said, 5 already jumped out. If you still want to eat them, then you are too greedy. It would be strange if they did not spit at you. I fell for your trap. Ao Jiao said in a wronged manner, I am really wronged. Xiao Chen smiled and said, are you satisfied now? Come, let's return to the Sky Dome Palace. We're going back just like that. Aren't there still forbidden lands that we have not explored yet? There's no need. Fortuitous encounters cannot come one after another. Furthermore, I already gained a lot. I have to be content. Even if there really are fortuitous encounters, I should leave them for later generations. Aside from what Xiao Chen said, there was also the uncertain danger. This was also the reason why Xiao Chen gave up. One had to be content with what they had. One should not be greedy and fearless just because one had great luck. If Xiao Chen really died here, his reputation would be ruined. He would not be able to cry even if he wanted to. The cultivation of the Taiji Dao invisibly made Xiao Chen's mental state and aura more peaceful, allowing him to see further. Sky Dome Palace. After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately found that the security had become much tighter. The atmosphere was also quite oppressive and a little strange. However, Xiao Chen did not mind. The deaths of more than 1,000 martial sages was considered a major matter. After the reinforcements from Kunlun arrived, there would definitely be some changes. Without getting past the guards, Xiao Chen descended from the sky and went straight to his courtyard. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen has returned. Quickly inform the 3 lords. The Sky Azure Dragon Grand Array started to spin, like a fishing net that had been waiting for a long time. When Xiao Chen showed up, they immediately mobilized their forces. In the room, Xiao Chen sensed the strange fluctuation of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. In his mind, he was pondering the great magical technique, Dharma World. Dharmic World had a total of 9 revolutions. After cultivating the first revolution and executing it, one's body would grow to a height of 3,000 zhang, becoming a giant that looked down on the world. After executing this magic technique, it would not harm the body or affect one's nimbleness. The benefits were clear. Not only could it increase one's deterrence, but it would also increase one's explosive power and destructive power significantly. It was not too difficult to reach the basics, and the requirements were not harsh either. This was an extremely popular magic technique in the Immortal epic. However, the magic energy required was startling. After the 3rd revolution, the requirements would become harsher. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and muttered to himself, with my current magic energy, it seems like I can barely cultivate this major magic technique. To ensure my safety, I have to raise the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 8th layer. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer had reached its peak long ago. However, Xiao Chen had purposely controlled it, stopping at this layer for many years. This was for the sake of continuously raising his strength. When it came time to undergo the lightning tribulation, he would be able to pass it easily and not need Ao Jiao to make a move. Now, Xiao Chen had a half-step golden body and grasped primordial energy. It was time to raise the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 8th layer. Blue Dragon King, the 3 lords of the Bushan Palace wish to meet you. They are waiting in the Great Hall. Xiaochen pushed open the door and discovered a servant that he had met a few times before. He said, "Lead the way." "Where is Old Yun? Why don't I see him?" Old Yun. Old Yun, it was just an ordinary sentence, but it caused the servant to tremble, not knowing how to reply. Something happened. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and said, "Tell me the truth. How is Old Yun? Otherwise, I will take your life." The map that Old Yun provided played a huge role in Xiaochen obtaining this great fortuitous encounter. If Old Yun suffered any injuries, Xiaochen would not be able to rest easy. "Blue Dragon King, please spare me. You will know everything after you see those 3 lords. I am just an insignificant person and do not know anything. I hope that the Blue Dragon King will not make things difficult for me." Under Xiaochen's strong might and pressure, the servant leading the way knelt down with a plop and spoke in horror. It looked like the situation was somewhat serious. Xiaochen's face sank. He extended his spiritual sense and immediately saw the 3 leaders of the Bushan Palace's reinforcement sipping tea. "Wuxue, lead the way. I'll go and ask them personally. What exactly happened?" Whoosh! A strong wind blew, preventing that servant from opening his eyes. When that servant looked up, he could not see Xiaochen at all. The servant's eyes showed both anticipation and worry. This Blue Dragon King is a person of will. Perhaps Old Yun can be saved. However, those 3 lords clearly came prepared. "No, I still have to go over." A strong wind blew in the Great Hall, giving off a startling aura. However, the moment Xiaochen appeared and landed, all the strong wind gathered on his body and stopped. This felt like an illusion. What a fast movement technique. He can control it as he pleases. His control is even more startling. The 3 people sipping tea were startled as they thought to themselves. Xiaochen glanced at the 3 and immediately sensed the auras of strong holy beast martial spirits from the 3 old men. Vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. Xiaochen immediately knew that these were the direct descendants of the 3 holy masters. "I do not have time to speak nonsense with you. Tell me, how is Old Yun now?" Xiaochen stepped forward and casually waved his hand. Bang! 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 The teacups in the 3 old men's hands exploded at the same time, turning into countless shards. There was no room for negotiation. Xiaochen made his move in a tyrannical manner, not holding back at all. Such a tyrannical and direct method caught the 3 old men off guard. Even though they were very experienced and confident, they were still caught off guard. Qin Hu, who was seated in the middle, calmed himself and said indifferently, "He neglected his duties and failed to guard properly. He has already been sent to prison and will be released after 100 years of confinement." Xiaochen's expression turned sullen as he said angrily, "How absurd. I am not as clear as you on whether Old Yun neglected his duties or not. For the sake of this Sky Dome Palace, he nearly lost his life. In the end, he did not die at the hands of the demons. Instead, he died at the hands of his own people. Humph. If we say that he neglected his duties, so be it. It is not your place to interfere. You should take care of yourself first before worrying about others." Bai Yu, the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's direct descendant, said with an indifferent expression, snorting coldly. "Blue Dragon King, Old Yun did not neglect his duties. They were the ones who wanted Old Yun to frame you. Old Yun refused, so they tortured him until he was half dead and locked him up." Just at this moment, the servant who led Xiaochen here rushed in and quickly explained the situation. How audacious! The enraged Xiaochen no longer said anything. He straightened his body and charged forward, sending a palm strike at Qin Hu at lightning speed. Xiao Chen attacked on a whim. Furthermore, his lightning-fast speed startled Qin Hu. Before he could react, Xiao Chen's palm strike struck his chest. Bang! The lightning-fast Xiao Chen was knocked back instead. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking 10 steps. Whoosh! Qin Hu's clothes tore apart, turning into shreds and flying everywhere. Then, he revealed a set of white tiger battle armor covering his entire body. There was a breastplate, shoulder pads, arm guards, gloves, boots, leg guards, helmet, and a complete set of secret treasures covering his entire body. Roar! The battle armor flickered with light, and a white tiger image appeared behind Qin Hu, roaring ferociously at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was very knowledgeable, and his eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that the entire set of secret treasures were all P-quality king grade. Just one piece was worth a city. The entire set was even more expensive. Compared to a regular emperor grade secret treasure, this set was much better. Furthermore, because it was not emperor grade, it was easier for the half-step Emperor Wu to bring out its full might. This set of battle armor was extremely difficult to forge. Furthermore, it required a peak Grand Master level refiner. The Holy Land probably did not have many of them, so Xiao Chen was really willing to pay. Caw! 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 The clothes of the other two old men on the left and right shattered, revealing a set of king-grade battle armor as well. The images of the vermilion bird and the black tortoise appeared, roaring at the same time as the white tiger image. Holy might connected. Their auras were startling, forcing Xiao Chen back a step. Seeing Xiao Chen take another step back, Qin Hu felt very confident, no longer feeling fear. He said in a very arrogant manner, "Blue Dragon King, why don't you think about it? If we did not come prepared, how could we have fallen out with you? This P-quality king-grade white tiger battle armor can block 80% of the attacks of a third heaven Emperor Wu." Bai Yu smiled coldly and said, that old Yun did not know how to adapt to circumstances. He deserves such an outcome. However, it will be your turn soon. The white-haired old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor said coldly, "Xiao Chen, you barged into the Sky Dome Palace's forbidden land, causing the deaths of 1,000 martial sages in the Bushan Palace. Now, we are under the orders of the 3 Vice Palace Masters to revoke your title of Blue Dragon King. Come with us to the Bushan Palace to receive your trial." Qin Hu stepped forward with a surging aura and said, "If you surrender now, I will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You have no idea how strong the accumulations of a holy land are. Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you will not be able to kill me." Xiao Chen flung his hand. However, when he heard this, he started laughing. The other party's battle armor did indeed startle Xiao Chen somewhat. However, where did the other party get his confidence to be so arrogant? Is that so? Your tortoise shell is indeed very hard. However, no matter how hard it is just a tortoise. In the earlier palm strike, Xiao Chen had not used his full power at all. He had not even used his primordial energy. That was why he had suffered a slight disadvantage. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen had never feared the other party. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to surrender now. "Capture him," Qin Hu ordered coldly. Chapter 1301. The two old men on the left and right immediately moved upon hearing the voice, charging at Xiao Chen. With the protection of the battle armor, the two did not fear him. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand. "Let me see how hard your tortoise shell is." Without even looking at the two, Xiao Chen stepped forward. He did not draw his saber, holding it in his right hand. Xiao Chen casually thrust forward, easily breaking the other party's attack and knocking him back. Like a magic trick, the lunar shadow saber leaped out and appeared in his left hand, sweeping out wildly. Boom! The black-haired old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor fell to the ground. The two old men used only half of their primordial energy. Compared to Xiao Qin, the difference in strength was like that of clouds and mud. Not giving Xiao Qin any time to rest, Qin Hu charged over with a startling aura. Loud sounds rang out, and space trembled. Xiao Qin's empty right hand clashed with Qin Hu's moves. Not only did Xiao Qin not retreat, but he even forced Qin Hu to retreat continuously, panting. After breaking 10 moves, Xiao Qin already held the upper hand. He sent Qin Hu flying with a palm strike. The seemingly complicated and dazzling movements were completed in a breath's time. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiao Qin easily knocked back the 3. Of course, the 3 had the protection of the battle armor and could not sustain any injuries. However, the pain from the heavy blows was unavoidable. "You can't kill me. Let's see if you can kill me or not." As Xiao Qin spoke, he soared into the air and stomped heavily on Qin Hu, who was halfway to his feet, ruthlessly crushing him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sonic booms resounded. Bai Yu and the white-haired old man, who were knocked back earlier, charged over, wanting to save Qin Hu. However, Xiao Qin did not even bother to look. He still did not draw the lunar shadow saber. He simply swung it out, using a strong saber intent and primordial energy to knock the white-haired old man back. The sharpness of the saber and the force were simply frightening. The lunar shadow saber was like magic, it flew into Xiao Qin's other hand. Holding the hilt, he chopped down heavily. Bai Yu, who was about to injure Xiao Qin, was startled. He reacted quickly and moved very quickly. He clapped his hands together and clamped down on the lunar shadow saber's scabbard. The cracks on the ground spread out like a spiderweb. Bai Yu, who caught the saber, did not have time to think before the force of the saber forced him to kneel on one knee. Xiao Qin's face turned red. Even though he knelt down, it was still very strenuous. He felt like he would not be able to catch Xiao Qin's lunar shadow saber soon. Suddenly, he felt the force on the scabbard disappear. Thinking that Xiao Qin had run out of strength, Zhang Xian was overjoyed. He quickly released his grip and retreated. However, the instant he loosened his grip, an even stronger force surged into the scabbard. He could retract the force at will. When the scabbard pulled back, Bai Yu, who wanted to leave, cried out in pain and tumbled on the ground. On the other side, the white-haired old man attacked again. However, when he saw the lunar shadow saber spinning around and pressing forward, he paled in fright and quickly retreated. Xiao Qin, who had not even moved, used a few moves to beat the two old men into a sorry state. They were in great pain, but they could not rush over. As Xiao Qin dealt with the two old men with his hands, he did not relax either. He continuously stomped on Qin Hu's body. Every step he took caused a loud rumbling sound to ring out. Even if there was a restriction on the ground, it had already shattered. Blood leaked out of a corner of Qin Hu's lips. He was in so much pain that his complexion turned purple. However, when Xiao Qin stomped on him, it was not only a humiliation to his face but also an unbearable pain to his body. When the servant, who had already hidden far away, saw this scene, his mind turned chaotic. Originally, he was worried for Xiao Qin. Now, he felt some pity for these three old men. They were too pitiful. If not for this set of battle armor, they might be able to ask for a quick death. "Xiao Qin, let me up." Qin Hu, who could not get up at all, pleaded to Xiao Qin in pain. He was already in a sorry state, unable to get up. Xiao Qin remained expressionless as he retorted coldly, "Didn't you say that you would not die even if you stood there and let me hit you? Why are you begging for mercy now? Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant, to dare to frame me? Who gave you the authority to torture old Yun and imprison him? Now you are begging for mercy. Dream on." The pain drove Qin Hu crazy with despair. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up. He shouted hoarsely, "Fellow Taoists, there is no need to hold back. Activate the Sky Dome Dragon Formation and kill him." The Sky Dome Dragon Formation could kill Emperor Wu, a great killing tool of the Sky Dome Palace. Back then, the Sky Dome Palace was careless when facing Yao Manlan and Feng Zi because of this formation. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the formation was, it still needed a person to operate it. Under Yao Manlan's charm arts, the Sky Dome Dragon Formation could not be activated before it died. As the saying went, this formation succeeded and failed because of it. Now that Qin Hu faced the strong Shao Qin, he could no longer care about anything else. He prepared to use the Sky Dome Dragon Formation to kill Shao Qin. The expressions of Bai Yu and the old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor sank. They obeyed the orders and flew out of the hall at the same time. Although Qin Hu was in pain and in a sorry state, his life was not in danger, so the two were not worried. "Shao Qin, you are dead for sure. You are dead for sure. No matter how you humiliate me now, once the Sky Dome Dragon Formation is activated, you will not survive," Qin Hu said hatefully as he looked at Shao Qin through clenched teeth. "Whether I die or not is not up to you." Shao Qin prepared to leave this place. Once any formation was activated, being trapped inside would be problematic. The formation could not be activated forever. As long as these three old men remained in the Sky Dome Palace, Shao Qin had plenty of ways to deal with them and force them to release Old Yun. As long as Old Yun was safe, Shao Qin did not care. He could not be bothered with the people of the three holy masters' holy lands. Shao Qin stomped down heavily, but he did not draw his sword. Instead, he kicked Qin Hu's chest, nearly knocking him unconscious from the pain. Shao Qin casually kicked this person away. Then, his figure flashed, and he appeared outside the hole. Suddenly, he discovered that something was wrong. Heavy clouds churned in the sky. The sky looked like it was going to collapse. Shao Qin felt like he could touch the clouds if he stretched out his hand. Killing chi spread everywhere, giving off a sense of pressure like a storm was coming. "The formation is activated already," Shao Qin muttered as he landed on the roof of the hole. "It looks like they plan to plot against me from the moment I entered the Sky Dome Palace. This is somewhat problematic. If I want to go out, I will need some time." "That's fine. Let's see if there is anything about this Sky Dome Dragon Formation. In the future, when I face similar formations, I will not have to feel uncertain. I have finally seen it for myself." Soon, Shao Qin recovered his mental state, calming his body and mind. "Kill." The word "kill" resounded in the sky. It was ear-splitting and struck at the mind, making one's soul tremble. A dragon roar resounded, and suddenly, a dragon head peeked out from the dark clouds in the sky. It glared and opened its jaws, launching itself at Shao Qin. With a gentle flash, Shao Qin dodged this attack. The dragon head retracted, and an unfathomable dragon claw swiped at Shao Qin. Shao Qin turned around and gently pushed his scabbard forward, blocking the dragon claw. There was a loud sound, and Shao Qin felt his arm go numb. He thought to himself, "This force is very strong. It is no weaker than the third heaven Emperor Wu's." The ferocious dragon in the sky was hidden in the thick clouds. The dragon's head and tail could not be seen. The attacks that it sent out were unfathomable. Furthermore, the dragon moved very quickly, entangling Shao Qin in an instant. It looked like Shao Qin was in danger. "Old brother Qin, you can let Bai Yu make a move now, right?" The white-haired old man from the Holy Lord's faction, who was hidden in the dark, asked when he felt that the time was right. The purple-faced Qin who had already rushed over long ago. He nodded and said, "He is already entangled by the Sky Dome Dragon's soul. It is time to make a move." "How stubborn." This time, I will show him the consequences of offending the three holy masters. Whoosh! Whoosh! The formations covering the entire sky dome palace suddenly flickered. Thousands of beams of light soared into the sky. The spiritual energy of the world quickly gathered. Each beam of light hit a person. When the beams of light stopped, they gathered into a huge dragon on the ground. Every part of the huge dragon was connected to the buildings of the Sky Dome Palace. It looked like the entire Sky Dome Palace turned into a huge dragon that came to life. Standing on the dragon's head was the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's faction, Baiyu. Baiyu looked coldly at Xiao Qin, who was entangled with the ferocious dragon in the sky. Bushan Palace disciples, heed my orders. Sky Dome Dragon Formation, 2 dragons merge. Immediately, the 2 ferocious dragons in the sky and on the ground opened their jaws at the same time and bit down. They sealed off the surroundings, cutting off Xiao Chen's path, preventing him from dodging. Since he could not dodge, he could only enter the dragon's jaws. Xiao Chen quickly made his choice. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he entered the ferocious dragon's jaws, entering a mysterious pitch-black place. Good. He entered, Qin Hu and the white-haired old man said loudly, rejoicing at the same time. On the dragon's head, Baiyu said coldly with a solemn expression, heed my command. Sky Dome Dragon soars, coiling dragon chop. Yes. The 1003 Holy Masters cultivators stood on various parts of the dragon's body and answered in unison, their auras shaking the sky. Immediately, the Sky Dome Dragon on the ground coiled up, assuming the posture of flying into the sky. The entire Sky Dome Palace moved with it. The ground for 500 kilometers around rumbled and trembled endlessly. As for Xiao Qin, he felt the space around him twist continuously in that dark space. He could not walk straight, he could only spin upward, running continuously. However, no matter how he ran, he felt like he was spinning at the same spot. Chop! Baiyu shouted coldly and ferociously stabbed the weapon in his hand into the dragon's mouth. Caw! 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 The 1,000 people stabbed their weapons into the huge dragon's body at the same time. Bang! In the darkness, Xiao Qin, who was already feeling extremely uncomfortable, saw many huge weapons descending from all directions, all pointing at him. Xiao Qin could not dodge at all. Immediately, he was covered in wounds. His 5 senses turned chaotic in this space, and his sense of direction became distorted. There was simply no way to dodge. Baiyu shouted coldly again, and the coiled-up Sky Dome Dragon suddenly unfurled its body. The 1,000 swords were drawn at the same time, all of them dripping with blood. Immediately, blood spurted out from various parts of the huge dragon's body, scattering everywhere. It looked exceptionally horrifying. Ha ha ha. I allowed you to be arrogant, not because I feared you. This old man could have dealt with you long ago. Qin Hu showed a sinister expression as he looked at the blood in the sky, going berserk with excitement. Chapter 1302. The white-haired old man at the side found this somewhat strange. This formation was used to deal with the demons. Now, it was being used on him. Furthermore, the irony was that it could not deal any damage to the demons. However, it was very tyrannical when dealing with its own people. Whoosh! A hole appeared in the dark space, and beams of light shot in, blinding Xiao Qin into squinting. Hey, Xiao Qin, are you alright? Do you think I'm alright? The 1,000 swords are all stuck in my body. What should we do? Let me help you, Ao Jiao said worriedly. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, they did not injure my heart of an emperor. To me, they are just superficial wounds. There is no need to worry. I have indeed underestimated this Sky Dome Dragon formation. I heard that this is just the simplified version. The Great Sky Dome Dragon formation can appear in the sky and on the ground at the same time. Look at the situation, and you are still in the mood to comment on this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Think of a way to break it. It's fine. One more time, and I will roughly know what's going on with this Sky Dome Dragon formation. What? You want to experience the feeling of 1,000 swords piercing your body again. When Bai Yu saw the blood drifting in the air, he revealed an expression of joy. Even if Xiao Qin had the heart of an emperor, injuring him like this 10 or so times would weaken him, forcing him to obediently accept punishment. Again. Bai Yu shouted coldly, filled with pride. The 1,000 people obeyed, and the entire Sky Dome Palace shook intensely again. The Sky Dome Dragon coiled up again. Outside the Sky Dome Palace, 3 pale-faced demonic world blood demon cultivators walked out from the darkness, startled by the intense mysterious phenomenon. The person in the middle looked delicate with purple patterns carved on his forehead. He was an outstanding royal talent of the blood demon bloodline. The servant on the right revealed an expression of joy as he said respectfully, "Indeed, even the heavens are helping young Master Shui. We wanted to save that Yao Manlan and waited here for a few days because we feared this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Now, they are in disarray." However, young Master Shui's complexion paled. "Even I am not confident of breaking this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Who is so capable that the Sky Dome Palace has to use this formation to suppress it?" The Sky Dome formation was expected to be problematic. However, it was not scary. What Xiao Qin feared were the unexpected changes. Hu Qi. With another loud roar, the azure dragon unfurled itself, and fresh blood sprayed into the air once more. Kill! 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 The cultivators on every part of the dragon shouted in unison. Their roars were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. The might of the azure dragon was on full display. Even the previously powerful Xiao Qin could not do anything now. He could only let them torture him again and again. Good, good, good. Xiao Qin, I'll let you suffer as many times as you kick me. Qin, who felt extremely delighted and couldn't help but shout out loudly. When his voice entered into Xiao Qin's ears, it caused him to laugh coldly without end. After enduring 2 attacks, Xiao Qin had a rough idea of the current environment and came up with the corresponding countermeasures. However, with the Sky Dome Dragon entrenched, the spatial laws of the entire Sky Dome Palace had already changed. Xiao Qin's space had already been compressed to a point. No matter how he moved, he could not leave this point. Furthermore, no matter which direction the 1,000 swords attacked from, they would all strike Xiao Qin at this point. Since that was the case, there was no need for Xiao Qin to run around like before. All he needed to do was guard this point. If it were a regular Emperor Wu, even if he could figure this out so quickly, he would not be able to do anything. This was because they could not dodge the attacks of the 1,000 swords within a small space. They could only be tortured to death. However, Xiao Qin was different. After comprehending the fish dragon art, he was most skilled at dodging within a small space. Continue attacking. I want to hear him beg for mercy in pain. Qin, who instructed Bai Yu loudly with a ferocious expression. Bai Yu, who was on the Dragon Head Mountain, pointed with his sword, and the Sky Dome Dragon entrenched itself once more. Then, he stabbed his sword into it. The other disciples followed his lead and did the same. However, this time, they were destined to be disappointed. 100 transformations of dragon and fish, dodge. Xiao Qin's body swayed like an immortal fish swinging its tail within a small space. After images flickered. The seemingly casual swaying allowed Xiao Qin to dodge at the most dangerous moment. In one breath, the sound reverberated 1,000 times. Without exception, all the swords dodged. When the other party was about to pull out their swords, Xiao Qin's body suddenly moved. Flickering like passing shadows, he moved 1,000 times in one breath. Cassier! Cassier! The instant the sky dome dragon unfurled, the cultivators standing on every part of the dragon all drew out a broken sword. What's going on? Why did my sword break? All of them found this inconceivable, showing incredibly shocked expressions. Even Bai Yu, who was on the dragon head, did not know what was going on. The smile on Qin Hu's face froze. He felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! 1,000 broken sword shards flew out of the hole. Each shard contained a strong saber intent as they shot out from the sky dome dragon. Miserable shrieks rang out. Caught off guard, the 1,000 cultivators each suffered a wound on their bodies as they fell. Blood dyed the sky red. However, this time, it was not Xiao Chen's blood that fell. The sky dome dragon lost the cultivators' control. Xiao Chen clearly felt that the previously tight and flawless space had become much weaker. Clash of the Two Moons. Xiao Chen sent out 2 palm strikes, executing the 1,000-year flame and 1,000-year death at the same time. The blood moon and the bright moon clashed, erupting with a huge destructive force. Rumble. The sky dome dragon, which wanted to soar into the air, crashed to the ground as if it suffered a severe injury. A large hole blasted open on the dragon's body. All sorts of bricks and tiles flew everywhere. Xiao Chen leaped out of the hole. When he got a clear look, he discovered that he had destroyed a building of the Sky Dome Palace. What a profound formation. To think that it can use all the buildings in such an ingenious manner. The sincere praise that came from Xiao Chen's mouth sounded humiliating to the cultivators below. Even such a profound formation could not trap Xiao Chen to death. In that case, they were even worse than trash. Bai Yu was still on the dragon's head. His face sank as he shouted, "All disciples, return to your positions." Sky Dome Dragon Formation, Double Dragon Tail Whip. Yes. The many injured cultivators felt dissatisfied in their hearts. However, Bai Yu's shout rekindled their fighting spirit. Thousands of pillars of light soared into the sky and leaped onto the dragon's body again. The hidden Sky Dome Dragon in the clouds in the sky was the first to charge over. Its dragon tail swept out unpredictably. The force was so great that it shook the surroundings, causing buzzing sounds. Space was like an old building, letting out a mournful cry. Xiao Chen, who had been preparing to leave and not continue fighting, looked at the dragon tails flying over from both sides. With a thought, Xiao Chen made a new plan. While he was in the dragon's stomach, he had already thought about it. This Sky Dome Dragon formation was somewhat strange. He did not know how many tricks it had. There was no need for Xiao Chen to compete with this formation alone. Even if he won, he would be at too much of a disadvantage. As long as Xiao Chen managed to leave, he could think of thousands of ways to force Qin Hu and the others to submit. There was no need for him to fight to the death here and suffer. However, when Xiao Chen saw the 2 dragon tails, he thought of an idea: use the enemy's strength to break the enemy's formation. If there were 3 Sky Dome dragons, Xiao Chen would not dare to do so. However, there were only 2. This gave him great confidence. 2 fiery lights flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and the Taiji force field instantly formed. This time, Xiao Chen split his 100 strands of primordial energy in half, making the Taiji force field unprecedentedly strong. Fight! Xiao Chen shouted and looked around. Then, he faced the dragon tail descending from the sky and slowly raised his right hand. Xiao Chen's movements looked astonishingly slow. However, it was this slow movement that allowed Xiao Chen's right hand to firmly grasp the dragon tail. Then, his body moved like a fish. As he moved, thousands upon thousands of overlapping afterimages appeared. Qin Hu exclaimed in shock, "How can this be? The force of this dragon tail can fling away the 3rd Heaven Emperor Wu." Yet, Xiaochen managed to catch it. Furthermore, he is not injured at all. That's not right. He is deflecting the force. His movements look slow, but they are actually as steady as a mountain. Although the white-haired old man beside Xiaochen could not figure out what was going on, he noticed something strange. Qin Hu smiled coldly and said, no matter how he deflects the force, when the second dragon tail sweeps over, he will definitely be injured under the pincer attack of the two tails. Whoosh! The afterimages merged. The calm and peaceful Xiaochen did not make a sound as he grabbed the dragon tail and kicked ferociously. The clouds scattered, and the sky shattered. Xiaochen forcefully pulled down an old dragon from the sky. The dragon tail on the ground crashed into the old dragon that Xiaochen pulled down. The collision of the two dragons was a horrifying scene that no one could have imagined, and just like that, it happened. The thousands of cultivators on the dragon's body on the ground were instantly blasted away. The two sky dome dragons each suffered heavy losses. Thousands of buildings on the ground collapsed. Using the enemy's strength to break the enemy's formation. Xiaochen revealed a smile as he looked at the old dragon in the sky, rolling on the ground in pain. Then, he said in enlightenment, I was wondering why it was so powerful. It turns out that it is a genuine, complete dragon soul. The capital required for the sky dome dragon formation is really significant. Get into formation and kill him. Bai Yu roared as he flipped over and got to his feet. Then, he glared at the fallen Xiaochen. Xiaochen shook his head and said indifferently, the formation has lost most of its might. What else can you use to play with me? Taiji burst. Xiaochen casually waved his right hand, and the Taiji force field, which had already spread over the entire area, suddenly exploded. The originally peaceful Taiji force field that looked natural and harmonious burst forth with world-shaking destructive power. All the buildings on the ground were uprooted, turning into countless pieces. Dust spread out, and smoke surged. The entire Sky Dome Palace was completely destroyed. All sorts of debris flew about in the air, covering the sky and sun. As for the cultivators charging at Xiaochen, they were blasted into the air by Xiaochen, scattering among the dust and wreckage that filled the air. Amid the chaotic and majestic scene, Xiaochen walked towards Qin Hu step by step. The explosion that sounded like the end of the world happened behind Xiaochen like a violent storm. However, the white-robed Xiaochen remained calm and peaceful, walking over elegantly in a calm and unruffled manner. The lunar shadow saber appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, Xiaochen grabbed it and caught it. Xiaochen happened to walk over to Qin Hu's side. Before the stunned Qin Hu could react, Xiaochen casually kicked him into a kneeling position. Chapter 1303. The lunar shadow saber landed gently, pressing down on Qin Hu's shoulder like a mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up. Don't think that I cannot do anything to you just because you have this peak-grade battle armor protecting you. If I cannot kill you with 1,000 kicks, I will kick you 10,000 times. If 10,000 times is not enough, I will kick you 100,000 times. I do not believe that you will not die. Xiaochen grasped the lunar shadow saber and pressed down heavily, causing Qin Hu to cry out in pain. Xiaochen glanced around and saw another old man standing beside Qin Hu. He immediately knelt down and said, Blue Dragon King, we had no choice but to deal with you. Please do not hold grudges against us. Please let us off this time. With the white-haired old man kneeling, the two's overbearing aura of wanting to take down Xiaochen completely vanished. Qin Hu felt helpless. He begged, let us go, and we guarantee that we will not seek trouble for you in the future. Xiaochen said, you should rejoice that I will not seek trouble for you. Yet, you still want to seek trouble for me. I already have a grudge with the 3 holy masters long ago. Whether I let you off or not, the 3 holy masters will not let me off. Tell me, what do I have to do for us to leave? Now that the Sky Dome Dragon formation was broken and they were in Xiao Chen's hands again, Qin Hu and the white-haired old man no longer had any fighting spirit. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I can let you go, but you have to leave behind the battle armor you are wearing. Dream on. This is the accumulations of a holy land. Each holy land only has 10 battle armors. If we give them all to you, wouldn't that mean that you have 3 sets? Don't think that way." The two were both startled and furious. They had not expected Xiao Chen's appetite to be so huge. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He said calmly, "You are mistaken. The weak do not have a choice. Either you take the initiative to remove the battle armor, or I will personally make a move. After I kill you, I will take it for myself. How do you choose? I will give you 10 breaths of time." In the face of Xiao Chen's forcefulness, the two of them felt somewhat helpless, not knowing how to deal with it. 10 breaths of time simply did not allow for too much time to think. The two of them had conflicted expressions on their faces, and in the end, they painfully agreed to Xiao Chen's request. After putting away the 2 sets of armor, Xiao Chen found Bai Yu in the rubble and successfully obtained the vermilion bird armor. 3 sets of peak-quality king-grade secret treasures could be considered a great harvest. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to let the 3 off so easily. These 3 people had clearly come here with a premeditated plan. They were instigated by someone. Something must have happened in the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, the 3 holy masters wouldn't have been so bold as to pick a fight with him so blatantly. However, just as he was about to ask, Xiao Chen sensed 3 auras approaching from off in the distance. Raising his head, he saw 3 pale-faced men dressed in blood-red clothes rushing over from the dust in the distance. Of the 3, the one in the middle gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he was the most dangerous. When this person got closer and saw the purple mark on his forehead, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The demonic world's royal clan is here for the Sky Dome Heart again. Logically speaking, this was not the time to fall out with them yet. Since the sneak attack failed once, there would not be a second time. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, it must be you, right? I have heard of your great name in the demonic world. The royal blood demon in the middle looked at the surrounding rubble and continued, "Not bad. I have not even figured out how to break this Sky Dome Dragon formation. To think that you broke it so easily. A demonic genius of the demonic world's royal clan." Qin Hu and the other 2 were startled. The bloodline of the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world was famous for being strong. Now that the Sky Dome Dragon formation was gone, and their battle armor was snatched away, even protecting themselves would be a problem. Xiao Chen stepped forward and looked at this person. "Why are you here? Speak directly." The other party did not take the opportunity to make a move. It was probably not because of the Sky Dome Heart but something else. "This is our clan's young master Shui. He is not here to snatch your Sky Dome Heart. Release Miss Manlon, and we will leave," the person on young master Shui's right said coldly with an arrogant attitude. Xiao Chen did not care about this young master Shui or not. He said rudely, "Release her. You killed 1,000 martial sages of my Sky Dome Palace. You want to leave so easily? Impossible. You are seeking death." Young Master Shui waved his hand to stop the 2 servants at the side. He smiled and said, "Everything can be discussed. If you have any requests, just state them. As long as you are willing to let them go, anything can be discussed. Earlier, when those 3 people wanted to kill you, you only stated your conditions. Didn't that make things easier for you?" Xiao Chen retorted calmly, "Conditions? Sure. Give me a bottle of primordial pills, and I can pretend that I did not see you and let you go." When young Master Shui heard this, he became enraged. This Xiao Chen did not care about them at all. To think that he treated them like captives. "You are really reckless." Xiao Chen smiled, and his Taiji force field appeared. Then, his figure flashed. Xiao Chen, who was originally as quiet as a virgin, moved as fast as a dragon soaring into the sky, bringing with him an overwhelming aura. Fast. Dragons and fishes changed. A blue dragon soared into the sky, scattering the clouds. Without drawing his saber, Xiao Chen hacked down at young Master Shui. Whoosh! Young Master Shui was startled. What fast speed! The two servants at the side stepped forward and shielded him, trying to block Xiao Chen's saber strike. Can you block it? Xiao Chen smiled coldly and swung his saber. His momentum was heavy and unfathomable. In one breath, he executed hundreds of saber moves. The two blood demons' faces sank. They no longer showed any contempt on their faces. They used their full power to block. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 100 moves. The two felt their arms aching, finding it hard to block and unable to keep up with the rhythm. I'll do it. Young Master Shui narrowed his eyes and charged forward. The two servants heaved a sigh of relief and quickly moved aside. Good timing. Xiao Chen laughed loudly. His aura flourished as he pressed forward, forcing the three to retreat. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, leaving afterimages. Even though he fought 1 against 3, he held the upper hand, forcing the three to retreat step by step. The rhythm of the battle was too fast. In just a few breaths, they had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Young Master Shui and the other two used their full power, not holding back at all. However, they were still suppressed. Slow. Amid the fast rhythm, Xiao Chen suddenly slowed down. Within the Taiji force field, the movements of young Master Shui and the others seemed to slow as well. The three were caught off guard. Before they could understand what was going on, Xiao Chen pressed his saber forward heavily, sending them all flying. The two weaker servants vomited blood on the spot and rolled on the ground. Young Master Shui staggered back 100 steps before he stabilized himself. As he looked at Xiao Chen, deep fear appeared in his eyes. After young Master Shui activated the royal blood demon, his strength was terrifyingly strong. He did not fear Xiao Chen's primordial energy. However, the martial Dao techniques that Xiao Chen displayed earlier were unheard of. He could not keep up with the rhythm at all. As young Master Shui expected, he was easily toyed with by Xiao Chen. The problem was not scary. What was scary was this sudden accident. What exactly is your strength? Young Master Shui asked sullenly. Xiao Chen replied indifferently, under Emperor Wu, I am unrivaled. Unrivaled. Young Master Shui snorted coldly. You are a frog in a well. Don't think that just because you obtained some ancient martial Dao, you can boast like that. Use your secret technique. Yes. The two servants nodded. Then, the bodies of young Master Shui's group of 3 suddenly turned into bats filling the air. Thousands of bats gathered together, and young Master Shui appeared before Xiao Chen again. This time, his aura was more than twice as strong. A trace of Emperor's might spread out from his body. Xiao Chen frowned and said, Emperor's might. In the demonic world, 3 people can merge and multiply the strength of the main body. To think that there is such a secret technique. I said all the nice things, but you did not let them go, forcing me to use the forbidden technique. You asked for it. Young Master Shui shouted coldly and punched back at Xiao Chen. When he punched, a scarlet light surged into the sky. It was as if the punch had come from a sea of blood. A vast sea of blood appeared before Xiao Chen, vast and boundless. Young Master Shui rode on the waves, and thousands of layers of blood waves soared into the sky behind him. When he punched, the sea of blood instantly spread out. A vast pressure surged out along with the sea of blood. Xiao Chen looked insignificant among the huge waves. None of these royal clan demonic geniuses can be underestimated. Xiao Qin shook his head slightly. He circulated all his primordial energy and split it in half. Emperor's might immediately spread out in the Taiji force field. Xiao Qin completely unleashed the aura of a king. His figure wavered as he swung his scabbard to receive this punch. Hu-chi! The force of the punch was too great. Xiao Chen's body spun along with the Taiji force field, slowly neutralizing the force. Young Master Xue's aura was overwhelming. After he punched, he launched an earth-shattering attack, raining down like a torrential storm. Xiao Chen fought fast with slow speed. He was like a small boat on the vast sea. As his figure moved, he left behind many afterimages. To the outside, the space where the two were was spinning. The scenery was like flickering light and shadows, flickering continuously. It was chaotic, and there was no way to see clearly. The impenetrable defense made the strong young Master Xue very anxious. He had no choice but to increase his speed. After another 1,000 moves, Xiao Qin clearly noticed that young Master Xue had slowed down. Clearly, he could not keep up the momentum and was trying to pull back. Fast! Xiao Qin grasped this opportunity and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. All the light within 1 kilometer vanished. The instant he drew the saber, Xiao Qin and the saber in his hand entered darkness at the same time. It was not that Xiao Qin entered darkness. Instead, his light was too strong, chasing away all the light within 1 kilometer. This saber was called Eternal Light. Young Master Xue, who had just thought of retreating, had no time to dodge. The saber struck him. The scarlet light vanished, and the bats filling the air flew around in a fluster. Bang! The bats reformed, and young Master Xue fell to the ground while vomiting blood. Young Master Xue looked at Xiao Qin, and his eyes revealed horror. Under Emperor Wu, Xiao Qin could be said to be unrivaled. These words were not exaggerated at all. Even the peak outstanding talents of the 18 royal clans of the demonic world might not be able to receive that final saber strike. That saber strike was too horrifying. It was so strong that young Master Xue could not understand it at all. There were traces of a very strong saber domain in it. However, young Master Xue had seen many experts who cultivated a saber domain in the demonic world. None of them were like Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen's saber domain looked right but was actually wrong. It already surpassed the understanding of domains that ordinary people had. It was like he had entered a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 1304. Let's go. The three no longer dared to linger. They executed the blood race's secret technique, blood shadow evasion, turning into a long scarlet line as they fled into the distance. Xiao Qin did not give chase. He was not in a good situation either. Earlier, he had put in a lot of effort to break the Sky Dome Dragon formation. He had even suffered some injuries that he had not treated. After that, he fought with the merged young Master Xue. While it looked like an easy fight, in reality, his physical body had suffered a huge blow. If the young Master Xue had been able to hold on, Xiao Qin might not have been able to withstand the Taiji force field. This battle also allowed him to have a comprehensive and clear understanding of his own strength. Xiao Qin turned his head and glanced coldly at Qin Hu and the other two. Then, he instructed, "Release old Yun, and you may leave. However, leave behind the martial sage you brought." "Yes. Yes. Yes." Seeing that the young Master Xue, who could even release Emperor's might, lost to Xiao Qin, the three felt even more reverence for Xiao Qin. They did not dare to disobey his orders. After Xiao Qin left, the three showed bitter expressions, feeling extremely conflicted. Bai Yu sighed and said, "What should we do? The Holy Lord gave us a mission. Not only did we fail to complete it, but we even lost the battle armor." Qin Hu felt a bellyful of anger. He snorted coldly and said, "What else can we do?" This old man was not willing to take this mission in the first place. Whoever can do it can do it. Right. Back then, we all knew that the Blue Dragon King was ridiculously strong. The Sky Dome realm did not allow Emperor Wu to come down. No one was willing to do it, so they pushed us out. Clearly, they wanted to test out Xiao Chen's strength. Qin Hu glanced at Xiao Chen's back and said indifferently, "We should not worry about this. When we reach the Kunlun realm, someone will naturally come and deal with him. Now, pretend to be a coward and help deal with the aftermath. Once we are done, we will quickly leave this damned place." This old man is not willing to stay here any longer. Half a day later, the aftermath was more or less cleaned up. Xiao Chen met Old Yun in a simple courtyard. Many thanks to the Blue Dragon King for his righteous actions. Otherwise, who knows how long this old man would have been locked up. Old Yun thanked Xiao Chen as he knelt down. Xiao Chen quickly stood up and helped Elder Yun up. "Elder Yun, you're too kind. I wanted to thank you for giving me the map. What's more, you didn't listen to them and framed me this time. That's why you ended up like this. I should be the one thanking you." After some thought, Xiao Chen took out the last longevity fruit and said, "Take this longevity fruit as my token of appreciation." Senior Yun quickly rejected, "I have already consumed this longevity fruit once. It is not very meaningful. Blue Dragon King, keep it for yourself." Xiao Chen now understood. The longevity tree was in this Sky Dome Immortal realm. How could the other party not have consumed it before? "How about this, I'll give you a Saint-Tier pill. As long as it's not a fatal injury, you'll be able to recover quickly." There were only 10 sage-grade medicinal pills among the treasures left behind by the Thunder King. However, Old Yun had been kind to Xiao Chen, so there was nothing to be reluctant about giving him one. Seeing Old Yun's embarrassment, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I have a half-step golden body. This sage-grade medicinal pill is not very useful to me. Just accept it." Only then did Old Yun reluctantly accept it and thank Xiao Chen. The two started chatting about the current situation. Qin Hu and Bai Yu had already left, but they did not bring the 1,000 martial sages with them. In the future, as long as they repaired the buildings of the Sky Dome Palace, they could still execute the Sky Dome Dragon formation. The Sky Dome Palace still had the ability to protect itself. However, the Yao Manlan was a source of trouble. No one could interrogate her while she was in prison. No one dared to look at her eyes. Even when she was blindfolded, her voice could still mesmerize others. She was like an enchantress. Furthermore, this time, young Master Xue came to save her. Clearly, she held a significant position in the demonic world or had a major character protecting her. They could not interrogate her or kill her. Furthermore, she could summon a strong enemy. This was a huge problem for the Sky Dome Palace. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he said, "In that case, hand her to me. I want to see which demon race in this Sky Dome realm dares to ask for her from me." Old Yun revealed a joyful expression. "That would be great. There is really no way to deal with this enchantress. She is giving me a headache." Xiao Chen left behind a message talisman. "While I'm in the Sky Dome realm, if Old Yun has any trouble, you can use the message talisman to look for me. Bring me to the prison, then." Inside the prison, Xiao Chen saw Yao Manlan, whose arms and ankles were shackled. However, her sorry state did not diminish her charm, making her look pitiful. Instead, it made one love her even more. "Blue Dragon King, be careful when you go in." Several people fell for this enchantress's tricks. The one leading Xiao Chen was a woman. No man in the entire prison dared to face this woman. When Yao Manlan saw Xiao Chen arrive, she showed a somewhat excited expression. She stood up and wanted to pounce over, the swaying chains giving off dang-dang sounds. As Yao Manlan wished, Xiao Chen sent out a few strands of saber chi and broke the chains binding her. However, his figure flashed slightly. Plop! Yao Manlan, who had used too much force, fell to the ground. Yao Manlan cried out in pain and prostrated herself on the ground. She was somewhat stunned that her chains were gone. This only made her even more horrified. She took a few steps back and looked at Xiao Chen. What are you trying to do? Before she came to the Sky Dome realm, men were just playthings in her eyes. Even those outstanding talents of the demonic world were just more interesting playthings. However, after seeing Xiao Chen, this man became her nightmare. She had never been so afraid of a person before. At this moment, Yao Manlan's clothes were messy, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a weak woman, flustered and afraid. Interesting. If someone who did not understand what was going on saw this scene, they would think that he was bullying her. Interesting. Tell me, what do you think you want me for? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Yao Manlan continued to retreat until she reached the wall. When she had nowhere else to go, she said, "You can't touch me. Otherwise, once we leave the Sky Dome realm, no one will be able to save you." Yao Manlan really thinks that I want to touch her. Xiao Chen could not help laughing hoarsely. Due to his past experiences, Xiao Chen had a favorable impression of Eros demons. Of the demons, he was the least willing to kill Eros demons. However, this Yao Manlan had the appearance of an angel but the heart of a snake. No one liked her. Stand up and speak. Let me ask you, do you know of an Eros demon called Leng Yu? Xiao Chen asked. Leng Yu. The moment Xiao Chen said that, Yao Manlan's heart trembled. Her expression changed drastically. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, I don't know her. I've never heard of her before. Eros demons had always been good at hiding themselves. However, when Yao Manlan heard Leng Yu's name, her expression changed drastically. Could this Leng Yu really be a major character? Never mind. No matter how major a character is, it has nothing to do with me. Perhaps she has already forgotten about me. Perhaps the other party had already forgotten about the past. How could he engrave it in his heart like he did? If you don't know her, then forget it. Put away that act of yours and leave this place with me. Yao Manlan did not dare to imagine what would happen if Xiao Chen said that indifferently and walked forward. Yao Manlan originally thought that with her abnormal expression, the other party would continue to question her. Who knew, she would get past it so easily. Could this fellow have something going on with Master? You're just standing there and not leaving. Do you still want to put on the chains and continue staying here? Xiao Chen asked when he saw that the other party was not moving. Yao Manlan reacted and asked, what exactly do you want to do? This place cannot hold you. I'll bring you to Qingyun Peak. I'll watch over you personally. Never mind, I'll do it myself. Seeing that the other party seemed to be somewhat foolish, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to waste time, so he restrained her. After leaving, he tossed her into the Flood Dragon War Chariot and flew towards Qingyun Peak. However, what Xiao Chen did not know was that the moment he left, a figure hiding in the darkness of the Sky Dome Palace discovered him. This is troublesome. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, is personally watching over you. I have to go back and report to the Demon Monarch Leng Yu. After bringing Yao Manlan back to Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen personally interrogated her. However, the other party refused to say anything. In the first place, Xiao Chen was not good at interrogating people. Furthermore, he was mindful of the Eros demon Leng Yu's kindness to him in the past, so he did not want to use any excessive methods on Yao Manlan. If Yao Manlan did not want to say anything, then so be it. It would be fine as long as she did not cause trouble for him. Xiao Chen arranged a wooden hut for Yao Manlan in Qingyun Peak and did not send anyone to watch over her. He only got the female disciples to send her some food regularly. He did not fear Yao Manlan running away. As long as she was 1 kilometer away from Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen would be able to catch up in an instant. In his free time, Xiao Chen spent most of his time in the desolate back mountains, cultivating the major magic skill, Dermic World. Dermic World required a Dermic World before one could stand firm in the world. A Dermic World required one to use magic energy to condense a Dermic World in the sea of consciousness, reflecting one's heart. At the same time, one had to absorb the light of the sun and the moon, condensing one's soul in it. It was extremely complicated. In the information that the Mahasvara Buddha gave me, it said that everyone's Dermic World is hidden in the depths of one's heart. It is a projection of one's heart. I wonder what my Dermic World will look like. At the summit of the desolate mountain, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he closed his eyes and entered into bitter cultivation. When the sun rose, sunlight shone on Xiao Chen's body, dyeing him golden. It felt warm and very comfortable. Xiao Chen circulated his mental energy to condense a Dermic World, slowly absorbing the radiance of the sun into his sea of consciousness. The sun set, and the moon rose. The blazing golden light on Xiao Chen's body vanished, turning into tranquil and peaceful moonlight. Then, he absorbed it into his sea of consciousness as well. This cycle continued for 15 days. After a total of 1 month, a miraculous scene of the sun and moon shining together appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. At the intersection of sunlight and moonlight, yin and yang merged, and a golden lotus was born. Of course, the golden lotus was not Xiao Chen's Dermic World. However, if he used the Buddhist sex method to condense a Dermic World, the Dermic World would be born from the golden lotus. If he used the Taoist sex method, the Dermic World would be born from a purple lotus. Different paths led to the same destination. The tiny golden lotus had just sprouted and urgently needed magic energy to nourish it. Xiao Chen was not stingy, slowly gathering his magic energy. He could clearly feel the joy and satisfaction of the golden lotus. Sun and moon shining together, the golden lotus sprouted. The nourishment of magic energy required care and persistence. One could not be too hasty and let the golden lotus grow wildly. Nor could it be too slow or it would starve the golden lotus to death. Condensing a Dermic World required patience. Although it was complicated, as long as no one disturbed it, it would succeed. The golden lotus bud grew stronger and stronger as layers of lotus leaves covered it. When the flower bloomed, Xiao Chen's Dermic World would appear. From then on, it would reside in the depths of his sea of consciousness, guarding it like a deity. Days passed. Xiao Chen's magic energy was about to run out. The golden lotus radiance was already extremely resplendent.